Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. How are you guys doing? Happy Tuesday. We had a long 3-day weekend. I hope you guys got some things done. I most certainly did, baby. I enjoyed my weekend. Couldn't have asked for a better weekend. It was amazing. But good morning to everybody. We are back for day 21 of the Karen Reed trial. We are 21 days in. We still don't know what happened to Officer John O'Keefe. 21 days in, we still don't know what happened to Officer John O'Keefe. Good morning to the chat. I hope you guys have liked the live on your way in. Good morning, Sugar. Hey, Sugar. Hey, Summer. Hey, Shonda. Hey, Rita. Good morning, T. Hey, Emmy. Good morning, Jazz. Hey, Phoenix. Good morning, Vitra. Hey, Haley. Good morning, Miss Sheila. Hey, Jasmine. Good morning, Alicia C. Good morning, Sherika. How are you? Hey, Kaylin. Hey, Chelsea. Good morning, Felicia. Good morning, Karen. Hey, Natasha. Hey, Heather. Good morning, Danielle. Hey, Keisha. Hey, Georgette. Good morning. Good morning, Jabria. Good morning, Kaylin. Hey, Diddy. Hey, Nicola. Good morning, Brianna. Hey, Gigi. Hey, Stephanie. Good morning, Lexi. Yes, come in. Hit the like button on the live, guys. Course should be started on time, but it was a long weekend. Bev had Woman of the Year. You never know how she's feeling this morning. Good morning, Brianna. Hey, Angela. Hey, Alice. Hey, Gabrielle. Good morning, Cass. Good morning, Kiara. She said, the more I thought about the past couple of days, it is absolutely insane what they are doing to Karen Reed. Listen to all the attorneys too. Kay, I did not get to look at the Lawyer You Know's segment where he had all the other attorneys and things on. It is on my to-do list. I actually fell asleep listening to him and his dad. But I do remember the dad saying something that I will stand by. All of that DNA on John, and they never just excluded the people inside the house. That's really weird. Why wouldn't you exclude them? Good morning, Ash. How are you? Hey, Niara. Hey, Tidra. Hey, Ken. Y'all give me just a second. Hey, Lex. Good morning, Lex. Hey, Ashley. Good morning. Good morning, India. Good morning, Bia. Thank you so much for liking the live. Good morning, Miss Davis. Hey, Rain. Good morning, Too Pretty. Good morning, Tia Tennille. Good morning, Too Pretty. Made me remember. I just wanted to just let you guys know that if anyone's experiencing any loss, any hurt, anything, that I'm sending you guys love on today, because I just, again, someone let me know that someone passed in their family today. And I just feel like, man, it's just, sometimes I feel it too much. So I'm just sending my love to you guys, praying that everything goes as smoothly as possible as you transition your loved ones to their new resting place. Good morning, OLM. Good morning, Ashley. I didn't see that, Kay. Good morning, Ashley, with an H. Hey, skin tone like Hershey. I hope you've been doing good, friend. Good morning, Cheryl. Hey, Latanya. Hey, Heather. Hey, Tasha. Let me see who else I got on here. Good morning. That's Tasha with the heart. With the flower. Hey, Brianna. Good morning, Patricia. Hey, Landis. Hey, Sonia. Good morning, Tam. Good morning, Shay. Hey, Shalon. Good morning, Gina. Hey, Brittany 21. Good morning, Carol. Hey, T So Dope and Tracy. Good morning, Tam Tam. Hey, Crystal Jackson. Hey, Brianna Davis this time. Good morning, Sunny Days. Hey, D Reese. Good morning. Good morning, Khalees. Good morning, Taylor. Hey, OMG. And hey, Chatty. Hey, Existence. Give me Jet. I think I'm at the end. Good morning, Lauren. Hey, Miss Gigi. Khalees, I don't know if Bev's going to be on time. I'm going to have faith in it, though. I'm gonna have faith in her though. I'm gonna have faith. Maybe she said last week is not this week. Good morning, Destin. Hey, Kellen. Hey, Kels. Good morning. Hey, Annette. Hey, Chosen One. Good morning, Tracy. Good morning, Caitlin. Caitlin, you missed us this weekend. I think I had y'all, it was so tempting to go live. And I said, no, I'm going to not be on live this weekend. Not going to do it this weekend. I went live for just a second at my family's barbecue on Saturday, but that's it. When I tell y'all, I just literally chilled the whole weekend. I was on X a little bit, but not really scrolling too much, child. I caught up on Raising Canaan, watched like all my shows that maybe I've been behind on. That's what I did this weekend. Hey, LaShonda. Hey, Miss Cutie Pie. That is exactly what I did this weekend. Why do you feel like that, Ashley? Hey, Sassy. Ash said, man, you can use that faith on something else. No, girl, I got faith in her. Hey, DJ Mommy, good morning. I hope you guys had an amazing weekend. I ate but I feel like I didn't eat like I wanted to eat. But I'm going home in a couple weeks. I'll have to eat like that. I'm gonna have to do that. So I don't know. But I feel like I really wanted some Memphis barbecue so bad this weekend. Oh, y'all think we catching Karen coming in? Let me show the screen because some of you guys asked for that. We might be able to catch her coming in today. But yes, I mean, I had some good barbecue. The kids got in the pool. Y'all, when I tell you, my aunt, when I was like super young, my aunt she's always and still has been an inspiration to us, right? I'm from South Memphis. I'm talking my mother's first home she purchased was probably 1,200 square feet, somewhere like that. And you leave that and then you travel to Atlanta. My aunt, the first house I can remember was probably 3,500 to 5,000 square feet, somewhere up in there. Then she had 10,000 square foot home, right? They just kept getting bigger. So she's always been such an inspiration to come from my grandmama's house to where she is now. Child, Thanksgiving, we left her house. Good morning, T Lynn. Hey, kids. Hey, JT. Hey, Angie. Child, we left my auntie's house Thanksgiving. There was no pool in that backyard. We came back for Memorial Day because I haven't been over there since then. Child, my auntie had done built a whole pool. I said, I just can't wait to do shit like that in my life. I want y'all to leave and come back and this whole see Lauren crime messing up already. Leave and come back. She has a whole pool. It's a nice pool too. I'm really excited too because see my aunt, she was the host for Memorial Day. And since my mom has passed, she's now the oldest. So she's been really taking up doing dinners, making sure we get together and stuff. And let me tell y'all, my auntie always start on time, child. My auntie starts on time, child. She pays $500 a night for her hotel stay. Child, what? What? Hey, just saying. Karen was a professor, and I can tell she really cares about her appearance. She always looks nice. Always looks nice. Kiara, I miss your netty blowing kisses. Karen does always look nice. I would expect that from her though. Even when she was doing her interviews, when she's dressed down, it still looks nice. Jen said this has been the longest 5 days ever. Well, we were only offline, what? 3 days? I think you so. India, I'll talk about it more when the time comes, but I just booked a hotel last night. I've never paid this much for a hotel room ever in my life. I mean, ever. But I said I'm going to treat myself. I'm going to see Toni Braxton in Vegas. And she's her residency. Well, it's not a residency. She's doing that show with Cedric the Entertainer. And I really want to see Toni Braxton. Child, when I tell you I cry, hit and submit because I'm just gonna stay. I'm going by myself, so I'm gonna stay at the hotel that the show is at, so I don't have to do too much moving around by myself. Child, when I tell you, I called my sister. I said, "Girl, I don't think I can do it." I was like, "Child, I don't think I can do this." She said, "It's you treating yourself. Just do it." Baby, that hotel room, I still can't believe it right now. It's the next day. I still cannot believe it. Good morning, everyone joining the live. Good morning. I still can't believe it, but it's one day. Destin, I'm going in July. Like I'm going in July, and my friend told me this thing about going to see legends. One of my best friends, she got it from someone. I really love Toni Braxton, and I don't know if she's gonna be doing a lot of shows. So I said, if she's still doing something in the summertime, I'm going to see Toni. So I'm going to see her. Good morning, everybody. I saw her, Kay. Yes, Ash. Yes, I am, Ash. And baby, I still can't believe I paid for that room. I still can't believe I paid for that room. Good morning, Day. Hey, Jaleesa. LaShonda, are you going on the 12th? Come say hey, girl. I'm gonna be there. I'll be there on the 12th. I haven't gotten my flight yet because I really need to come to terms with what I just spent for the room. But I'll probably be there early on that Saturday because I'm leaving right out Sunday. I'm only staying one day. I'm not like a Vegas. I don't really know a lot of people in Vegas. I don't love Vegas. I don't gamble. I'm not like a drinker like that. I do not like Vegas clubs like that. So I'm cool with the one day in, one day out. My sister said that. Who is this? Stephanie. Yes, ma'am. Y'all, let me tell you, Stephanie and Ash, my little sister, she always knows somebody who can do something. She stayed at the Cosmo, Ash, 3 days. 3 days for $300. She said, but I know you don't want that type of hookup, do you? You know it. No, ma'am. Won't be waking me up out my sleep talking about pack up and leave. No, ma'am. I don't want it. What, Brianna? Please get in that house. Baby, y'all look now y'all got out of hookups. Baby, no. My little sister, she knows it, baby. I don't want it. I'm sorry. Y'all listen. I don't even buy stuff from boosters. I just can't do it. It's like I feel like karma gonna get me. She said, listen, Ash, and that's exactly what they be doing. Not on my watch. If you think I'm about to be in some good sleep, the security tell me to wake up. They got police down the stairs. I mean, down the hall. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I'd rather enjoy it. Now, if I had like a little discount code or something, okay, go. But you want me to just no. I can't do it. Will not do it. I will not do it, guys. So I think I'm going to have a great experience because for my whole trip, I probably won't even spend $1,000. I don't gamble. I know I want some Dave's hot chicken when I get there. You know, it's okay. Now, Destin, I need to use some points. Can't even sleep in peace, Angelica. She's not. My little sister know it too. Gretchen know it. Don't come to me with all that. It's okay, Grit. She knows it. I don't want any part. She was laughing so hard. She said, I know you don't want that type of discount. No, ma'am. That don't even sound real. 3 days for $300. After what I just spent twice that for one night. No. I did, Day. It was really good. Brianna, I'm not going to look at Keith Lee's places because I'm not leaving the hotel. I'm going to, unless it's on Uber Eats. If I could Uber Eat something, I'll do that. I don't plan to leave the hotel because I'm going by myself. So I do not plan. Hey, Gwen. I do not plan to leave that hotel. That's why, although I did want to spend the money, I enjoy the fact that I can leave my room, go right downstairs, and enjoy the show. No. I just don't know why I don't really love Vegas. I mean, I went to Vegas. I've been to Vegas like 6 times. Out of the 6 times, I can remember when I went and saw Usher, that was cool, but I didn't really do anything. I remember one time where I actually got out and did some things, and I was like, okay, Vegas is okay. But we went to a club that didn't play house music all day. Because I can guarantee you one song you're going to hear at every club in Vegas, even if they don't play house, even if they play like house and I don't know what kind of music that is they play, you're going to hear No Hands. And probably Swag Surf. They like Swag Surf, but No Hands? Oh, No Hands is their song. Sundrop, are you sure? Because let me tell you, Sundrop, I have been, girl, not you finna make me look it up. There's some places who think they're Dave's Hot Chicken and they are just not doing it. The Strip is chaotic P. My sister gave me a really cute restaurant to have dinner at, so I think I'm going to get there early, go have breakfast somewhere, probably at the hotel. I'm going to take myself to dinner, go to dinner, be back at the show. After the show, get to their room, be up the next day, ready to go back home. That sounds like what I'm going to be doing. Baby, No Hands is their song, girl. And it's so crazy because it's not like a song I love. But when you're in a club that's playing a whole lot of I'm trying to think of a song that Usher DJ's got us falling in love tonight, music like that. We're in a club playing music like that, and then you finally hear something that's kind of your speed. I love No Hands too. I love No Hands too. Let me see. Oh my. Y'all, this can't be right. Sundrop. But Sundrop, it's one in Conyers. It's one in Beaufort. And Sandy Springs opening up on the 29th. Girl, I gotta text this to Mariah Sundrop. Yeah, my faith in Bev got me nowhere. Child. Really, Destin. I'm just not there. Bridget said, I love the vibes in Vegas. You can just be who you are. Bridget, where you live at, you can't be who you are, friend. Is that what you mean, like drinking and smoking? Because I said, hell, I can be who I am in Atlanta. I don't really like, when I go to the casino, I'm going to tell you, I normally pay y'all Mariah. She can't know that Dave's Hot Chicken is here. I play $20 on the slot machine. Once my 20 is gone, it's over for me. I don't even understand how the slot machine works. I just sit there and hit buttons like a little kid. I just hit buttons. That's it. OLM, I did not know. When the one opened in Sandy Springs, we go get some food, friend. That is opening up on the 29th. Good morning, Good Glow. Good morning. But yeah, I'm excited about that. I'm this summer, nothing but concerts. Are you guys that's in Atlanta, are y'all going to Jeezy and the orchestra? I got my tickets for that too. Let me see, we have that. We got Keisha Cole this summer. Atlanta has a lot of good shows. Keisha Cole this summer, Chris Brown this summer. My friend just told me she paid $500 for her Chris Brown ticket. I just can't do it right now. I just keep praying they go down and then I'll get a ticket. And I'm going to see Beyonce. Them the only two shows that I just can't buy the tickets right now. My hand won't let me. I cannot hit submit. What is a cream table, friend? Yes, my friend said she paid $555 for her Chris Brown ticket. I told her, child, I'm gonna have to save up for Chris Brown. I just can't do it. I keep putting my tickets in the cart. For two, Bia, I keep putting my tickets in the cart, but I have been unable to hit submit because y'all have to remember, I'm not just buying my ticket. I have to buy my daughter's ticket too. Mariah wants to, and I was supposed to go see SZA and Kendrick, but I'm having a problem hitting submit on the tickets. Like they'll get in my cart. I am having a problem with hitting submit. I want to so bad. And right now, I shouldn't have. I'm having a big problem. She says she has a pretty good seat, Ash. Now, I'm going to tell you, for Chris Brown, like, I don't really know a lot of his new music. Like, I don't know any of his new music. I just heard he's a great performer. And if I'm going to get the opportunity to see him, I'm going to go see him. But I'm willing, like, for Mariah, because I'm getting tickets for myself and Mariah, and my niece is going to go too. I'm willing to pay I'm willing to pay $400 for a good seat. The problem is $400 is not a good seat. It's not a good seat. Crystal, I'm still thinking about Kendrick, but I have to buy flights. It's myself and Mariah. I saw this girl online who talked about buying her Beyonce ticket the day of. She bought that ticket the day of and ended up on the 7th row. And I'm just telling Mariah, I'm like, should we do that? Or is everybody thinking the same thing? So I don't know. Well, Jaleesa, I know for sure, though, Chris Brown and Beyonce, I'm going to see them. Good morning, Forrest. Good morning, Shay. Girl. Khalees, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to the show. But, oh, Tix pick. No, but let me type that in. Tix pick. Is that an app or something? Tick pick. Okay, I see it. I see it. I'll try anything. The tickets are how much? Okay, so OLM, don't pay to go see Kendrick and SZA. I ain't gonna lie to you. Since SZA come on that stage and her thong made me say, I'm not going to see your ass. I'm not going to do it. Ash, I haven't bought my young boy tickets yet because I'm still hoping Mariah will go with me. Thank you for reminding me. Let me add that to my concert list. Mariah will not. She act like she don't want to go with me to go see it. I told her we could sit. I don't have to be like close to the stage because, baby, when we went and saw it was Travis Scott and Uzi. I learned a tough lesson. Don't try to be close to the stage because these kids do that mosh pit foolishness, and I'm too old for it. No, not doing that. But I'm going to see Young Boy, child. I'm going to see Young Boy. I'm going. Honey, I don't have a YN to go with me. I have a YL, a young lady, and that's Mariah. She's gonna have to go with me because she'll be, she's going to school here this semester. So, baby, that little YL gonna have to hop in that car and go to the show with me. What's 210 for a floor seat? Kaylin, I don't know about going to see him in Memphis either. Y'all just made me want to look it up again. Cause I'm gonna have to go and get my ticket. I can't play with Mariah. Uh-oh, y'all. They starting it now.
Unmuted.
Yeah, right now. Oh, okay, let's see.
It's now open in 80 seconds.
All right, so I was told, Counsel, Mr. Lessie, you wanted to see me?
Yes, please.
Okay. you want to come to sidebar?
Summer, she might have a hookup
Sure.
for you, baby.
Okay.
She might have a hookup for you. Good morning, Breeder. Y'all about to make me look up these tickets because I want to go see young boy. And first of all, am I going to be able to see young boy? Hold on, y'all. My class reunion. He's going to be in Atlanta, 2 shows, the 15th and the 18th. My class reunion is like October something. And y'all know I'm going to be fine. I'm going to be lost a little weight by October for my class reunion. I need to wear a little sign that say no YNs allowed. Little boys, leave me alone. I love telling kids, boy, I could be your mama. Go on somewhere. Let me see. August, September. My reunion's the 10th through the 12th, so I could go to either show. I'm going to go to this one. Baby, I'm going to go to that one during the week. Okay? I'm going to let you kids have that one on Saturday. I'm going to let the kids have the one on Saturday. I don't know what happened, but I love to see. I'm hearing that they may rest today. It's mine. It's my good glow. Is the chat bothering y'all? Because I could turn it off. That's something new. I forget that we got the Lauren crime words down here too. No, pretty school won't be out. You think school gonna be out? Let me see, y'all. Let's see how much those tickets are. I'ma just buy Mariah a ticket. Baby, the ticket's $100. This why young boy mad, baby. If these are resale tickets, let me see where 200 is. I don't want to sit in no damn 200. I can't do that one. Put me in the ones if that's the case. Oh, baby, let me text Mariah and tell Mariah I got us some young boy tickets. I don't want to sit in the 200s at State Farm. That's too high for me. Row G, that's not bad. What app is this? Well, okay, Mariah. Bill, this got to be why he bad. The ticket's $100. The tickets are $100, Bill. That's got to be why he mad at these people. Oh, God. Well, Bill, since they just $200 each, child, I'm going to wait till she wake up. I'm going to text her. Because I will go by myself. I don't mind going by myself. Jaleesa, I need to just come to Dallas I need to just come to Houston and we just go together, child. Mariah does not want to go with me either. Let me see, y'all, when is he coming to Houston? When is young boy coming to Houston? And B, I'm honestly surprised that his tickets are not selling real fast. Is because he hasn't toured in forever. Hold on, he going to Houston September 6th. September 6th. I'm trying to make sure I don't have anything going on because, baby, I could come to Houston. We're going to chat about it, Jaleesa. They not sold out. I thought they would have been sold out too, Jaleesa, honestly. Summer, they've got Houston tickets right now. I'm looking at them. It does say they are selling fast. Now, Houston must be his spot because Houston tickets all the way at the top, $300. Jaleesa, it is going to be the 8th because my cousin is coming to Houston for that concert. Bill, what area you in? Houston or are you in Atlanta? I thought you already got your tickets, Bill. Oh, Brianna, I heard that bad. Hey, Miss Pooh. 3,000 a ticket. Jaleesa, these tickets in Houston are selling. He definitely, the fans not playing in Houston. I just Google. I think this is StubHub. Baby, the YN's out then, India. Y'all, what's going on? They still at the bar. Still at the bench. Child, what is going on? Oh, Bill. Okay, friend. I got you. Okay. Then we'll get it together. We can get it together then. Okay, I got you now. Okay, I got somebody to go with in Atlanta. Period. Okay. Let me call Rara and tell Rara who don't got friends on these lives for real. I can't wait to call Rara. Y'all, I just can't. I'm not paying. Why do you think it's about Aperture Forest? She said, I'll stay home and see him in NOLA. But everybody's scared and want to go see him out of town. What? They scared? Honey, I don't know if I'm gonna have no problems with him in Atlanta. You just made me think I might need to sit in the 200 seats. India, I could see him. Hold up, time. It's too much going on. When Janae coming? Because I missed her last time. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing, but something popping off. They're still up there. Okay, Bill. Now I gotta add Janae. Jaleesa, the Houston tickets is crazy. Atlanta tickets not selling too bad. They still okay. I'm going to see Youngboy Child, and I'm gonna wear some. I'm gonna get Mariah to purchase me some Jordan 1s or something. I'm gonna go in there. I'm gonna go in there ready. I might put a little hat on. I'm gonna be in there. I'm gonna be ready. Y'all, when is Janae come? Is Janae with? What are y'all talking about with Janae? Because I missed her last time. Forrest, Alice said, what did Aperture do now? Oh, I'm going to see Jeezy India. I bought my ticket last night. I'm going to see Jeezy, and I'm going to go. I can't wait. I'll probably be 10 pounds down by Jeezy. You know, Jeezy, you got to put something nice on because it's an orchestra. Now, I was able to find a ticket in the main orchestra. Some of them was like $379, but I was able to get mine for $250. I was able to do that. No, Missy, I didn't do the meet and greet because I don't care about Jeezy like that. I'm still mad at Jeezy, but I'm going to the show. I did not do the meet and greet. Squashing the rebuttal from Wilcher. Okay. Hold on. Bia still ain't told us when Janae coming. Okay. What? Okay, y'all. Bia said that he just released some shows with Janae instead of Summer. God damn it. Well, I definitely want to go to the one this summer with my baby. Missy, do the meet and greet. I think it'll be nice. I like the Jordan 1s, girl. I like them. I'm still mad at Jeezy. I'm just still upset with him for him and marrying Jenny Ma, whatever her name is. I'm still mad at him about that. I ain't got over it yet. I will eventually. He did all that. There are a lot of things. You know, I really thought he was settling down. He did all that just to get divorced. It's just too much. Merch. Hey, Merch. Good morning. Merch, I'm gonna get over it. I'm going to get over it. I had come to terms with him getting married. And then he goes and gets divorced. He goes and gets divorced. I'm still mad at him. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you what's crazy. He did a $15 show here in Georgia. I mean, baby, the show was so good. $15 we paid to get to this show. She was backstage. I'm talking about she was backstage having a ball. That man divorced her, filed for divorce the next week. I said, what in the heck? I said, damn. I would not have known she was backstage. Next week, I hear they're about to get divorced. He did do a lot though. Merch, it was too much for me. I'm not truly over it, so I'm not trying to meet the man. I think I met Jeezy before though. I met a lot of rappers before because I used to work for the record exec, so I met a lot of rappers working for him, and I believe I met Jeezy years and years ago though. Missy, he definitely moved in silence because I said, I know, ooh, Karen look good. I said, I know this man didn't file for divorce. They were just together. Nicole, I hope that I can get that together because everyone says that. Even like a small meet and greet, we could just go get some food or something. Miss J is supposed to let me know if she's going to go to Jeezy because if she does, we're going to do something that weekend. So, Ash, I never said she was innocent, baby. I never said she was innocent because let me tell you, showing that man walking around with those guns was crazy. I said, ma'am, you knew this is the snowman. You knew who you married. Baby, Karen looked good in that green. I love it. I believe the father thinks Karen is not guilty. I've heard people say that. Y'all, is Paul still on that back row today? Yeah. He is still on that back row. I had to look over. Good morning, everyone that's joining. Good morning. Miss Pooh, and that's probably it. I do think people, before you get married, those are things you should discuss. Because when you deal with a person whose family is always around and then yours isn't, it's hard to deal with. Like I've experienced that before. That is hard to deal with. Something is going down. But what? Destin, when is the next New Edition concert? Because that's on my list too. People laugh, but I have to see Bobby Brown. And I don't care if Bobby's sitting up there on that stage with a cane. Okay? I don't care if Bobby sounds like he smokes 2 packs of Cools a day. Tell him sing behind the track. I have got to see Bobby Brown. I need to see Bobby Brown. Let's see, Brianna, because something popping off. Bia, message me so we can get these tickets together. In Memphis? Hold up. Hold on, y'all. Hey, Red. Y'all gotta see Bobby. Hold on, y'all gotta send something. I don't see nothing. I don't see anything going on X right now. I think we all trying to figure out what's going on. Chill. My ex-father-in-law grew up. Oh, wow. Hold on, y'all. Not lit. Y'all, I don't even see that filing on here. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but I don't see anything. Just saying, why does he frustrate you? Thank you, Tia. Thank you so much for the super chat. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I'm looking on X, y'all. Forrest, I think it's been proven that Whitney might have ruined Bobby. It's up for debate. I'm just telling y'all what the people say sometimes. Okay? I was not there, but I'm just telling you. Some people say it's the other way around. I love them both, guys. I love them both. I'm telling you what the people say sometimes, okay? So Gwen says she follows 3 different journalists. I don't see anything. Yeah, I'm just telling you guys what the people said. Oh, congratulations, Miss Sheila. Congratulations on 10 years. Why are y'all appalled at me? I didn't say it was true. I'm telling y'all what the people say. People say she was doing stuff way before Bobby because of her brothers. To look. Dave, we don't know what's going on. I've been on X, don't see anything. Everyone on X is just asking the same questions we are. What's going on? So yeah, I wasn't there. Hold on, y'all. Everyone I see is asking what's going on. What's going on? Gwen said only one of them still alive. Destin, I think it was Gary. Did you hear Ashton Kutcher is about to drop the bomb? What? Shanny, what? Now listen, I think Diddy has done a lot of stuff, but damn it, we just can't go blaming him for everything. What? Now, I thought they said, I don't even want to get into it now. We can't just blame Diddy for everything now. Send it to me, Shanny. Now, we just can't go blaming that man for every damn thing. Okay? He has enough crimes that he has to answer for. He does not need any extras. Baby, that right there is crazy. Brittany Murphy. It was always a rumor. Tell me, guys, because let me just tell you right now, my friend, she gets mad at me about this. I don't really remember much, okay? Oh, God. Ashley, listen, now you being messy. Now you being messy, Ash. Get out the chat playing. Listen, that man got enough, okay? He's dealing with enough. He doesn't need anything extra. I know a lot of y'all think I am a Diddy hater or whatever. No, that is not the case. I once loved the man too, okay? I just happen to look at what's being said in court and I form an opinion from there. But y'all can't put everything on him. It's okay, Shanny. Y'all can't put everything on the man. But I'm not saying it wasn't a thing, but I just can't remember it. Prince, you know what, Megan? Don't stir Ashley up. Do not stir her up. Talking about Prince and MJ. Y'all, something popping. And what are they arguing about? Oh my God, I can't stand this chat. I cannot stand this chat because y'all really cutting up in here today. And I hope y'all not. Please don't argue with them because they're not serious. I do not like y'all. It's Tuesday. We've been gone. Pooh said Diddy about to walk. This is not gonna stick. Well, Miss Pooh, we're gonna see it. See, Lauren Crime playing already. Let me get Court TV up. Let me get Court TV up. Okay, let's swap. Because Lauren Crime likes to play around. I don't want to play around with Lauren Crime. I know Peggy wondering, what are they talking about? I want to know too, Peggy. Be up. I'm sick of them in this chat. I am sick of them in this chat. They done put Prince, Whitney, and MJ on that man. Child. I look at Peggy. My mom used to sit like that when she really trying to figure something out. Look at Peggy. Peggy is trying to figure it out. Everybody head is over there at that sidebar. Just saying, said, while we're waiting, just hit that like button so we're not banished into the darkness. Please hit the like button, guys. Thank you. Now, Lily, get out this live. Talking about Whitney daughter too. I didn't know Harvey Weinstein had another case, Miss Pooh. I thought that man was under the jail. And quite frankly, Miss Pooh, I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't give a damn about Harvey Weinstein. And I think people need to understand this. We don't a lot of times we don't pay attention to things we're not concerned about. Don't care about Harvey Weinstein. What I do care about is somebody I follow forever, right? I care about the Diddy case. That's just like, I mean, you don't know what you don't know. And if it's not something of interest to you, you're not going to be concerned with it. I'm never going to be the person that says that, you know, there is an imbalance, you know, when it comes to African-American men and what they go to jail for and white men. I'm not going to be the person that will deny that there is an imbalance. I don't care about, I care about what happens in my community. What is going on? I thought Harvey Weinstein been in jail. I really did. I hate when people pull that one on me, girl, because Miss Pooh Child, I'm like Keke Palmer. I hate to tell you this. I really hate to do it to you. I don't know that man. I don't know him. So that's the problem. That's the problem for me. Not that I don't care about it. No one I'm following is talking about it. But I'm sure there are people talking about it. They're just not in my sphere, you know? Miss Pooh, we can have outrage. I think you're missing my point. I don't have outrage for Harvey Weinstein because I don't even know what's going on with him. If it were in my face every day, I'd be on here saying the same things I say about Diddy. In no shape, form, or fashion, I don't care what race you are. I don't care what nationality you are, whatever. No one should be doing the things that either of them are accused of. So, you know, I'm not saying that. No. Wrong is wrong. I am definitely not a person, oh, because he's black, the white man is against him. No, if he did those crimes, he did those crimes. Yeah, he did those crimes. But I'm What your boy Glitchy watches it. He got the case appealed and sent for retrial for the judge allowing prejudicial testimony. Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know if they talking about him, Pooh, because he's not something I follow. I'm sorry. He's just if I happen to see, if I saw Harvey Weinstein, okay. But I always assume there are tons of people talking about it. So I hate to be that person, but it's not something that comes across my social media or anything. I'm not saying people aren't talking about it, but I don't personally care about the man. He did wrong, go to jail. Yeah, he did wrong, bye. Oh, Alice, now, you know, Albie Sure said that himself. He believes that. I saw a clip over the weekend where Q from Day 26, Q said he took something from that Don got from Diddy and gave to him. That man said he was passed out for 20 minutes. I said, wait a minute. And Brianna said, not gonna lie, I thought Harvey was 6 feet under already. Last time I saw him, he was on a walker. Looked like he was ready to check out of here. So let's see what's going on with the man. I hadn't heard a thing. Lord, he looks old as hell. Well, right now it say he gonna remain in prison. Does Peggy have on house shoes? I would hope not. I will say my mom, when she got older, they like to wear those little slip-in shoes. They like to wear those little slide-ins. Maybe that's what Peggy has on. Well, Miss Poof, he's about to get out. That's the government's fault. Whoever did it, whoever prosecuted him. Because it sounds like he's getting out on a technicality. They look like backless loafers. Maybe that's it. Yeah, the little Chinese slippers. My mother had neuropathy. Her feet would swell up, child. She had to, baby, it used to be hard to try to find her a cute shoe that was also comfortable. She couldn't wear heels. So maybe that's what Peggy got going on. Peggy may suffer from a little foot swelling or something. She's older. She needs to be comfortable anyway. Weinstein looks like a 73-year-old Weinstein would look to me. I agree with that, just saying. Not the $2 ones, because if you want comfort day, you got to spend a little more than that. Slide in sneakers with dress up clothes. My mama, Ash. Oh, Ash, you guys had the services on Saturday. I didn't know that. Oh, damn, they finally done. She does not, Brianna. She might be like me. It's cold in there. Grab her favorite sweater. I don't know, Kay. Her daddy looks like Obama. Miss Sheila, you need your eyes checked. Baby, hey, Derry. Well, the jury should be coming in now, y'all. So it sounds like all our mamas got the same style in this chat. Now, I got an aunt. My aunt, she's about to be 65. That's whose party we're going to in August. My other aunt, 65. My aunt, that's one of them, she like to put her some heels on. But they like a little cute shoe. We got to get a community glasses to Miss Sheila, because Miss Sheila, you really just stepped out of line with that one. But if the defense has a new witness, it's the state's case in chief. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing that? It's what I don't get. She said, I bought my mom a pair of Dunks, and not that's all she wear. I know that's right. Now, her dad always looks nice, Miss Sheila. You are correct about that, but he a long way from Obama now. Hold up. Don't do him like that. Don't do Barack like that. Oh God. Please like the live, guys. I appreciate it. Mia, you think they're gonna rest today? Everybody keeps saying that. Hey, Lizzie. Everyone keeps saying they think the state is going to rest today. I don't know, because we don't know how long the accident reconstructionist is going to be on the stand. Hey, Debbie, remember the accident reconstructionist, what's his name? Shannon was on the stand for 2 days. I would think this man is going to be on the stand just as long. Miss Pooh, are you talking about the UGG slippers with the little they got a little platform on them? Baby, I hate them. Because let me tell you why I hate them, Miss Pooh. Why do I always trip in them? And they hot as hell. My sister loves them. She loves them though. Good glow. Something popped off. Something popped off. We're not gonna get banished. I think it's over 300 of us. We'd like to get to 300 likes. So please just hit the X where the comments are. Like the live for us, guys. I appreciate it. The fur and inside, yes, Miss Pooh. Them things. Are you talking about like the house shoes? My niece has some of those. I do like those. Recess 20 minutes. Child, this too much. Baby, those UGG slides will send me to glory. I don't even put them on. 4 new witnesses to authenticate records for the defense. Well, hell, she let Shannon testify to his new report, so let's go. Derry said Shannon shouldn't have lied. He wouldn't have been up there forever. So it's a new witness. Hey, Emily. Miss Davis, I haven't had any Birkenstock since, oh my God, I know, in like 10 years. Hold on, y'all. Kay sent me something on X. Let me go look. Thank you, Kay. Oh, there is a new supplemental witness list. Who are all these people? Who are these people? Matthew Coleman, Michael Arico, Nicholas White, and Jonathan Diamandis. I wonder how you pronounce his name. I kind of like it. Who are these people? No motion. I don't see a motion to dismiss. Where y'all see a motion to dismiss? Hold up. T, which UGG slides though? The ones with the little strap on the back, or like the house shoes? I don't know. Let me see. Oh, okay. Thank you. It says solely for the purpose of authenticating records. It's similar to how managers at Waterfall, CF McCarr. Oh, okay. How they testified in this trial for about 1 minute just to authenticate that the video played on the screen was from their cameras. Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you, Kay. Girl, get Granny out of them Uggs, T. Get Granny out of those. Cause I mean, it's a safety hazard when I wear them. Granny 91. T, I'm gonna tell you this. You come on this live time I pray for my granny. She just had to have hip surgery. We gonna blame you. I think those UGG slides are a safety hazard. No, they're guaranteed fall waiting to happen. I can't stand them shoes. I can't stand them shoes, T. My sister, Rara, loves them. She loves them. Do you hear me? She loves them. Y'all laughing. I think them shoes are safe as I can't believe Granny around here wearing them. I cannot wear those things. Me too, Taylor. She said I paid $100 for them. My sister wore them. I just got them because she won them. She's 95 now. T, go hide them. Go hide. Y'all see, I know it's not just me. That is not a good airport shoe. Brianna, first of all, they're hot. Why do we have a furry sandal? It's hot. It's hard for me to walk in them, honestly. Maybe John O'Keefe had on Uggs. Whoever said that, get out the chat. Hello, awesome. Get out the chat. Forrest said, and also Bell's being conflicted with getting Person of the Year. I don't know how Bev explains that away. Now, I love Crocs now. I was a Croc hater for years. Hated them. Baby, I put my foot in a Croc to walk outside. Mariah loves Crocs. Baby, I've been hooked ever since. Brianna talking about Mel, I be cold. I've been hooked ever since. I've seen the UGG sneakers. I want to say one of these kids could have some, Mariah or LJ. Shani, I got a pair of pink Crocs. They the only pair I've ever bought. Baby, my family say, please go buy some more. They're not torn or anything. They just tired of seeing pink. Kaylane, don't knock them until you put your foot in them. No, T. What? Crocs are really comfortable. Like I love my Crocs, and I'm so happy I put on those Crocs that one day. Oh my God, I love them. They feel so good. Shay, talking about they not a real shoe. I love Crocs. I used to hate them, Miss Davis. I'm talking about disgusted by them. Now, baby, I wear my Crocs sitting at the door right now. I love them. I can't get over how Crocs used to be 2 for $40. I think my Crocs was like $20. I got them out of Marshall's though. Mariah hates that because I hope they're real Crocs. I got them out of Marshall's. They say Croc on the bottom of them. I love them. Don't knock the Crocs until you try them. When I said those are some comfortable shoes. I love them, Kaylane. I love them. My Crocs are bald. I've worn the traction. Shannon, go to Marshall's and get some more Crocs, friend. But while I'm talking about you, I think I've had mine for a year. The traction might be gone off mine too. It might be time for a new one. No, they say, let me tell you something, Brianna. I bought Mariah some shoes one time out of Marshall's. They were like some Nikes. And I don't know what Mariah said I bought her fake shoes. When I tell you she still talks about me, she said the kids said she had on fake Air Force Ones. I was just in Marshall's. I always pick them something up. Mariah won't let me live it down. So I do not buy shoes out of Marshall's. Like tennis shoes, I will not buy anything like that out of Marshall's. Too scared. Baby, I won't buy any. I won't even buy it for myself out of Marshall's. I just won't do it. I won't do it. I will not. Here I am thinking, oh, these kind of cute. Let me get these for Mariah. Never again, baby. Mariah will not let me live that down. Mariah won't let me live it down, baby. She said no ball tires and no ball Crocs. I know that's right, Miss Dreads. I was just in TJ Maxx. They got a wall full of them too. Shay, I should have purchased some. I bought everything but that. I want some black ones now though. Apparently they weren't fake shoes. They're just, I forget the name of the shoe because I went on Nike website, child. I had to show it to Mariah. I said, Mariah, look, this is not a fake shoe. The shoe is on their website. But I just will never buy them again. She just traumatized me. I didn't want my child. I don't buy anything fake. Okay. And they were in the store. Mariah just, she would not let me live them down. I thought they looked like some nice Nikes to me. Well, those Minecraft Crocs, Miss Sheila, I get that being 60. Thank you, T. I'll go look at it. Over some Crocs, child. With some Crocs. I'm gonna have to see that. Now, I definitely don't buy US. I just won't buy USPA. I will not buy USPA. I refuse to. I will not buy USPA. She knows that. Girl, Mariah is a trip. I don't know what they were, Shannon, but whatever they were, I won't even buy them out of Foot Locker. I would know the shoe if I see it. I'm gonna see if I can find it. I'll put it on my story or something, but I'll never buy it again. I'll never buy it again. I will never do it again for my child. Now when it comes to buying stuff, now LJ's really simple. He doesn't care. I'm a big Prime fan, so I buy him like all of the DT96s that come out. He's not really into shoes like that yet, so he just take it. Girl, I picked him up when I went to Memphis. $200 Jordans. Okay, $200. I had to buy them out of the store. $200. I looked down at his feet, baby. I could have cried. Looked like he had been kicking dirt in my shoes. I had to have a talk with him. I said, you are 13 now. You can, if you're gonna be doing stuff like whatever you're doing in these, baby, let me go and get you some cheaper Nikes. I was appalled when I saw him. Miss Pooh, are they still having battles on TikTok? Girl, I was upset with that boy. I had to call him. I said, listen, like LJ wears a 9.5. Your shoes are not cheap. If you feel like you don't want to care, baby, I don't know. Maybe I could go. Maybe I can run in Marshalls and get you something. This is not gonna happen. Maybe that's what it is, Kiki. Hey, Kiki. Y'all, he not gonna do that to expensive. And LJ, if you ever meet him, y'all, he is so nonchalant. He really doesn't care. He does not care. I wish my baby cared more. He does not give a damn. He, like a lot of kids in Memphis, are very materialistic. They want this. He does not care, baby. My baby doesn't give a damn. He will wear whatever, and that's a problem for me. Shay, I don't know what he is, but I just bought him the Mama Cunnies, and I bought him the 49ers DT96s. He texted me, he said, Mama, I'm gonna take care of these, okay? Please. He almost lost his toe. Girl, you know that's my airport. OLM. Hell, now you're gonna make me not want to ever wear Crocs in the airport, because that's my favorite travel shoe. Let me, Kiki, hold up, Kiki. I gotta go see if this was the shoe. But Kiki, is it not a Nike? Mariah was pissed. Nike Court Vision Pro. Yep. And right now on Nike, that shoe is $80. Kiki, that shoe is $80 right now on Nike. Talking about I bought her some fake shoes. Now I'm gonna have to text her. Oh, I saw that they just merged in like 2022 for us. I just saw that. There was something else I saw about Dr. Welcher, but I can't really add anything. I can't confirm it. I forget what it was. Summer, my little sister gets like 40, and I normally let her order LJ shoes, but if I can't find them on Nike, then I have to buy them from like Go or something. Well, we're gonna see what comes out with Dr. Welcher. I just really can't wait to see if he explains how John was hit by a car. Oh, Gwen. That would be interesting. Miss Davis, it's real messy because not you sound like Mariah. It's just, I think kids are so damn mean. I was like, this is not a fake shoe. It's really a Nike. Like, you can walk in Nike and buy the shoe, but the kids told her they were fake Air Force Ones, baby. Mariah said she threw those shoes away. And I was just so hurt because I am not a fake shoe buyer. Okay? I'm still hurt about that. Amanda, Google them. What about Amanda? Because it's 4 of them. Hold on, let me see if I can see. Because Kate just sent me their names. Jaleesa, maybe LJ will get there one day, child. Well, Kiki, I learned a very long time ago, like when it comes to Mariah, I do not buy her anything. When she graduated from 12th grade, we did 12 days of graduation, kind of like 12 days of Christmas. So every day she got a gift leading up to graduation. But every single gift she got, guess where I got it from? Mariah sends me stuff weekly that she wants. Okay. I used everything she sent me. I do not buy anything on my own. I don't do it. I don't know, y'all. They said it's a short break. What? Niara says sources say the new witnesses are Proctor's friends, probably to authenticate the group chat messages. So maybe Proctor won't be called. Oh, hey, Mickey. Y'all, that is insane. So plot twist, guys. Niara is saying that people are saying the new witnesses, remember there are 4. They are going to be there to authenticate records. Call y'all, so neither side is going to call Proctor? Hey, Autumn. Merch. This has taken out morning. They were late, did a sidebar, and now they're on a short break. Kimberly, maybe they're not going to call Proctor. Y'all, this is strange as okay. How do you guys feel about Proctor not being called? Because I thought at least the defense would call him. Delonius said, I'm going back to school, Mel. I send you my address when I graduate. What you mean, Delonius? What? Trinity. A lot of money in government contracts. And they're going to be easily swayed. The jury. Hold up. The comments coming to the defense said they were definitely calling him. Jasmine, Proctor got to hit that stand, y'all. Proctor has to hit that stand. Oh, for gifts. Oh, for 12 days. Oh, okay. The longest, Mariah's 12 days of graduation. The one good thing is I was buying gifts. Like I knew I was going to do this. So I didn't have to buy everything at one time. But I think she really did. She really did like her gifts. But it was stuff like a pair of shoes, a bracelet she may have wanted. I think she got 1 or 2 Coach purses. It was stuff that I like she sent me. But I'm so happy it's over. I think her last gift was $1,200. The last gift was because she was in 12th grade. Couldn't do 12,000, child. Couldn't do 12 million. I did 1,200. So that was the last gift. But it was fun though. Every day she'll be texting me like, hey girl, what's my gift today? So I would do these like videos on my TikTok that she would have to go watch and she'd find out what her gift was for the day. It was really cute though. I had a really good time doing that. That was my first time doing something like that. And I wish my mommy would have done something like that for me. It was fun. Y'all, I can't believe they're not calling Proctor though. Was a good strategy. If the defense calls him, they can ask leading questions. I've seen that too. I've seen this too, Derry. And honestly, if I'm the jury, I'm really wondering why this man isn't on the stand and I keep hearing his name. You know, I feel like, oh, I need to hear from him. So I don't know. A gift from Julie to Lizzie Proctor was a ski trip, allegedly. Now that's messy for us. How you know that? A ski trip? Baby Proctor, they said they didn't get anything. A ski trip? Hey, Krona said, now I know the likes. We should be at 300 by now, guys. We should be at 300 likes by now. Far as that is crazy. A ski trip? Please don't, Brianna. Oh, okay. We're almost at 300. We're almost at 300. Girl, y'all, Mariah, whoever, I can't remember who told me that Dave's Hot Chicken is here. Mariah is so thankful. She just texted me, Mama, we have to go. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. We hit our 300. Here's a ski trip or a ski pass member. I think for me, I wouldn't even, if I'm Proctor, baby, you're not taking anything. If I'm Proctor, you're not taking anything. Anything. Thank you, Forrest. Thank you so much for gifting 5 Millionaire Mail memberships. You guys know the drill. If you get a membership from Forrest, please say thank you in the chat. Please say thank you in the chat. I appreciate it, Forrest. Thank you. And thank you to Bia for telling them, don't have me in here talking to myself. I'm already sitting in the room and I have to wait for responses, okay? Nothing worse than sitting here waiting for responses and they never come. Thank you, Forrest. Nothing worse than sitting here waiting for y'all to say something to me. And I mean, the something never comes. So thank you guys for getting those likes up to 300. For people that are joining, guys, we don't know what's going on. There's a short break. At first, we thought the jury was coming in, but there is still a break. I don't know what they're going back and forth about, guys. We do not know. We don't know. Shay, is it the Dave's Hot Chicken that's in Ohio? Because I hate to. Well, there's about to be one in Sandy Springs, which is close to me, but I just want to know if it's the same one because Mariah and I love Dave's Hot Chicken. In fact, I'm going to see if it's on DoorDash, y'all. I know the logo. If I was a juror, I'll file a formal complaint. I don't know what your complaint would be. It maybe it's just too far for me. See, in my area, whoever Howlin' Willie's Hot Chicken, nasty. Pissed me off. Does not taste like Dave. Court should be back at 10:15. I'm gonna have to look. But team, I'm gonna tell Mariah to go to the one in Beaufort because she's not far from there. I just hope it's the one I'm used to because thank you for saying thank you, friend. I think it was Forrest. If it was today, it was Forrest. So thank you. Mickey, baby, truth be told, we've never been ahead of schedule, and I think you know that. I love Dave's Hot Chicken Summer. Mariah saw it on TikTok, and I think when I went to Vegas last year, when I went to Vegas year before last, no, I think it was last year. She she had me order it, and girl, I brought her some back from Vegas, but it was really good. I really like it. Hey, Yates, court has not started yet. We don't really know what's going on, but something is going on. Kiss, well, you didn't turn into a wing, so go ahead and get your wings again. Hey, Tasha, without the flower friend, I didn't see you. I don't know if I saw you, if I spoke to you earlier. We don't know what's going on, Yates. Yates, we don't know what's going on. They came in, immediately had a sidebar. They took about 10 or 15 minutes. Then they went on a break, supposedly to get the jury, but we've been on break since then. I like Dave's hot chicken. Yeah, I love the sauce, Danielle. She said thumbs down. Girl, I love it. Oh, it's so good to me. Especially put the honey on it. Oh my God. So good. I like Dave's. I like Dave's a lot. And when you are in like somewhere here, Georgia, which some people tell me I go to the wrong places, I haven't found like a wing or barbecue spot that I just love. I like something like a Dave's hot chicken. You know, when you're in Atlanta, especially when you're in Gwinnett or something, baby, their idea of good wings is American Deli or Wingstop. Those are like that's not what I'm used to. But I'll eat it because if you want wings, that's really the best options. But people say you have to go to the hood in Atlanta. I don't even know where the hood is in Atlanta, so I probably never experienced whatever wings people are talking about. Gus's is okay, OLM. But you know, we have a Gus's in Memphis. It's not a place that I have to have. No. Is that here, Ash? It said Wingstop is trash. Bria, I don't think he's supposed to be in nobody's hood, so no. Y'all know I'm from Memphis. Memphis, we had an American Deli, but American Deli was in our mall, so I would eat it when you go to the mall. It's just not like Crumpy's or All Star. It's not like a place like that. We just go to specifically get wings. I'd eat it when I was in the mall. Hey, Ebony. Cleveland Avenue. Isn't that the hood in Atlanta? Yes, Rachel, and I won't be stopping by. What's the hidden gems mirror? Put me on. And tell me what time of day to go, mirror. It's Touchdown Wings here. Now I'm writing these places down. Summer, what kind of wings you be cooking? Okay, y'all. I'm writing these little wing spots down. Y'all know Mariah here, so she down for us to try some stuff. Touchdown. Yums. A-Town wings. What kind of wings y'all get? Fox Brothers. I feel like when we did our reunion, Fox Brothers was one of the barbecue places we tried because we had like all of the places we did the food testing. I think we tried Fox Brothers. They were fine. It was another place that was really good, but I can't remember the name of it. Big Daddy, Big Brother, something like that. Rodney Scott. I've had Tom's. I think they're pretty good. And then, yeah, and y'all want me to go there. Talking about the best food is where it looks like you're going to lose your life. Now, friend, you should know me enough to know. If it looks like I'm going to lose my life, I'm going to keep on rolling. JR Crickets, it's okay. I've had JR Crickets before. Happy Wings. I'm going to try all these places over the summer with my baby. Sumo wings. Because we love some wings, child. I can't remember Fox Brothers, but I thought they were okay. Somebody named Big Daddy's I think it was good. JJ's Barbecue Shack. That sounds like something that might be pretty good. Fat Max is, I think, where we had something that I remember. Fat Max. That barbecue was good. Okay, sounds like they bad. Molly, go and warm up some leftovers. If I had some, I warm mine up. You know, one day I ate a whole some greens. Jim and Nick's is too. What's the word I want to use? It tastes like a chain restaurant to me. Jim and Nick's does. I've had it. I like their little cornbread muffins, but it's too chainy for me. DC Wings and Barbecue. I've been to Harold's before, and I like Harold's Kiss.
You are unmuted.
My cousins from Chicago told me how to eat the chicken with the sauce and the hot sauce.
Right.
Love
I was
it.
told council wanted to see me at sidebar again.
But if not open, you may be seated.
Again. Crimson Coward. Okay. Again, y'all. What the hell is going on today? Okay, let me just say this. Let me call it right now, guys. Okay? Seems like court is about to start. I'm calling it right damn now. Today is going to be an eventful day. I'm calling it now. It's too much mess. It's too much mess going on today. It's about to pop off. It's about to pop off. Let me put the hungriest. I don't know. I put them on my list. Me and Mariah and I, we're gonna get it popping though. We're gonna go try some of these places. It's about to be a mess. No, y'all. Today, all of this going on. Today is Tuesday. It's either gonna be today or it's just maybe the rest of the week. It just may be the rest of the week is going to be crazy. The wing bar. Now that sounds cute. I'm telling you, that child of mine loves to try restaurants. Like I tell you, LJ does not really care. I think he'll be here. He had football this week, but he'll be here probably in a few weeks. Have to have some stuff for him to do. It's gonna pop off day. I really do believe it. It's going to pop off because it's no. India said. She said it's ghetto. Long as I can get my food and go home, it's okay. Long as I can get my food and go home, it's okay. I'm okay with that. I don't think they're not going to cancel court, but I really want to know what's going on. No one is on the witness stand. Sleepy court has not even started for the day, friends. So you are not late. You are on time. It's in East Atlanta, India. I'm going to try. Is there a rumor Dirk had Von unalive? Oh, I don't know about that. Friend, I'm thinking you were talking about the show The Shot, because they've been ticking me off with wherever this storyline is going this season. I don't know what's going on, Ebony. Ooh, Nabia. Stockbridge. Man, you want me to travel? Stockbridge is probably at least an hour for me. You think Alabama got the best wings? I've never heard that. Okay. Rachel said, why at my age getting takeout gives me anxiety? Where do I go? What do I say? What, Rachel? Like, are you saying you have a hard time walking in the establishment ordering? Like, do you Uber Eats a lot? Is that what you're saying? Brianna, my friend said we should go next year. Next year, I'm down. The loneliest, I don't know what Lena's doing this season of The Chi. I really don't know where she's going. Why did she kill Rob? I'm still mad at her about that. Does she not want to see black love prevail? Why is Trigg looking at why he looking at Tiff like he wanna? He's been dating transgender women all of these seasons. I don't understand it. I don't know where we're going. There's the brother. I don't know what you call him, but he's fluid with his sexuality. Why is he looking at Bakari? I don't know where Lena's going. I don't know where Lena's going. I don't know where she's going with the show. I don't know where Lena's going with the show. Lena's starting to tick me off. It's too much going on. Too much going on. Tiff, I think Tiff is going to be a boss. I think Tiff is about to boss up. She already has that typical Chicago woman in her, like she's really strong. She don't really take shit. She's not really afraid. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Y'all ain't seen it? My bad, y'all. My bad. Sorry. It's a good show. I'm sorry. I won't tell y'all any more details. Karen's suit looks good on her, baby. Karen, oh, that suit. Oh, I love that suit. It looks good.
Oh, great.
Mira, don't tick me off because I feel like that's where she's going and that's really ticking me off. Lena, I'm gonna have to write Lena on her Instagram or something. I need to get it off my chest. Y'all gotta heat my tea up. So give me just a second. They took so long, I didn't even drink my tea. So give me a second.
You solemnly swear the evidence of the court in case now and hearing should be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir. You're welcome. Good morning, Your
Good
Honor.
morning, sir. So we're going to have a short voir dire.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Mr. Lessie?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning.
If you look at any documents in answering my question, I appreciate you letting me know that, okay?
Okay,
Do you have any documents open in front of you at this moment?
I do. I have a binder.
Your Honor, I would ask until the question
Can
comes
you
up.
do without it, sir?
Yo, who's this?
Any other questions? Sure.
Okay, so just let us know if you need to look at it. Don't look at it without.
It's a void.
I mean,
What?
All right, go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Your
Lessie.
Honor. Dr. Welcher, you have changed your PowerPoint presentation in the last few days in this case, correct?
I deleted a slide and removed a couple words.
Right, but you've changed your PowerPoint presentation, correct?
Correct. I deleted a slide and deleted a couple words.
Who have you spoken to at the Commonwealth in the last 2 weeks? Anybody associated with the Commonwealth? Who have you spoken to?
In the last 2 weeks, Mr. Brannon, Mr. Lally, the Lieutenant Tully.
Anyone else?
I think Mary Ellen Gray,
Anyone else?
the tech person Cindy this morning.
And with regard to those conversations, what prompted those conversations? Who initiated them?
I was originally told I was going to have to be out here last Monday. So there was a whole flurry of conversations around that. I was initially told I may have to give all my rebuttal testimony on a whole huge data set I'd received.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. My question was simply because we have a limited amount of time. Who initiated the conversations?
Oh, there were multiple conversations.
How many?
I have no idea.
More than 10?
I'm sorry?
More than 10?
Probably not.
All right. What did you discuss with, you understand it's no longer Detective Lieutenant Tully. It's, as I understand, it's Lieutenant Tully. Did you have you said you had conversations with him, correct?
Correct.
When was the first conversation? How many? And what are the nature of those conversations?
Are you limiting it to the last 10 days or in total in my life?
Within the last 2 weeks.
Last 2 weeks. I believe it was when I got here on Saturday night, I informed them I'd landed. And then Sunday morning, he gave me a ride over to the district attorney's office.
And what did you discuss from when you, did you have any discussions with Lieutenant Tully before Saturday? Within the last 2 weeks?
Not to my knowledge.
What did you discuss with Lieutenant Tully? Topics.
Give me a time frame.
I keep saying the last 2 weeks. That's the time
So
frame I'm looking
all
at.
the conversations I had with him,
Yes,
can you have somebody pick me up at the hotel?
I'm talking substantive, sir, about your outline, your PowerPoint presentation. Topics of, what discussions about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
I had no discussions with him about the topics.
why
of
you
my
change
PowerPoint
it?
presentation.
Who did you have discussions with from the Commonwealth about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
Mr. Brandon and Mr. Lally.
Describe those conversations and how many you had, including the first one that you had.
Well, I originally submitted my presentation with my original report way back, I believe in January.
Right. I'm asking for conversations within the last 2 weeks.
Okay, your question wasn't clear.
Yes, it was.
Then on Sunday, we just went through top to bottom through my presentation. Mr. Brandon wanted to make sure he understood everything in it. And then I met with Mr. Brandon again on Sunday. We ran through it briefly again. And then that was largely it.
Who suggested the changes to your presentation?
Mr. Brandon.
Mr. Brennan suggested the changes that you make.
He indicated some of the things, for example, the slide I deleted referenced testimony that I was not allowed to include on a slide.
Were there any discussions with anybody from the prosecution team about the changes with regard to the what I will call the Dighton route, the Dighton distance, and the total mileage? Do you know what slide I'm referring to, sir?
I do, yeah.
Who initiated the discussion on the changes to that slide?
So that slide was changed, I don't know, probably 8 or 10 days ago.
Oh, it was changed 8 or 10 days ago.
Correct.
Were there any changes made from 8 or 10 days ago to what's now in your presentation?
Not beyond what we talked about.
Oh, okay. So 10 days ago, those changes were made.
8 to 10 days ago. I could actually probably figure out exactly when, if you like.
Now my next questions go to Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess is a colleague of yours at Aperture, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of issues relating to the accuracy or inaccuracy of his CV?
Unfortunately, I've been bombarded with emails that have referenced that. I've seen it. I have not read them.
You've been bombarded with them, but you have, and you say unfortunately, but you have not read any of them?
Like
None?
Maybe 1 or 2 lines. For example, they come in, they're looking like legitimate business emails. And then I pull it up as a business email. I'm like, okay, I'm not supposed to do this. Court said I can't look at this.
Now, I want to go back to your slide presentation. I understand that you intend, subject to our objections at the court's ruling, you intend to present testimony with regard to your PowerPoint where you are going to elaborate on your 1231-38 to 1231-43 trigger 1162-2, and you're going to add to what has been in your presentation a verbal discussion with regard to Mr. Burgess's change that he made in his May 8th report with regard to the variance time window. Do I have that correct?
No, you don't. It's not based upon a verbal discussion. It's based upon his report.
Okay, so you're going to make, you propose, what you're intending to do is you want to add the change from Mr. Burgess's May 8th report to what you're going to testify to on your PowerPoint. Do I have that correct?
That is correct.
And the only reason you're going to testify with regard to altering the 1231-38 to 1231-43 window is because of what Mr. Burgess has done on May 8th. Is that correct?
It's better data. So I'm altering it and correcting it with better data that I've received from Mr. Burgess.
Right. But my point is, if it weren't for Mr. Burgess's change, you wouldn't be making any changes in your testimony, correct? It's only because of what Mr. Burgess did on May 8th. Is that correct?
Only from his report, correct.
Correct. So, and you understand, sir, that that change has significant effects on the very issues in this case with regard to the timeline and the collision you allege occurred, and comparing it to human volitional conduct of Mr. O'Keefe with regard to his manipulation of the phone. You understand the consequences of that change, do you, sir?
I do. I would disagree with your assertion that it's consequential. Again, my original data, which is in my PowerPoint and has not changed, that data is still there. The timing was extremely close within the error of the measurements, which Mr. Burgess ultimately showed in his subsequent report that was within the variance associated with those timing devices.
I understand, but my point, sir, and I want to understand if I have it correct, is that is going to move the time that you assert the 1162-2 trigger occurred, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that's a substantial change given the issues in this case when seconds matter? Or do you think it's an insignificant change?
Unless it.
I wouldn't say it's insignificant. Again, I haven't modified my PowerPoint at all. I was happy with the data I had and satisfied with the data I had. Again, once presented as engineer would with better data, we use better data. It brings it, I'm sorry. It brings it,
let him finish.
Yeah.
it brings it closer in time to Ian Whiffin's last contact point data. But even if we don't have that, given what I knew about the variance in the cell phones, my time was still within that window anyway.
Sir, you've just answered my question, which is
Good.
You agree that it affects the timeline in the activity of Mr. Whiffin's report. You said brings it closer. Did I have your words correctly?
Correct. What I was concerned about was your word about significant change. It brings it closer. It doesn't necessarily bring it significantly closer. My original timeline was very close, within the range of the accuracy of those types of cell phones, infotainment system data. So even if I didn't have Mr. Burgess's subsequent report, the data is still within that time window.
Sir, isn't it a fact that with the variance of Mr. Burgess that you want to testify to, that there is a change because your 1162-2 trigger 1231-38 to 1231-43, you know that there's a device lock event on the phone of Mr. O'Keefe after that time period. You understand that, correct?
So again, there's a window of plus minus on that. Technically, those timestamps on that are, as you indicated, again, there's literally, I wrote that on my slide. It includes my slide where I have that exact comment.
But my question, sir, is the change means now that with the Mr. Burgess variance moving, you now have part of the moving range that occurs after the device lock, whereas before your change, the device lock occurred after every bit of your range of 1162-2. I have that correct, don't I, sir?
You do.
Okay.
Okay, so
Your Honor,
that's it.
that's all I needed. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to bring the jury in. Are they outside the door? Awesome. You may as well stay right there.
Thank you.
Okay? I'll see you at sidebar. No,
What did all of that mean? Sorry, y'all. I'm definitely really hungry today. So I was trying to eat while we were doing that. Hold on just a second. What was all of that for? What was it for? Is Bev going to tell them they can't do it? Because clearly we see they changed everything in the middle of trial so that their variance would happen after he locked that phone. They changed their timeline up, just like Alessi said. Y'all, what's pissing me off is Alessi tried to tell Bev this. Alessi tried to tell Bev this. Bev didn't want to hear any of it. She didn't want to hear it. Now Welcher gets on the stand and he says it. How are they able to do this? They're literally changing their timeline in the middle of trial to now say that he locked the phone after 11/62/2 happened. How are they able to do this? They changed it so that they could fit the narrative. It can fit their narrative. And the fact that he's saying he changed slides as well this freaking weekend. They changed stuff this weekend, y'all. Oh my God. This is crazy.
So we took up a lot of your time this morning. I think the coffee and donuts and muffins was probably a hint that we were taking longer than we ordinarily would do.
They lied.
I do appreciate your patience. So I have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we met last week? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here last week? No. Thank you. With that, Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sir, can I just stand and raise your right hand?
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury the case now is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, this is crazy. We just gonna go on.
All right, Mr.
We're just
Brennan.
gonna move.
Thank
Hey,
you.
Hallie. We're just gonna move
morning,
on
sir.
like that didn't happen.
Good morning, Mr. Brennan.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court reporter who's next to you?
Absolutely. My name is Judson Welcher. My first name is Judson. Last name is Welcher, Welcher.
Sir, what do you do for a profession?
I'm an accident reconstructionist and biomechanical engineer.
I'd like you to explain to us a little bit about what an accident reconstructionist does.
Sure. You can think of accident reconstruction and things such as this as
Oh, this is
the physics and engineering that happens in car crashes. So accident reconstruction tends to deal with everything that happens to the car and outside the car, skid marks, vehicle damage, the electronic recording systems in the vehicle, things that have to do with the motion forces and how the physics of everything occurred and how that affected the motion of the vehicles.
You said that you were an accident reconstructionist, but also a biomechanical engineer. How is your work as a biomechanical engineer different than an accident reconstructionist?
So simply, you can think of biomechanics as similar, but to everything inside the car.
this is just
So biomechanics is looking at how the effects of physical forces are applied to the human anatomy. When I'm trying to explain to somebody what I do, I say, hey, it's like a civil engineer who's designing a bridge. So many trucks and cars on the bridge. Are that going to cause the beams in the bridge to fail? Is that going to cause the cables to fail? So a human body is governed by the same laws of physics, just like the bridge. Obviously, it's made of a lot of different materials, but in a human body, my beams are bones. My cables are the muscles and ligaments. Different material properties, but everything's governed by the laws of physics and principles of engineering. So I'm looking at how physical forces, the outside of the car, when people are inside the car, seatbelts, airbags. The first seatbelt was patented by an engineer. It's engineers who quantify the force of the crash and what kind of injury damage there is to the body. So it is force that causes damage like a fracture. And so we're looking at how the physical forces are applied to the body and what that means in terms of what happens to the body.
Dr. Welcher, I want to ask you a little bit about how you became a biomechanical engineer and an accident reconstructionist. Can you tell us?
Sure. So when I was getting ready to go to college, my father, who was a physician, said, whatever you do, do not go to medical school. Because I was getting ready to go to medical school. So this was 39 years ago, I believe.
Move it along.
35 years ago, 39 years ago. He said, it's just not worth it. So I said, okay. So then I entered into the mechanical engineering. I grew up riding motorcycles, taking things apart, frequently pissing my parents off when I couldn't put it back together. But I like taking things apart and figuring out how things worked. So I went to university and got my undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering. From there, I happened to be at a Thursday meeting of the American Society of Mechanical Engineers. A group came in from a company that did this type of work, and they showed some examples of how you apply engineering concepts that you learn in mechanical engineering to the human body. And so I was like, man, that's a great job. That's the perfect mix of engineering that I have and my desire, to learn the medical side of things as well without becoming a doctor. So I talked to them. I actually applied to the company and was ultimately hired as a biomechanical engineer.
How long did you continue as a biomechanical engineer until you went back to school?
So I actually, very quickly after I started the job, I took a human anatomy class at a community college. I quickly realized that wasn't enough. And so in around 1993, I went to the USC Medical School and enrolled through what's called concurrent enrollment, which means you can take the class, but you're not actually in medical school. It's a medical school class. But I took gross human anatomy. So it was me and 160 or so other doctors. I took the same human anatomy that first year medical students at USC took. So it began in 1993.
Did you continue to work as you pursued your higher education?
I ultimately started my own company, continued to work, continued to do research, had a wonderful opportunity to have two beautiful children.
What a lead.
And continue to this day.
Tell us a little bit about the company you started and when.
Sure. So in about October of 1994, I started my own company. Me and the guy who was my immediate supervisor said, hey, we can do this better. We can do more research, more testing. And so we started our own company.
What kind of company was it?
It was an action reconstruction and biomechanical engineering company. We also early on did a bunch of testing and design work for amusement park rides. The same concepts for car crashes applies to roller coasters, basically anything. So we worked and had some contracts on improving ride safety. And I was also on the ASTM committee that looked at amusement park ride designs.
Did that company grow from 2 people?
Correct. We took it from 2 to about 25 people. And then we ultimately sold it in right around January 1st of 2022.
Before 2022, did you obtain a master's degree?
I did.
And what was that in and where was that from?
So again, I was working full time. Actually, while I was doing my master's degree, I was also teaching classes at Texas A&M through their law enforcement training division. So it was extension classes. But I ultimately completed my master's thesis in December of 2001. That was from USC, University of Southern California. and I received my master's degree in biomedical engineering. I wrote my thesis. It was basically on automotive seat design,
We didn't ask you.
but it was titled Whiplash-Associated Disorders, Related Anatomy,
Objection, Your Honor.
Biomechanics of Injury, and the relationship between injury potential and automotive seat design.
Excuse me, Your Honor, if I may, pardon the interruption. If Dr. Welcher reads from this report, which I think he just did, can we know if he's doing that?
Sure. Dr. Welcher asked me if he could refer to his resume, and I said yes. So if you read, just let us know.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And it's my resume, not my report.
Your resume, did I say? report?
No, you did. He said report.
Yeah, no, it's his resume.
Ooh,
You share with us that your company continued to grow until you ultimately sold it in 2022. During that time, did you continue to pursue higher education after you obtained your master's degree?
I did. So again, ever since 1993, I've been slowly pursuing higher education, both obtaining my master's degree as well as my PhD. During that time frame, I also published 20 peer-reviewed scientific publications. I taught for 5 years at Texas A&M and served as a peer reviewer for both the Society of Automotive Engineers and for a short period on the Archives of Physical Medicine. So I was
yes, Jaleesa.
working and running a company with my co-creator, as well as teaching, conducting research, publishing, also while going to school part-time.
Take us to 2011.
This
Were you still
is-
pursuing education
Oh,
at
I'm
the
so
University of Southern California?
I was.
And what occurred? What did you achieve in 2011?
So in August of 2011, I finally obtained my PhD in biomedical engineering. I wrote my dissertation, reading from my resume, titled Development, Validation, and Testing of a New Sensor Array for Intra-Articular Pressure Measurement, In Vitro Human Lumbar Spine, Intra-Articular Facet Testing, which is a lot of big words to say. I was testing cadaver spines, looking at the loads inside the spines associated with various motions of the spine.
Did you achieve your PhD in biomechanical engineering?
It's actually in biomedical engineering. Biomechanics is within the field of biomedical engineering.
So you have a PhD in biomedical engineering.
Correct.
You mentioned that you have published many articles. Have there been articles that you have published that are relevant to some of the subjects that you're going to talk about during your testimony?
I mean, I have a number of, again, peer-reviewed scientific publications. Peer review just means you submit it to a journal and they have other people review it, give you comments, your peers in the field. I do believe there are a number of them that could certainly be relevant to both the physics and, for example, pedestrian injuries.
If I could mention a few. You wrote an article on sideswipe collision dynamics. What's sideswipe collision dynamics?
So I was actually an invited speaker at the World Congress, or sorry, not the World Congress, the World Reconstruction Expedition. They asked me to give a presentation on the theory, science, and mathematics behind sideswipe or side impact collisions. That would include side collisions, glancing collisions, shallow angle impacts such as like a corner of a bumper goes into the side of a car, any kind of glancing or clipping type impact.
Similarly, in many of the articles that you wrote, is one of them about methods for quantifying the impact severity of low speed side impacts at varying angles?
It is.
Tell us a little bit what that.
So that was a Society of Automotive Engineers paper. Again, another peer-reviewed paper that we worked on. It was kind of an extension or continuation of all that research, where we just looked at the physics and the mathematics, basically the reconstruction of glancing or sideswipe type impacts.
Similarly, methods for quantifying the impact severity of low speed side impacts at varying angles. Is that similar to the other papers, or was that different?
Yeah, I thought that was the same one.
If I can continue, another article or publication that you wrote, occupant kinematics and loading in low speed lateral impacts. What does that mean?
So in the course of my career, I've done probably 12 to maybe 1,300 actual crash tests. I've crashed everything from skateboards, mopeds, up to trains, motorhomes, and ambulances. I've conducted, relative to this case, probably or been involved with 50 to maybe 70 pedestrian impact tests. So the low speed side impact one is we actually put human volunteers in side impact collisions. And what we did is we had accelerometers, which are things that measure acceleration. If you had physics or memory, Newton told us force equals mass times acceleration. So knowing the acceleration of something, you can get an idea of how much force is applied to it. So we have various sensors on the body. We have various sensors on the car for the reconstruction aspects of it. So that study was the biomechanics portion. And the first paper you read about the reconstruction was the reconstruction portion. So the first paper you discussed was everything outside the car. Then we looked at how the forces applied to those impacts to people inside the car.
Have you had a lot of publications and studies about the force applied to people outside of a car?
I don't know if I'd say a lot, but I was an invited lecturer to the Accident Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference, where I specifically gave a paper and a series, or basically a lecture on what's called pedestrian impact biomechanics, which was exactly as the name implies, what happens to pedestrians when they're impacted predominantly by cars and vehicles.
How much of your work involves pedestrian impacts?
Probably maybe
He is so
10%,
annoying.
5 to 10%. Most of it's car to cars.
I'm so annoyed.
Biomechanics of low speed impacts. Is that another paper that you wrote?
That is a paper I wrote.
I don't want to read all of your papers and all of your publications, but on a different topic, did you write a paper on the study of the measurement of Generation 2 Toyota event data recorders and low-speed side impacts?
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about what measurement of event data means in this article?
So Toyotas, newer Toyotas particularly, have two types of electronic equipment on board that can record crashes. There is what's referred to as an event data recorder, or EDR. It's somewhat commonly referred to as a black box. It's not exactly right, but it's close. And then there's a secondary system, which is really more closely tied to maintenance. That's called TechStream, but it will pick up data that you can frequently relate back to various events. So that particular paper was looking at the event data recorder data in Toyotas.
We'll get more into that subject later, but is it event data recorders a subject that you're well schooled at?
I need some.
Yes.
In addition to the papers that you've written, have you continued through the years and after becoming a PhD or research in this area, in these areas?
Correct. For example, every year we're part of a conference called SATI, which is our company, largely led by the engineer, Christopher Furbish, that we work with, has spearheaded us going out and conducting crash tests for that conference. For 10 years, we did a lot of the instrumentation and crash testing at the Accident Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference. And then for a number of years, the company actually went down and did crash testing for what's referred to as a Spine Research Institute down in San Diego. So we've been hired by various professional organizations. We came out here once, the Massachusetts Association of Accident Reconstructionists, I think I'm messing the name up, had a conference. We came out here and conducted crash tests for training other experts out here. We did all the instrumentation, the biomechanics of that crash testing.
In your research and testing, you have pages with dates of the different researches and testing you've done. There's over a dozen of the research and testing items and articles that deal with pedestrians. Is that a common topic in your research and testing?
Yes. So again, frequently at the conference, we're doing pedestrian tests. the last Action Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute conference. There was a series of pedestrian crash tests run there. SAT-TI 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, some pedestrian crash tests that were done there as well. So there are a number of instances on my resume where I have both attended class, and then I mentioned the one time where I gave an hour and a half long lecture on pedestrian injuries.
After you became a PhD or a doctor, do you continue your education and research?
Correct. I've always continued my education and research up until, I just got back from the event data or Action Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute EDR conference, or the Event Data Recorder Summit. My company, through my relationship with the founder of that summit, was a sponsor. So Aperture was actually a sponsor of that conference. We actually sponsored it the previous year as well. And also as part of that, I assisted one of the researchers in conducting,
I can't stand it.
it's called front camera module testing for pedestrian impacts on Chrysler vehicles. Excuse me, General Motors vehicles.
As a biomedical engineer, are there any groups, organizations, or certifications that are important?
I think ACTAR is important. So ACTAR is an acronym. It's ACTAR, and that's short for the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstructionists. And so it's a bunch of professional groups, originally from some concerns, I believe, from the Department of Transportation, got together and set standards for reconstructionists. Again, these are kind of minimum standards. You have to show, you send in your resume, you talk to them about your research, and then if you're deemed qualified, you sit for an examination that tests your skills, day-long test, theory, a practical portion, and then every 5 years you have to have 60 continuing education units to become reaccredited. I've been an accredited accident reconstructionist since February of 1995, and my accreditation is current and active up through today.
So you've been accredited for 30 years?
Yeah, correct.
I don't want to trick you on the math.
No, I never thought about it, but yeah, I guess it has been 30 years.
Never thought about it. Shut up, Judson.
Have you testified in court before?
I have.
Have you testified in state courts?
I have.
Have you testified in federal court?
I have. Matter of fact, in Boston.
Have you ever testified in civil cases?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified being called by the plaintiff?
I have.
Have you ever testified being called by a defendant in a civil case?
Yes,
Have you testified in criminal cases?
I have.
Have you ever been called by the state or the government?
Yes,
Have you ever been called by a defendant?
correct. Public Defender's Office.
In any of the cases, whether it's civil, criminal, plaintiff, defendant, government defendant, does that in any way change your analysis about data regardless of who or where you testify?
No, I take my job as to be a critical analysis of the data. So I wanted to look at the data as objectively as possible and form conclusions based upon the data, trying to remove wherever possible speculation, try to remove wherever possible reference to testimony. Now, sometimes testimony is the only thing we have, and so we need to rely on it for bits and pieces. But generally, my job is to try and look at data and see what the data shows. I have no dog in this fight. I don't quite frankly care. What I'm doing is trying to do a good engineering job, which is looking at the data and drawing sound principles and sound conclusions from the data.
Presently, you said you had a company and you sold it. Where do you work?
It's a company called Aperture. I guess we were acquired or merged into it technically.
How many offices do you know Aperture has?
Oh God, I should know that. I mean, we have them in Massachusetts. We have them in, I think there's 3 or 4 in Texas. There's, I think, 4 or 5 in California. So I want to say there's at least, I don't know, 13 to 15.
Do you work at a particular location?
I do.
Where do you work?
Long Beach, California.
Do you work with other people? Do you have a team?
I do.
How many people are on your team?
5.
And what's the team comprised of? Is everybody a PhD in engineer?
One individual is a PhD in engineering, Dr. Umali, and then I have 3 other engineers and 1 case reader. I guess it's 6 people. I have a case manager as well.
Is there any, do you work interchangeably at the different branches around the country, or do you have your own team in California that you work with?
99% of the time, it's my own team. Occasionally, we'll get a case from another office. I've worked on a couple cases out of the Texas office and maybe a couple out of the Nevada office.
Were you asked to look at any data or information relative to this case?
Yes.
In looking at data and information, do you try to look at a narrow or broad range of information?
So I definitely cast a very broad range. We try and get as much information as possible. And then, weed it down to what is important, weed it down to what is consistent with the data. So start off very big and then get down to sort of the meat and potatoes of it, the important information.
Do you necessarily rely on everything you look at?
No, I certainly consider everything I look at, but I frequently don't rely on everything because sometimes it's not reliable or it's irrelevant.
In this case, can you share with us materials generally that you looked at in your review?
Sure. Your Honor, may I read from my report?
Yes.
Thank you. So, Mr. Reporter, I apologize. It's a lengthy list. Slow? So I have police reports, including the Canton PD incident report, and I have 8 other reports, also the 34 Fairview Road Rams final report or cars report. I have the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's residence. I believe that's One Meadows. I have the cruiser cameras, which are the police vehicles, onboard cameras, both front and rear cameras from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I believe 10 different videos. I have photos and videos of the scene from Sergeant. I have photos of the vehicles, 140 photographs of the vehicles lined up together. I have 25 additional photographs of the scene, 18 separate photographs of the scene, 2 photographs of the scene, one group of 92 of the scene, one group of 50 of the scene, another video showing the cars lined up bumper to bumper, 4 videos of the scene. I have a video showing Miss Reed's vehicle being pulled into the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department. I have a 360 diagram, surveillance video files from McCarthy's, surveillance video files from Waterfall Bar, Canton Police Report, Sally Port videos.
And tell
from
me
Dighton.
how this is gonna help.
I have the Lexus Connect Verizon records. I have the alarm.com videos. I have a video of the tow truck arriving at the Canton Police Department. One titled Native Location, John O'Keefe's phone. Past witness statements. The report of examination from the coroner. Jennifer McCabe Cellbrite data. Something called Lexus Infotainment. Different past summary testimony of numerous witnesses. I have earlier summary testimony of numerous witnesses. The Boston Magazine interview with Miss Reed, a Dateline interview with Miss Reed, a 2020 interview with Miss Reed, lab reports from BODE, the Crime Scene Response Unit Boston, Crime Scene Response crime scene service section, Maynard, crime scene service section, Southeast,
Right.
the criminalist file folder, trace file folder, UC Davis veterinary report. I have Verizon records, GPS location records, John O'Keefe GPS points, Axiom cache location, weather reports, medical records, including the Canton Fire Department run report for both Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, medical records for both Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed from Good Samaritan. I have 2 retrograde extrapolation reports, one, and a serum plasma conversion report relative to Ms. Reed. I have the neuropathology report. I have the Orange County Medical Examiner's report, the diagrams, the postmortem toxicology report, and a second same autopsy report, more pages.
In addition to the information that you reviewed, did you on your own go out and obtain information that you thought might be helpful for your review?
I did. So first what happened is I asked for all the information on the case. So I received some information, and then what we do is we start doing our homework. So we start doing the groundwork. So once I received some of the information, what I did was, modern cars have what's called a VIN number or vehicle identification number. It's a unique 17-digit number. So what we'll do is we'll decode that VIN number, and that gives us information about the vehicles. So I did that for Miss Reed's 2021 Lexus, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's 2019 Chevy Traverse. So ran the VIN numbers. Use the VIN numbers. It tells us year, make, model, safety equipment, things like that. I then got dimensional data from a program called Expert Autostats. And then I have complete parts diagrams for the vehicles. So I have literally bumper to bumper parts diagrams from something called the Mitchell Collision Estimating Guide. And what that is shows parts, involved in the vehicle. So for example, in Miss Reed's vehicle, I have bumper to bumper. I certainly have all the parts around the rear bumper and tail light of her vehicle. And then of course I started additional work on top of that.
After you began your study, sir, did you have an opportunity to personally look at items that were involved in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what did that include?
That included looking at Miss Reed's vehicle, looking at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, going to the scene of the incident. I ultimately purchased a 2021 LX 570, the exact year, make, and model of Miss Reed's vehicle, and conducted testing with that vehicle, as well as doing a whole bunch of research and compiling data for my report and slides.
You mentioned slides. When you went through your investigation analysis and ultimately led to whatever conclusions you have, did you provide and create a PowerPoint presentation that could assist you?
I did. I provided a PowerPoint presentation on January 30th.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
He bought a car, Kaylane, spent all this money and still can't tell us what happened to John O'Keefe. He can only assume a waste of freaking taxpayer dollars. And this is the shit people in Canada should be mad at.
Sir, I'm handing you a binder. Would you kindly take a look at it?
Hey, princess. All of this and can't tell us what happened to that man. I don't want to hear
Okay.
it.
Sir, does that appear to be a copy of the PowerPoint presentation that you prepared for us today?
It appeared, right? 141 pages. Didn't look at every page, but it looks right.
All right, I asked to mark this for identification.
Okay.
MMM for identification.
I don't know what he was actually. I know he bought a car, but I know he was saying.
With the court's permission, I'd like to have Dr. Welcher use his PowerPoint presentation to walk us through some of the information he'd like to share today.
Okay. No objection, Mr. Wesson, right?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm looking at a paper version in front of me.
Okay. Is the paper version the same as what we're going to see up here?
It is.
Okay, and that's fine.
Thank you. And Dr. Welcher is going to manage the PowerPoint presentation. Sir, you mentioned that you wanted to look at the area and look at the scene. Your office is in California.
It is.
Why was it important to come all the way out to this area to see the scene firsthand?
Hold on a second.
I'll let you set up before I start asking you more questions.
I know you want, because he told you to hold up a second. You don't have a choice, sounds like, Hank. Ronnie, he's trying to put on a show for the jury, baby. That's
We went through this, had it working perfectly. There we go.
He and Alessi
Okay.
are about to go back. They're about to go at it.
So that's me. No, that's my first slide. No.
I
Again,
have a couple questions for you, Dr. Welcher.
please.
The first is your office is in California.
Wait a minute. Dr. Welcher must have his face on the first slide, and he must think he about to sit and go through 160 pages with us. You're not about to do that, Dr. Welcher.
Oh, yes, sir.
Why was it important to come all the way out here and view the scene firsthand?
And you want to have as much information as possible. So I wanted to, physically look at all the things so I can actually see with my own hands, my own eyes, lay hands upon it, look at it as best I can. You try and inspect and look at as many things as you possibly can. Sometimes they don't exist anymore. Sometimes they're gone. And you have to make a best approximation if you can't do that. In this case, I was able to look at the scene and both vehicles.
Was that an important part of your study, Doctor?
I think so. Again, it's always good. You're going to talk about what happened to the cars or what happened to the people, to look at what happened to the cars, meaning to actually look at the cars, not just look at photographs when possible. So I have physically looked at the cars. For example, in the Lexus, I climbed in it, over it, underneath it. I downloaded data from it. I did a whole bunch of things looking at Miss Reed's Lexus to assist in my analysis to try and add some further objective data to what we're doing here. So same thing with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Looked at the rear bumper, took some pieces off the rear bumper to see what was behind the cover, to see what kind of damage we did or didn't have. So went to the scene, looked at the measurements of the curb, looked at where some of the lines are on the road, because you can see them in some of the photographs. Again, it's always good when possible to inspect everything you can inspect.
You know it.
If you could now begin and tell us how you started your investigation.
Sure. So on September 23rd, I had an opportunity to come out. Mr. Brandon, was the first time I ever met you on that day, I believe. And I had received material before that. And what you see here is, this is my inspection of Miss Reed's vehicle. In the upper left photograph, you'll see, oh, this doesn't work very well.
I'm sick of him. I'm just so annoyed with him. I really would like this.
Upper left photograph. That's Miss Reed's vehicle. That's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, the Chevy Traverse. And then what you see here is a laser scanner. You can see it on the ground here. Laser scanner is creating a 3D model of the vehicles. So I use that to create a 3D model of the vehicles. You can see me in the upper right photograph. That watch is this watch right here, my Garmin watch. And what I'm doing is looking at the construction composition of that right rear corner of the bumper. I'm looking at things such as the dimensions, where various lights and components are, and how does the geometry of that bumper relate to things that would be hit when backed into.
Dr. Welcher notes this is 9/23/94. Is that an accurate date of when you came and first started looking at the
24,
vehicles in the area?
You said 24, correct?
I did.
You said 9/23/24, correct. And then on the slide, what I tried to do is underline what I'm doing. So this is inspection of the Reed Lexus. And as noted, I'm only showing you a couple. I actually took 445 photographs.
Do you remember when you began this case, the month or the date?
No, it was obviously before this. I had material before I came out to look at the vehicles.
You think it was months before this?
I don't think it was months. No, it was maybe a month, if not less.
So you began your work in the fall of 2024?
Correct.
And I just want to ask you about the picture in the middle. You see the right taillight housing is missing. Did you
Correct.
understand that had been removed prior to you looking at the car?
It was, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. However, some of the evidence stickers, these white stickers here, were still on the vehicle.
You did not place those. Did you place those stickers on yourself?
I did not.
Were they there when you first saw the car?
Correct. They match what I'd seen in other photos.
Thank you.
So just continuing on. So what you see is, again, I mentioned looking underneath the bumper. So we wanted to see what, if anything, was damaged on the corner. So I'm putting my hand to show where the frame rail ends. This is me looking up underneath to the back side of this taillight. If you can see, this red taillight actually sticks out. And so I'm checking the front here for damage. I'm checking the back for damage.
1 second, please.
Was there any DNA on the tail light? All of this.
Okay, doctor, when you were looking for damage on the previous slide, did you find any damage to that lower right red taillight?
No, there was no damage to the taillight.
The middle picture is from the inside, looking at the inside of that taillight. Was there any damage to the inside of that taillight?
There was not.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Like, y'all want us to believe that all that happened to that man from this tail light? No damage, no DNA?
So again, looked at the height of it. I mentioned this lower tail light. Notice how the structure of the bumper protrudes out. You can see one of the marks, which is consistent with the contact to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Here, this scratch mark, scuff mark. Notice how close it is to this light. Again, some of the evidence, stickers. Just a better view of those, then going down the side of the vehicle. So with all that information, I mentioned a laser scan. So you move this laser scanner, and each minute and 51 second scan is collecting about 50 million data points. And so you scan all the way around, and then what you do is you merge all that data together. So even though this looks like a poor photograph, what you're seeing is hundreds of millions of hundreds of millions of points. And so you literally can figure out, if you wanted to know the distance from this lug nut to where the lighter is on the ashtray, you could probably do that to an accuracy of about 2 to 3 millimeters. So really, taking tons and tons of data. So it knows the exact position of every one of these millions of data points, and it knows the color associated with those data points.
Why is that data imaging so important in accident reconstruction?
You want to have an accurate model of the car. So, you probably don't need literally that many points to get an accurate model, but that's just the nature of the way the science is going. Computers are getting better and faster. Scanners are getting faster. So you get an enormous amount of data when you use these scanners nowadays. So then, as indicated on the underline here, I did a CDR. That's a little different than what you heard me say before. CDR is crash data retrieval. So that's the hardware and software that you use to download or actually copy or take an image of, which means you're just taking an image off what's on the vehicle, the EDR, which is the event data recorder. So you use the crash data retrieval hardware to download the event data recorder, otherwise commonly known as a black box. So I downloaded the black box from this vehicle.
Yep.
And although you can hardly read it here, again, I mentioned there are 2 systems on this vehicle. This is the CDR system or EDR system. There's also the tech stream. The EDR system, this system is primarily to manage the safety components, protect the occupants of the Lexus. So things like fire the airbag, fire what's called a pretensioner, keep track of the severity of the crash to decide whether we need to fire the airbag. So it's not really designed for pedestrian impacts. So when we downloaded this vehicle, we got what's called a none file. A none file simply means that there's no data there. The system's working properly. We had no fault codes, but for a car hitting a pedestrian to cause a file here, this is really more designed for car-to-car impacts, something that's going to have a significant impact on the occupant of the Lexus. And again, the Lexus is 6,000-pound vehicle. Mr. O'Keefe's only 216 pounds. So it's not going to register from hitting a pedestrian.
Were you surprised that there was no information about a collision in the EDR?
No, exactly what I expected.
Do you guys hear that? They're saying that because of John's weight, that is why her car did not register hitting him. This is crazy. What?
Okay, I mentioned the second system. So as underlined up here, this is the tech stream. So this is from Toyota tech stream data. You can see the screens here. There's generally two types of files, what's called a vehicle control history and a PCS file. The PCS file is the, God, I forgot the name of it, the protection system. So I also looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. PCS is pre-collision system. Looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, same thing, took a series of photographs, laser scanned it, looked in it, underneath it, behind it. I mentioned taking some of the bumper parts off. So I took this rear cover off here to look at the damage behind the bumper cover. Most cars have what's referred to as a face bar. That's that piece of metal that you see here. And there's a piece of energy absorber here. That's your face bar. So I'm looking to see if there's any damage to that. There was no damage to that.
Before you go forward, I want you to take a couple steps back because I want to ask you some questions to explain
Please.
tech stream data. Could you go back a couple slides, please?
Sure.
Okay. You mentioned that in the EDR, which is similar to a black box, there was no information found. And then you mentioned a different system, the tech stream. Can you make it clear for us how these systems are different and where they're stored on a motor vehicle?
Sure. I mean, a lot of data is stored in a similar location. The tech stream system was originally designed, according to Toyota, for maintenance issues. It seemed to come about around the same time Toyota was having problems with sudden accelerations or allegations of sudden accelerations. So the tech stream data or vehicle control history will give you information when there's, for example, excessive acceleration or rapid shifting of the vehicles or rapid steering of the steering wheel. So the statements are that that's designed to help the maintenance people, if you come in with a problem with your vehicle, to diagnose what that problem is. It has a lot of utility in accident reconstruction because if you jam on the brakes before a crash, frequently the tech stream data will record the crash.
You mentioned Toyota a number of times. Could you share with us the relationship between Toyota and Lexus?
Yeah. Sorry, in my mind, they're the same thing. Toyota and Lexus, obviously a little different, but Lexus is basically made by Toyota. So Toyota and Lexus has the Lexus safety system. Toyota has the Toyota safety systems, which you both read with the tech stream data.
The tech stream data, in this case, does it play an important role in your analysis?
I think so, yes.
The tech stream data, did you independently download that data yourself?
So I independently downloaded it, and then I also ran a test with Miss Reed's vehicle, and I created a new tech stream file so that I had a stamp in the ignition cycles of what the current ignition cycle was. So I did a sudden acceleration test of the vehicle.
On the Lexus or on the exemplar vehicle?
On her Lexus.
When you did the downloading, why did you do it yourself?
Again, you, whenever possible, want to be the one that does it, make sure it's done correctly, and be able to say, hey, how do I know that's from that vehicle? Well, I know because I was the one who did it. And so if I get it from someone else, then they frequently have to bring that person into court to say the other ones that did it, so then I can use it. So if I do it myself, it eliminates that problem, and then I have no concerns over where it's coming from. So then I know hey, I did it. This is the right car. This is the right program.
You left us at slide 10 when you were inspecting Mr. O'Keefe's car.
Correct. So again, simply a blue arrow indicating that I looked down behind all this stuff, took measurements of it, and then similarly, I have a 3D point cloud of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. So part of the reason we're making these 3D point clouds, and we'll touch on this further, in addition to the scene, you can then basically put all these things back together in the computer. So instead of having to drive the cars to the scene, for example, or to Mr. O'Keefe's residence, you can take these computer models and additional data and put it back in the computer and reconstruct everything on the computer. So before we had the exact angle of impact. Again, this is for looking at when Miss Reed contacted Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, backing out of Mr. O'Keefe's garage at One Meadows. I lined them up just to generally show the approximate location. A couple things, notice how, again, this lower portion of the Lexus bumper sticks out. Notice how the side of the Chevrolet slopes in as you get higher up. So this portion sticks out more than this portion. And this is where you would expect any contact damage to occur, assuming there was an impact. So again, looking at the measurements up the height of the vehicle, of course, as you indicated, Mr. Brandon, the taillight's gone.
Time out, y'all. Is he saying that she didn't hit that car that night? Because that doesn't even look like how she would have hit. So he's saying she didn't hit his car. Because if you line the cars up like this, there's no way they're going to hit each other.
And then went to the scene. So same thing, went to the scene, took, again, 297 photographs of the scene, had our people scan it to create a computer model of the scene. So, literally, if you wanted to know the distance from this window to, say, some manhole cover on the road, we have the data to figure that out, down to a couple millimeters.
In addition to going to the scene and doing the digital mapping, you mentioned other review of materials. Did you have an opportunity to review dash cam footage from Canton Police Department police vehicles to see the general location of where Mr. O'Keefe was when first responders were assisting him?
Objection, Your Honor.
So that's just a yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you.
So the text stream download. So this is a screenshot from the text stream download. Keep in mind, this is kind of maintenance software. So we're looking at a number of things in the maintenance software. What we see is, and this is noted in the report too, that when the vehicle gets into the Canton Police Department after this event, you can see the mileage is 12,665 miles. So that shows up in Trooper Paul's report. It shows up in the photographs, and it shows up as matching the mileage in the text stream data, both at triggers 1164 and triggers 1167.
I'd ask you if you can enlarge the data on the right and break down what it actually means, the different columns and the... Is it possible for you to enlarge that?
My fingers are too fat.
I'm so sick of him and the extra commentary. You are not on.
Okay. So what you're looking at is what I call event 1162. If you see anything in blue on these charts, that's information that I added. I typically put my initial, JBW, Judson Blair Welcher, that's me. And so this is referred to as the key cycle trip. So key cycle is simply you turn it on, not necessarily turn the ignition on, turn it on, turn it off. That's one key cycle. So I labeled this one 1162-2 because there's also one that's on the same key cycle that I'm calling 1162-1. The system also records the mileage. So again, this is a maintenance system generally. So what you see is the T here is the trigger, and there's a point.
Yeah.
So this time in the text stream data, you could think of it as like a stopwatch. It's when it starts when the car turns on and stops when the car turns off. And then if it sees a triggering event, a T, it records that information. So this is when the trigger happened. So that's 1,142.2 seconds. And so I've converted that to minutes and seconds because most people don't think in seconds. And so what it also does is once it sees a trigger, it's constantly circulating data through the computer. So when it says, okay, we have a trigger, it saves 5 seconds before the trigger and then 5 seconds after the trigger. So the trigger's in the middle and you have 5 seconds of data before and 5 seconds of data after.
I have a couple of questions for you,
Please.
Dr. Welcher. First, starting with the clock, the time in seconds on the left. You mentioned that begins when the car is turned on. What type of clock is that called?
It's just a continuous clock, meaning it's not a clock like a time clock. It's more like a stopwatch kind of clock.
Has it ever been referred to as a running clock?
It's the same thing. You start the stopwatch, it's running.
Based on the text stream data alone found in that one spot, can you tell from the data in the text stream alone what time the power was turned on?
No, not alone. It simply tells you how long it's been on. It doesn't necessarily immediately tie it back to a clock time. You need additional information.
And so this in and of itself, the text stream data doesn't give you a certain time on a clock, like 1 o'clock or 2:30, anything like that.
No, it simply tells you in this case, when the trigger occurred, it's been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds.
You also mentioned that there's a 10-second window of information this captures, 5 seconds before the T and 5 seconds after the T, the triggering event.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained, yes.
That window of 10 seconds, what happens if that doesn't capture the entire event? What if there's something before or after? What does the text stream data do?
So it depends on what the something is. So if there's another trigger, then it will record more data. So you can have 2 triggers that are recording things on the same time window as well, or very close to the same time window. So you need another trigger to keep it going. But in essence, what it does is when it sees a trigger, it saves that 10-second window and then just keeps monitoring things until it sees another trigger.
If the data captures a trigger and it has a 10-second window and an event continues past that 10 seconds, so past the 5 seconds on either side, and there's no further trigger, do you get any other information from the text stream data?
No. For example, in the trigger event and say 5 seconds later the vehicle's still moving, well, the data just ends. And it says it's going, 17 miles an hour, for example. It doesn't continue on. We just know that when the trigger ended, it was going 17 miles an hour.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we have mileage recorded in this system. So what we're trying to do is use the available data to see if we can determine like what event this is, or is this the event, or is this something that could have occurred outside 34 Fairview on the evening of this event. And so one of the things we're utilizing is the mileage. Okay, so 12629 is at the end of event number 2 on the 1162 ignition cycle. When the vehicle ultimately comes into the impound yard, and this is actually before that, comes into the impound yard, it has 12,665 miles.
New car.
That's a difference, did the math for you here, of 36 miles. Okay, let's consider where that could have come from. So we looked at the various paths and descriptions of where Miss Reed's Lexus was driven after leaving 34 Fairview on the night of this event, up until the point in time the vehicle ended up at the Canton Police Department. So we used Google Maps. We adjusted for the correct date and time of the year. And then what you'll also see is we adjusted for the correct time of day. So, although you can't really see that, let me see if I can blow it up.
Really on my nerves bad.
So you can see that's looking at the mileage and time. Again, really didn't use the time, just used the mileage on Saturday, January 29th at around 12 a.m. That, of course, does not take into account the weather.
And what are the addresses? It's hard to see on the top from where to where.
So this is from 34 Fairview to One Meadows Avenue, which is Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And there are other mileage that you have there?
Correct. So we basically ran through the entire path as we understood it. Again, we didn't have complete information. We didn't know the exact roads. We didn't know if turned around, stuff like that. So you're seeing the suggested available paths, and we end up with a range of data. So we go through all the paths, and you can see that this is what we end up at the bottom here, which is very hard to see. So the minimum suggested route is 36 miles, 36.1 technically. You have a range of 37.9 to 39.7, but again, that's right in the range of the 36 miles. So that's a data point that's starting to build our confidence in what is in the text stream data being related to our event.
This is all an effort to match whether or not the 1162 data is relevant to a particular event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, I hate it.
Let me ask it this way.
Hate it.
Matching all the distances by miles. Is this the only way you're trying to determine whether 1162 is the event in front of 34 Fairview Road?
No. So again, these things are all tools. You can't take necessarily one data point in a vacuum. You need to consider the totality of the data. Which is what I did. So we mentioned the continuous clock that was in there, or the running clock that was in the vehicle. So what you see over here.
Could you enlarge that for us, Doctor? I hate to
I am
interrupt, but
doing that right now. You can see we have the time. And again, I've converted it in blue to minutes and seconds. This is the first trigger on that key cycle. So on key cycle 1162, there was 2 separate events. The vehicle keeps a continuously running clock. So we're able to see the time each event occurred relative to when the vehicle was started and the difference between the 2 events. Okay. So at trigger event 1162-1, We know that the ignition has been on for between 10 minutes and 57.4 seconds. Or that's when the trigger is, sorry, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds. Again, the trigger has plus or minus. So that's from 10 minutes, 52.8 plus 10 seconds, which gets you to 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds. Or as I wrote here, 10 seconds total. So again, the text stream data indicates at the time this event was written, the trigger occurred, again, at 10 minutes. You see we have the T, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds.
Dr. Welch, if I could ask you a couple of background questions. This block of time that you're reviewing that mentions two triggers, can you tell whether those triggers are immediately related or two separate events?
So you can tell they're separate events because there's a separate amount of time between them. There's about 8 minutes between the events. And so they're on the same ignition cycle, meaning the vehicle hasn't been turned off in between. And we have this continuously running clock that records when these things occurred. So it tells us when event 1 occurred, when event 2 occurred. We know it's on the same ignition cycle. So if we have some idea of when the car was turned on, we can then tie that back to clock time or real world time. Okay. So lots going on here, right? A lot to digest. This is trigger event 1162.1.
Oh, I'm so sick.
I was provided with data and a report from Mr. Burgess that indicated the infotainment system was turned on at 12:36. Zoom in for you folks. That corresponded to a GPS location that looked like it was outside the Waterfall Grill on Washington Street. So additional cell phone data that we had is that we knew there was a 3-point turn made when the Lexus passed Fairview on Cedar Crest, pulled into a driveway and made a 3-point turn. So what you see over here is GPS data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And with that information and knowing when the system turned on, we're able to now tie the text stream data to a real clock, meaning what time of day did that text stream trigger occur. So we're going from the running clock to a real world clock. So if you take when it was turned on for Mr. Burgess's report, you can see that the Lexus was turned on at 12:36. You add in the text stream information, you get it at 12:23:38. And now we have a cell phone data point at 1:54. So at the time my report was written in these slides back in January, that was all the information we had in terms of data point 154. That was the one that was closest in time to it. So we had since received additional information.
Dr. Welch, let me ask you a couple questions, and if you can zoom in a little, we might be able to see it a little better from here.
Where would you like it?
If we can start at the top when you explain in text. You told us that the text stream data does not have an actual clock, it has a running clock, like a stopwatch.
Correct.
And then you mentioned that after you received information from Mr. Burgess, you could put an actual time onto it. How do you do that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You shared with us that the text stream data runs on a running clock.
Correct.
And then you received further information so that you could actually identify a time. Where did you receive that information from?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
That was from Mr. Burgess's report.
And do you know where that information came from?
That came off the SD card, I believe, in the infotainment system.
Do you know when Mr. Burgess found the SD card on the infotainment system?
No, I'd have to go back to his report. but it was in it, this information was in his original report.
Based on the SD card information about when the car was turned on and off, how do you match that with the text stream data to get a time?
So when the car is turned on, that's approximately when the running clock starts in it. There may be as much as a 3-second delay in it, but that's approximately when the clock turns on. So this shows us when the stopwatch was started for the text stream data. So knowing that infotainment system has date and timestamps on it, so that ties it to a real world clock from GPS information. And so now we can, when that infotainment system turned on, it's very close in time to when the text stream data started recording data. That allows us to tie the two together.
The times that you're showing on this slide, does that relate to the first or second event on the text stream data, the first or second triggering event?
The first event.
Do you characterize the first event in any way?
I call it the 3-point turn.
In addition to the data you analyzed, was there any other information you saw that evidenced or supported that a 3-point turn occurred at the area depicted in your slide?
Right. We have a whole series of GPS data with heading angles, as well as a description that Ms. Reed gave in an interview.
The time that you have after you consider the SD card ignition on and the running time, what clock is that based on?
It's my understanding that's a clock in the infotainment system. And then we're ultimately trying to also tie it back to the clock on his cell phone.
Mr.
O'Keefe's cell phone, correct.
Do you have any understanding whether all devices have the exact same clock?
So it's my understanding they do not. In my discussions with Mr. Burgess, reading reports, that they can have, there can be as much as 30 seconds to a minute of variation.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Have you ever heard the,
Strike, Your Honor, that answer.
Sure. Jurors disregard that.
Baby,
have you ever heard the term variance before?
I have.
What do you understand that to be?
That means differences from the answer,
I'm sorry, differences from what?
from typically the correct answer. Like meaning that a given data point has variance in terms of how it's measured, when it's measured. So different measurement device can have a different variance around the actual true number.
You mentioned on the slide a time of 12:23:38.
Correct.
In O'Keefe's cell phone data, at point 154, approximately 12:23:58.
Correct.
Is there a difference between the clock on the Lexus text stream data and that of Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
There is.
When you developed the slide, did you have the benefit of more detailed information about data point 154?
I did not receive that until May 8th.
Did you later learn more information, more specific?
Did not receive that until May 8th.
Did you later learn more information?
did you guys hear that? He did not receive that information until May 8th, Shannon's second report.
More specific information?
Yes.
Okay.
Until May 8th.
So I'd like to show an exhibit to Mr. Welcher that's already been admitted.
Okay.
It's 192A.
I do not like Shannon. I mean, not Shannon. What's his
Ms.
name?
Gilman, can we start with 192B?
Judson.
Dr. Welcher?
Yes, we'll come over.
Okay, let me make sure we're up to date because I did stop it. Okay. I'll speak for Melanie, can't speak for the chat. But for me, I do not like Judson Welcher. I think he comes off as very, someone said online, slimy, and I'm going to have to agree with that. Slimy. Here's the thing. I know that both sides pay for their experts, right? But see, when you pay for your experts and then you get caught trying to move the goalpost in the trial, then now I can't look at you the same. Because now I know the tactics that you're using. Now I know you can be bought. I feel like I give all the experts a fair shake. Jessica Hyde, you've proven that you can be bought. How did Jessica Hyde prove it? She proved it because she said she uses many tools. And then her second report, what did she do? She used one tool. Ian Whiffen. Ian Whiffen is a liar. He proved it. Here we go with Shannon. Shannon's a liar. Shannon lied about a degree that he didn't even have to have. Why would I trust a man who could sit in his boss's face and lie about education he didn't even have to have? And then we get to him. Now we get to Dr. Welcher. Dr. Welcher, you just switched something up 2 days ago. You can be bought. Stand on what you're saying. That's my problem. If you believe in your science, you believe in your science. But the fact that you will bend your information to send an innocent woman to jail, it's crazy. It's crazy for me. And like for that, I just cannot support. It's a problem for me. I am okay with their experts believing what they believe. I'll use the ME. Baby, what was her name? Scottabelli? The ME did not change her mind. This is what my report says. This is what I can trust her. You don't have to believe her, right? You can feel like, oh, this happened, but she is saying, when I did my independent research, this is what I found. She wasn't even moved after they told her about the 3,700 compressions. Thank you for the super chat, Forrest. I appreciate it. He does have a punchable face. He does. She did. She was not swayed. Scorty bellow. Okay, there we go. Like, when they told her the 3,700 compressions, she still wasn't moved. She stood by what she had. I'm not bothered by that. The pathologists. Y'all know tattoo sleeve. This is what I think happened. This is what the science says. I have no issue with a person standing by the science, but when you are willing to change what happened based on what Hank Brennan wants you to say, that's a problem. I can't trust what you're saying anymore. I don't know if it's you talking or Hank. That's an issue for me. They didn't even call her, and I loved her. I loved her, Alice. I just can't believe they didn't call her. Baby Sugar. That ME stood on business, but I wasn't mad at her for doing that. She answered both sides' questions. When Alessi said, could this have been caused by this? She said, could have been. She didn't rule it out. Oh, no, she didn't say that she was just so right that you were wrong. She said, it's a possibility. I loved how she answered questions. I loved it, but what she's saying, in all of my years of experience, I had never seen a victim of a pedestrian accident present the way Mr. O'Keefe did. And that's why I had to say undetermined. You can't be mad at her for that. But Mr. Welcher sitting his ass on this stand telling us that car could not detect a collision. My thing is, guys, I want to see how he explains away that broken tail light, because most cars will tell you if something is wrong with your light. Like, did that register anywhere? Even if they didn't know she hit John, did it register that her tail light was out? At what point in the information does it say something about the tail light? I'm wondering that, and that's for both sides. That's for both sides. I wonder why that hasn't been brought up. I did not, Alice. And if I don't have to, Hank's voice just gets on my nerve. I can't stand hearing his voice. Can't stand hearing Hank's voice. And Dr. Welcher is just, he really makes me want to throw something. He really makes me want to throw something. Just saying, I just think we're just annoyed with Dr. Welcher. That's it. Just annoyed. Lally thinks he's getting a judge nomination. The lawyer you know's dad was talking about how he tried this case and he got a hung jury. They tried the case for a second time and there was a not guilty. And he said, he was telling the lead prosecutor, well, at least I convinced some of them. You didn't convince any, right? And I said, I wonder if that's what's going to happen with this case. And I'm going to tell you, Halo, if I'm Karen, once I get my not guilty, oh, I'm talking so much shit on those steps. Oh, I'm going to talk so much shit on those steps. I'm calling all y'all out. And I'm going to start with Big Bang Bev. Okay? If I'm Karen, baby, I'm going to come out on the stand and tell my daddy, bring my purse. Daddy going to bring my purse. This all I got right here. I'm going to have shampoo in one hand, conditioner in the next. Okay? Telling my mama, come on. And my mama going to have a little protein mask for you. Okay? I'm going to talk so much noise on those steps. You think Karen is doing interviews? I'm starting with Bev. I'm going to tell Bev, you tried everything. You let these people get away with everything. I'm going to embarrass her. And then guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to have PR. Baby, I'm on 2020. I'm on the local news stations. Hell, I might even call the Shade Room. Okay? I'm going to be on everything that you could possibly imagine. And I'm going to talk about the corruption in this trial. I'm going to talk about that judge. I want... Karen, tell me what she was saying in the sidebars. Tell me. J. O'Keefe does not weigh enough for the car to record the collision. They said it, but his arm was able to destroy a taillight. Princess, I don't get it. And I would bring this out. Ooh, I don't get it. Somebody said they writing a book. Baby, I would be... Baby, let me tell you something. Karen Reed start going live on YouTube every night to tell us about what she experienced at trial. I'm going to be seated every day. Damn law and crime in a trial. I will be listening to Karen Reed for 8 hours a day. Tell me what was happening. Y'all, what is going on? Why are they still at sidebar? Merch said, I'm calling Lifetime. Damn Lifetime. This sounds like something 50 Cent needs to produce, okay? I need some drama. Doing everything. Do you hear me? I'm doing everything. But no break, please.
Dr. Welcher, if you could take us back to slide 30. And so we understand you mentioned there are two triggering events. Is this the first one or the second one?
It's the first one.
Is that the one you've labeled the 3-point turn?
Correct.
And where did that happen? What street?
Cedar Crest.
At this 3-point turn triggering event, there is a time in red, 12:23:38.
Correct.
Where is that time taken from?
That's coming from the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe at 0.154.
Okay. And is there another time on there?
I mean, I do the math between those two.
Okay. Could you make that a little larger? Could you zoom in so we can
Sure.
see it better?
So there's an infotainment time of 12:12:36, I guess another time to answer your question. Then we have,
The 12:12:36, what does that indicate? What's that relevant to?
that's when the text stream data basically turned on, plus or minus a little bit.
When you say the text stream, is that relative to when the car turned on?
Correct. Sorry.
Okay.
Horace, what did Fatty Matty say? I can't remember.
So when the car turned on, then we add the time for the trigger. So what we have is we have data in the text stream that shows the speed, the position, the steering of the vehicle on that trigger. And so we're trying to match the timing and the description of what the vehicle was doing with the text stream, the infotainment, and the cell phone data.
Is the data that you analyze regarding the speed, the direction, and the timing to determine whether this was consistent with a 3-point turn?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please. And if you can enlarge that, because it's hard to see back here.
Sure is. Okay, so again, we are looking at event 1162-1. The information in blue is speed. It comes out of the text stream in kilometers an hour, converted to miles per hour, feet per second, looked at the total distance traveled, shift position. So in the text stream data, a shift position of 1 indicates you're in drive. A shift position of 2 indicates you're in reverse.
There's no zeros. What would a 0 indicate?
0 is usually neutral. And I believe 3 is park. So there's also data on the acceleration of the vehicle. So basically, what is the effect of whatever you're doing in terms of stepping on the gas or not stepping on the gas? And then there's also information on the steering of the vehicle. So again, there's trigger 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after. So over here, a positive number equals a leftward steer. So you can see we have in the forward velocity or forward motion in drive, goes forward with leftward steer, stops, shifts into reverse, and then continues with a rightward steer back.
Could you take us over to the left of that data? When you look at the number 1162-1 as an event, can a key cycle, or when a car is turned on, power ignition on until the point is turned off, whatever amount of time, can it have more than one triggering event?
Yes, you can have lots of triggering events. In this case, it has 2. On a key cycle 1164, there's 11. On 1167, there's 10.
If you could move a little bit to the right on this, is there something you can see on here that caused the triggering event, some of the data?
Yes. So if you look at the triggering indication of what this trigger was, what you see is accelerator opening ratio, which is basically, you can think of it as how much you're stepping on the gas pedal. And so if it exceeds, in this case, 30% quicken time after shipping into reverse, that tells the system, hey, we might need to start recording this data. So what you can see, it went into reverse, and then within a very short amount of time, the accelerator pedal went above that 30%. That's what caused the T or the trigger in the text stream data.
The row next to the 31.5, engine RPM data, can you explain to us what that is?
Sure, that's how many revolutions per minute the engine's turning.
The more gas, is it generally the higher the RPM?
Correct. There's going to be a little lag. Your car doesn't move instantaneously. You have to step on the gas, then the RPMs go up, and then it starts going faster.
If you could explain to us the total distance and distance travel columns, how do you read that?
Sure. So we know the speed at various times. We know from this data that there is, you can see half a second between each one of these timestamps. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 data points at half a second. That's the 5 seconds of pre-crash data. So if you know you're going so many miles per hour, again, I converted it to feet per second. Feet per second, you're going so many feet per second for half a second, for example. You just multiply those two together and it tells you how far you went. So what I'm doing is looking at speed traveling during the interval, that's during this short time period. And then I add it all together here for total distance traveled.
You mentioned that when the data is captured, it's limited to 10 seconds. When we look at the top row of JBW vehicle speed MPH, it's 9.94. Is that 9.94 miles per hour?
It is.
Can we tell whether it was going faster or slower before this data?
We generally cannot. I mean, you might have some.
Where's the 24 miles?
It looks like it's slowing down. And then you see right here, this brake switch application. So you have two things relative to braking. You have a brake switch, which is simply whether the brake is on or off, just enough pressure to make the brake light come on. And then you have brake oil pressure, which gives you some idea of how much pressure is in the system, which is a rough indication for the braking. But then what you see here is the longitudinal acceleration or deceleration. This gives you some idea of how much the vehicle is speeding up or slowing down. So generally a minus sign is a slowing or accelerating in reverse.
And for the bottom of those columns, I'd ask you whether or not at the beginning of the window, if you had any other information, is it the same situation for the end of that window that's captured?
Correct. So at the end of this window, you can see it's still going about 8.7 miles an hour when the trigger stopped. So after that trigger plus 5 seconds, the system said we no longer need to monitor it. Things have returned to an okay state. And so then it stops monitoring the system.
Based on your analysis and review and looking at this data, did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether or when this event occurred as it is portrayed in the data?
Yes, I did.
And could you share with the jury, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, when did this occur?
So this, you want time-wise or location or both?
Start with location, then time.
So it happened on Cedar Crest. It happened between cell phone data points 154 and 155. And it's a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest. And it occurred, according to the text stream data, about 12 minutes, 23 seconds after the vehicle was turned on. So.
And do you have an understanding of the variance between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Yes.
And what is that variance time?
21 to 29 seconds.
And so the Lexus clock at 21, 23, 38, what time would that put Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
She said, Hank, you know what? Bev may be tired of Hank at this point. Bev is probably going to say, Mr. Brennan, I'm not going to bring you up here again. You are wasting the jury's time, and I don't want their time wasted. Don't even bring up my Woman of the Year award ceremony, okay? You got a break too. She's going to tell Hank, stop playing this game. Yeah, I don't listen. Forrest, I think this sidebar may be warranted. This may be one that is warranted. Maybe this is what they discussed already. Remember, there's an issue with them moving this time. Maybe she has addressed this and has to remind Hank because Hank is still trying to get it out. I don't know. Hey, Chelsea, I don't know, y'all, but I'm just saying maybe this sidebar is warranted. Oh, no, T, do not quit your job and sit beside me, okay, friend? Keep your job, keep your job, keep your job. But yeah, I don't know. I think this may be warranted. Hold on. I just saw something. It said it was minimal enough to not cause a trigger impact on the vehicle, but yet it shattered the tail light. Everybody is saying this. Didn't cause the bruising and threw him several feet. I don't get it, but I will say this, guys. I'm really interested to see what happens when we get to 1162-2. Because if you can tell me that during the 3-point turn, she backed up at about 8 or 9 miles an hour, which is still kind of damn fast, in my opinion, just to be backing up. You better be able to tell me how that vehicle better had registered how fast she backed up. Now, I will say this. It's not going to make me believe she hit Mr. O'Keefe, though. It just won't, guys. I can't. If she really backed up at 24 miles an hour, she should have caused some severe damage to that man's body. She should have. But if we get to the 1162-2 trigger, well, first of all, let me just say this too. They can't even tell us if she was backing up. Let me say that. Let's put that out there too. But I just want to know if they're going to have a speed. Are they going to have a speed attached to that trigger like this one? I want to know that. Are they going to tar Princess? I agree. Let's see. If Bev's standing up, I'm going to be pissed. No, we're not at lunch. Just a sidebar. Well, Maris, let's see. I'm interested to see if they're even going to mention the speed, because remember they were so locked in to 24 miles an hour. Are they going to mention the speed this go around? Is he going to be able to take it a step further than Shannon? Because Shannon could not tell us what that trigger was. He didn't look at the raw data, right? And we do know that Welcher's report feeds off of Shannon's report. Are we going to get any more information if we go through all of this and he still can't tell me for certain what the trigger was? Waste of damn time. Waste of damn time. Caitlin, I do feel a morning break coming, or she's going to go to lunch early. One or the two. Maris, I think the BS is the fact that Bev is allowing them to do it. But I think that's maybe what these sidebars are about. I do think that after getting Shannon on the stand, putting 2 and 2 together, what Shannon was saying on the stand, now we've got Dr. Welcher here. Dr. Welcher is essentially saying the same thing. He changed everything because Hank Brennan told him to. Hank, why are you having these people change their information mid-trial? Now, Shannon held up a little better as far as why, when he was talking to them, I think Shannon did a better job covering it up. Oh, it was me. I did it. But after you talked to Hank Brennan on May 7th, and he told you to go ahead and send the report over, he did that. But I think Dr. Welcher, hell, he has more to lose. He's got a little more than an associate's degree to lose, okay? Dr. Welcher said, no, Mr. Brennan told me to change everything. So, and Sunday, Alice. So, over the last 8 to 10 days, please remember, he met with him on Saturday, then again on Sunday. So, yeah. Forrest, let me tell you one thing that I will always remember in the Ysdale case. Baby, them lawyers will ask for a mistrial and they will file a motion. They will file a motion. I think the same thing you can kind of see in Millie's case. They hate each other. They're going to file some motions. They don't hate enough. They don't hate each other enough in this courtroom. They give it too much grace for me, because I feel like Karen should have had at least 5 motions to dismiss, even if Bev was going to ignore them. Just file it. Hell, let me read it and get excited. They don't hate each other enough in this.
I'm going to give you a 10-minute break because we went right through it. So 10-minute break and then we'll go again.
Sarah's right this way.
Yeah, she should.
Please rise for the jury.
It's almost lunchtime.
Dr. Walton,
We'll be back in 10 minutes.
Yo, hold on just a second. Hold on. Child, hold up. I was finna call. They don't hate each other enough. Talking to Amanda, they don't hate each other enough, and because they don't hate each other enough, they being too nice, in my opinion. Not they, but the defense being too damn nice. They're being too nice for me. I can look. Okay, Nick, I'll go check. Friend, are you okay over there?
I had to go get a Pepsi. I've been over there screaming. I can't.
Isn't this crazy? Hey, Jay Sayers. Is this not crazy? Hold on. This is too. I know we only have a 10-minute break. Barchi, please stop. I just had to call you and see how you feeling over there.
Because I'm losing my marbles because this whole freaking weekend, this whole last week, we have been trying to wrap our brains around Alexa's clock.
Yeah.
Only because everybody's brain is going straight to the clock in the car. Only to find out that it's not a clock at all. It's a damn stopwatch, and y'all trying to guess the time. So all we gotta do is throw another phone in here, and y'all don't know what time it is again.
No.
You do not know the time unless you take John O'Keefe's phone, the McCarthy's video. That's why you using all this stuff that we don't think, that we trying to figure out what does this have to do with the crash. Like, I'm started off this morning with how could this not be confirmation bias? Because if you are looking into a pedestrian strike, you find out that John O'Keefe was drunk, you find out that Karen was drunk, you find out that they was at a bar, your brain is already going to drunk driving. Like, you're not here for a DUI. You're trying to determine whether or not a car struck a pedestrian. But you got all this information that seems like it has nothing to do with when or if a crash happened. And we come to find out that you got all this information, including the damn cameras from her mama house, because y'all don't know what time it was.
They don't know what time it was.
If we take out the ring, this is where I have the problem. If we take out the ring video, John O'Keefe, if we take out everybody's phone, y'all would never know what time that happened.
They wouldn't know what time. No. He's estimating everything. 3-point turn, everything. They're estimating everything. They're guessing. But here's my thing. It's him. Did you hear him say that John O'Keefe didn't get hit by a car? It didn't. No, it didn't record the collision because he was only 200 and something pounds.
When he said that, well, I got hemmed up before then, but yes, I figured it was the weight. But I got hemmed up before then because when he said that the EDR was X, Y, and Z and the text stream, this, that, and the other. First of all, I was stuck at when he said, I think the infotainment. Wait a minute, because your homeboy's whole thing was the infotainment. So how do you not know what it is?
Well, I think he's letting you know in his own way. He don't trust Shannon anymore either.
I think he trusts Shannon, but he trusts him so blindly that he don't even know what he's doing. So you can't even go back and check Shannon. Because you have no idea what's going on.
He and I'm gonna tell you, I don't believe he can go back and check Shannon, which is why I think they keep objecting to certain things that he's saying. Like, no.
No, you're taking it straight off of Shannon's paper. You're copying off of Shannon's paper and trying to make it make sense. Then for him to say that, oh, well, this is mainly a system that is used for collisions, but vehicle to vehicle, not pedestrians. And it's just like, so why are y'all using the black box to come up with anything if you don't know? If it's not made to pick up a pedestrian strike, why are we using it to determine a pedestrian strike?
They're saying maybe for a rebuttal, Forrest saying, are you talking about the witnesses? I think Forrest is talking about something else. She is not on trial for DUI. And well, here's the thing. She's not on trial for DUI. Huh? She's charged with it. And then her drinking is, there are acts that you have to, the state has to prove to get certain, to get certain guilty verdicts on. So I get it, but I just feel like even now with Dr. Welcher, I don't think we're any closer to seeing if this man was hit by a car. Well, I don't believe he was hit by a car, first of all, because I just can't believe that. Second, did you see that they can register the speed the car was going with certain things that what's happening on her car?
Well, part of, yeah.
So I'm wondering if we're going to get a speed with 1162, the second trigger that they're telling us. Remember, Shannon said he can't tell us for certain if she was backing back or not.
Well, this is the thing. They didn't talk to each other about this final report. Why Shannon changed his on the 8th and he changed his over the weekend. They did not talk because Shannon never once said that 10 seconds that it got the backing trigger, that it was 5 seconds before the trigger and 5 seconds after.
He did say that.
I didn't hear him say that.
He was saying that what he was saying was kind of like when he talked about the infotainment system, he talked about it recording data. I don't really remember what the data was, but I remember him saying 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after. I remember him saying that.
I remember him.
And then he said 3 seconds too.
10 seconds, it wasn't going to happen.
Then he
wasn't going to have no information.
Yep.
But my thing is, who is backing up for 10 seconds? Who backing up for 5? Who's going that far unless you leaving the scene of a robbery? Who is backing up for that long?
First of all, why I said to myself, 9 miles an hour is kind of fast to be backing up, though.
To be backing up?
I said that's kind of fast. I think that's fast. So I don't really know what Karen had going on. And I do believe she was drunk. But 9 miles, because I'm like 9 miles an hour. What? That's kind of fast.
Mary said if she's charged, then they all need to be charged with DUI. You got that right.
Well,
Everybody was drunk.
Everyone was drunk.
Everybody was drunk.
Yeah, Victoria, in every last one of those charges, they have to prove that she was either driving negligent. The last 2, I think, the last 3. They have to prove that she had a blood alcohol level of whatever. No one tested her at the time of the crime. So I think that's a no. They have to either prove that she was negligent in one, reckless in another, driving. Can't prove that she got home safely, in my opinion. And then the third one is that she caused the injuries to John O'Keefe. I don't believe they can prove all 3 of those things. And for me, that's the problem. Nothing. Ronnie said,
you can't tell me what happened, and now I find out you guessing at the time. Now it starts to make sense why you say, "Oh, it has to be calculated with each event." I'm thinking, why? My clock been set 5 minutes ahead for the last 6 years.
Not just each event. Each event, the Karen's phone, John's phone. It's just too much. It's like I get it.
Be calculated for each event, but if you don't have, my thing is. In this case, for lack of better words, the car is the murder weapon.
Yep.
Now, with any other weapon, I can tell if it's been discharged. We can see if a projectile matches to it. We can find out if there's fingerprints on it, DNA on it, all of this, and we can say this is absolutely the weapon. You mean to tell me you can't tell if this big-ass truck is what hit him or not?
You can't
tell. You have no idea. You inspected it with the tail light housing missing when that was the main culprit. So you can't tell me that you know exactly how that tail light didn't hit, where it was lined up at, because you didn't even have the tail light housing. And then you get there and you decide to line the vehicles up perpendicular.
I said, this is not even how she hit the man's car. What are we doing?
But then, Clayton, you got the ring video. So you looked at the ring video.
And still did this.
And lined that car up like that. And now you want me to trust you.
Listen, after the state's witnesses have gotten on the stand and said, yes, that car hit the other car. I say this every time. I'm not saying that's where Karen's tail light was broken. I'm not one of those people because it doesn't look like it would have caused it. I'm not that person. But I am going to say that she hit that car. She hit that car.
It hit it.
Paris said, any clock I have to set myself is wrong. And I can't stand it, Paris. I can't stand when the clock's off by a few seconds. Like my phone goes to 12:27 and then the clock is on 12:26 still. Annoys me, so I get that. I do get that.
I just don't understand how they think or want to assume that, hey, this is just everything. Like this, if for this to be the expert testimony, to be honest, I'm not gonna lie. This sounds like something a layperson would put together.
I just think he's a liar.
It sounds like something a layperson would put together because the truth of the matter is, it seems like a layperson would say, okay, this is what's happening in the car. This is what's happening with the speed. This is what happened with steering wheel. This is where John was. And you got all these papers spread out around you and you're trying to make it make sense. That seems like what a layperson would do.
Yeah.
The expert should be able to condense it down in the piles. This goes with this goes with that goes with this, and make it all make sense. Y'all making it seem like this is me trying to figure out who stole my lunch out the break room. Like, it could go any direction. Like, it just don't make sense.
Unless you are your court of opinion person and put an air tag. I mean, put something in it. Why when you said that, I thought about court of opinion. But I do believe that. And I feel like, what the problem is.
The place for me to not have doubt still.
The issue is, Dr. Welcher, with this extensive resume, you are probably on paper a great witness. But during that voir dire, the fact that you've told me that you switched what you thought according to what Hank Brennan wanted, I can't believe you anymore. And why would right now?
I figured out you came from the same company that the liar do. I don't.
And you're the VP. I kept saying he's so smart, but you weren't smart enough to check Shannon's information.
Who are you allowing? Who do you have employed?
That's a problem. And Raynette said, why did Tully have to pick Welcher up from the airport? That is what I want to know. Why couldn't we Uber him to the airport? Uber him back to his hotel, wherever he needed to go.
Mary said, we playing Clue at this point. Right. It was.
I feel like that.
In the study with the candlestick.
I feel like that. I feel like we're playing Clue at this point. I feel like that.
Again, I am, like I said before and like I said this morning, I don't know what Karen did or did not do. I don't. But at this point, I'm not talking about whether or not she's innocent. I'm saying she's not guilty. Because even in this her testimony, I can't listen. I can't take this in and regurgitate it without doubt.
Mm-hmm.
There's doubt.
Agreed. I agree. Now, y'all, I see you guys talking about the 1162.2 trigger. I don't think we've gotten to it yet. We do know 1162.1. It clocked 8 to 9 miles an hour. But we haven't gotten to the second trigger. But if they do not give us some mileage on it, I'm going to be looking at them really funny. But also, I'm wondering if he can take it a step further than Shannon and tell us what was actually happening during this triggering event, not just guessing. Because Shannon couldn't tell us if she was backing up or not. He assumed it. He can't tell us.
Yeah, and Shannon got everything all jacked up because for Shannon to explain things the way he did and then to turn around and say, well, if she was backing up more than 10 seconds, we wouldn't have caught it. Well, the truth of the matter for that one is if she was backing up more than 5 seconds, you wouldn't have caught it because the first 5 seconds would have been before the trigger. So it's 5 seconds. But then how does that plus or minus 5 add to the variant? How do you put that in the variant? Then we got plus or minus 3 seconds on top of that, or the car turning on. We don't know where we at with this. We are guessing.
Yeah,
we are guessing.
I don't know what that's about.
No, they said it is.
They said 10 minutes. It's been 10 minutes, but we do know how Bev is with these breaks, and there seems to be some. Do you feel like there's some issues with Welcher as far as Bev is concerned? I feel like she is not. I don't think she likes what the CW has done with Welcher.
I don't think she likes any part of it. I think she wants the whole aperture debacle to be through. I don't think she wants, I think Bev knew straight up off rip that this man had his own report, and then he had parts of his report that he just reported.
Yeah.
Okay, that came from Burgess, and she knows that's going to cause a slew of objections, because if you can't speak on what you have in your report, if you can't explain it because you don't know where he got those numbers from. Hold on.
Okay. I don't know. I know you keeping up with Diddy. I can't wait to lunch break because we've got a Capricorn clock is on the stand.
Oh my God.
I hate to switch gears, but I was trying to like glance over to kind of see what's been talked about so that I'm ready for lunch. One of the first things, so Capricorn Clark was Suge Knight's, one of his children's moms was her friend. That's how she knows Suge Knight. At some point, she says her first day on the job, they took her to Central Park after dark. And Diddy told her, since you know Suge Knight, he said, since you'd worked for Suge Knight, if anything happened, he may have to kill her. This is when she just started. And they said, this is insane. Summer, I hadn't even looked at the whole testimony because it's been so much going on and can't read, but I'm kind of ready for lunch so that we can see what Capricorn is talking about. Child, and she worked for him for 8 years. How did the man that I worked for, I told y'all, he's a record executive. When I tell you this was one of the most, this working for him, never anything inappropriate. In fact, one of his friends said something inappropriate to me before, and when I tell you, he just went off. Working for him, I always felt safe with him, everyone in our office. I can't even imagine him saying something like this. And he worked for Rap-A-Lot, like the man I used to work for. He worked for Rap-A-Lot when they were popping back in the day. I can't even imagine this. First day.
Let me tell you something. I go to any job and they tell me any benefit I can't get down with. I'm gonna tell you what. Get somebody else to do it.
Summer, I can't wait.
That's never been a risk of my job that I'm gonna get unaligned by my manager. That's never been a risk I've had.
That's never been a risk.
Minute lunches. I had to negotiate the 45 one day because they didn't want to give me an hour. I mean, I don't like. There's certain things that I'm just not going to go for at work. And then that was her clue to get the hell out of Dodge.
And she stayed 8 years.
At Kid Cudi's house and everywhere else. Like, baby,
I can't wait to get into Capricorn. And I think she was up there for about 2 hours. She was up there about 2 hours. And now I told y'all I paid for Inner City Press's like subscription. I don't know what I'm getting from that. And I need to figure that out. You know what, Erica said, are you willing to die for this shit? That's what it sounds like he told her in that part.
Right, because that sounds like
that. Okay, yeah, I think we're back.
With Capricorn Clark, she proves that there was a network.
There was a network. She's in the network. Okay, friend. Okay, friend. All right. Now I'm ready for lunch. I am ready for lunch break, child. Well, Summer, thank God for Jesus, okay? Thank God for bro.
Well, the session, please be seated.
All right, so Mr. Brennan, you can continue. The objections overruled.
Thank you. Dr. Welch, could you take us to slide 30? Could you zoom in a little bit on the right photograph to the right?
30 minutes left to lunch. Yes.
You were explaining to us the time relevance of 12:23:38. And could you tell us again, remind us, what is 12:23:38 referring to?
The 12:23:38 is syncing the text stream time to real world time. So we know how long the text stream is on. We know when the vehicle was turned on. So we're adding those two together. So if you add the 12:12:36 to, for example, 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds for when the end of the trigger is, that gives you 12:23:38. So the end of the trigger in real world time, no longer in the running clock, is now 12:23:38
Based on the infotainment clock,
based on the infotainment clock
and that's from the Lexus.
from the Lexus.
Sustained.
And where's that from?
The Lexus.
Thank you. The 12:23:58 number, what's the significance of that?
So that is Mr. Keefe's cell phone data at point 154. Again, from the original data we had just at 154 and 155 and not the in-between points. So
And at the bottom in parentheses, explain to us what that means.
sure, if you look at where the text stream math works out to be, 12:23:38.8, and compare that to 12:23:58, the difference between those two is 19.2 seconds.
The difference between which clocks?
Between what the text stream infotainment system would show compared to what point 154 on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone is.
And based on new data, do you now have information about what the variance, the difference is between the clock on the Lexus infotainment and the clock on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Yes,
And what is that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Going to allow that.
it's, you need to advance the text stream clock 21 to 29 seconds.
You need to advance it 29 seconds for why? Why do you need to do that?
Because the cell phone is ahead 21 to 29 seconds.
After you advance the text stream ahead 21 to 29 seconds, can you then compare the information, the time that's coming from the infotainment system Lexus to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone from his iPhone?
Correct. That's what you need to have an apples to apples comparison. You need to get them on the same time clock.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You can proceed.
Ash, I thought I was tripping. I believe you did say that.
So I think we left off here. So that's 1162-1. So what we have is we have the cell phone data, the original cell phone data on the right-hand side. And then from that text stream data, you know, we have whether it's going forward, we have the speeds, we have the steering angles. So from that information, we ran a simulation to show you what the text stream data means. This is what the 10 seconds of data is. And again, just because the simulation stopped, that's just where the text stream data ends. Again, as we showed you earlier, that the car's still moving. That's just the last data point we have. So what that text stream data shows is matching a 3-point turn on that Cedar Crest Street. So we have the vehicle motion, the timing data consistent with the interview statements about making a turn, 3-point turn.
Can you take us back to the data chart and show the 2 points that you just mentioned, the turning? Where's that reflected in the data?
Sure. So you can see
And you'll have to enlarge that. I'm sorry, Doctor.
column N, that's the shift position. So that's looking, we start off going forward right here. And you can see at the start of the simulation, we're going about 9.94 miles an hour. And then as you start a 3-point turn, you generally start, in this case, if you're going to the left, with the left turn. So you can see we have this steering angle here, then the transmission. So again, we have the brake application. So you're coming in, but you're slowing down and you get down to a speed of approximately 0. Shift into reverse. back up, and then start to turn the other direction as you're backing up. So again, you want the rear to go to the right, you turn the steering wheel to the right, right is negative, and then as you start to pull around and pull forward, you turn back to correct for the steering, and so that's what this shows. So again, if you put it all into a simulation program, the speeds, the shifting, the distance, keep in mind we only have that 10-second window of data and the steering angle for that Lexus. That's what it indicates.
Can you enlarge the photograph on the right with the data points and explain to us the significance of that?
Maris, we still on 11.
Sure. So again, what we're trying to do is we have the infotainment, we have a text stream. We're now trying to see how that correlates to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone. So we had originally very coarse data points, 154 and 155. There's additional data points between here. So we're looking at how well does our predicted time compare to those two. So with the cell phone correction, you end up with the text stream data at 12:23:59 to 12:24:07. So that's actually right in between these two data points. And so we know 154 was closest, but it's on the right-hand side of the road. 155 is when it's turned around and heading back in the southerly direction. So the cell phone data corroborates the text stream timing data in conjunction with the infotainment system data.
Thank you. Please continue.
Okay, so we talked about 1162-1. That's the first trigger on the text stream. So we're going to go to 1162-2. So I've highlighted that in yellow. So we're now talking about the second trigger. So this is on the same ignition cycle. It's on ignition cycle 1162. We have that same continuous running clock, but we've now synced it to real world clocks. So instead of the running clock, we now have some information on the real world clock. So at this time, we know the ignition has been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds. So at the trigger, 19 minutes and 2 seconds. And again, we have 5 seconds either side of that. So between 18 minutes, 57.6 seconds to 19 minutes, 7.5 seconds.
Could you enlarge that, please?
Which part?
That part where your arrow is. You were speaking about the clock. Could you explain that so the jury can see?
Sure. So again, this is continuous from when the time comes on. I just converted it to minutes and seconds here so you can see how long it's been on. This is the mileage. These are the speeds over here. And this is some information on how far it traveled. Again, we have the plus minus on the steering. That gives us some information on the steering. Really, there's very little steering going on at this point. Slight leftward steer.
Dr. Welcher, did you determine how long after the first trigger, that 3-point turn, that this second trigger occurred?
Yes. 3-point turn occurred about 8 minutes after.
You said the 3-point turn occurred
I'm
after.
sorry, this event, I misspoke. 11.2 occurred about 8 minutes after.
After the 3-point turn.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Can you walk us through this data?
Sure.
Let's see now, Morgan. I was seeing 13, 22.
Okay.
They're not aligned.
So we have the accelerometer data here. I've highlighted a shift from drive
Okay.
to neutral to reverse.
I'm sorry,
Again.
you're gonna need to zoom that in so we can see it.
Absolutely. We have information on the brake switch, brake oil pressure. We have the acceleration data here. And then from that information and using the acceleration data, calculating the speed at which it's backing up. The reason we have slightly different calculations here is we have some evidence that the wheel's slipping on the ground. So we need to use the accelerometer because the wheel speed is simply telling you the speed of the wheel. It's like if you're stationary burning rubber, the speedometer reads a certain speed, but you're not going anywhere. But the accelerometer tells you how much the vehicle's moving.
Mm-hmm.
So from all that information, we get information on how far the vehicle's traveled. We've done it in terms of total travel distance. We've done it relative to the start position.
I'm gonna ask you to start on the columns on the left and take us through the information that you have regarding this second triggering event. So if you can scroll all the way to the left.
All the way to the left?
So the first column regarding time, could you remind us again what that is?
So again, that's the continuous running clock.
And the second column in blue?
That's where I take that time and convert it to what we more commonly use, minutes and seconds.
And now we have a key cycle event, different than the 3-point turn. What's the number?
So this is now 1162-2. So again, it's technically in the system the same key cycle. I've called it 1162-2.
And the red number next to it to the right?
That's the mileage. So it's actually at the same mileage as 1162-1. So we know, obviously, they're within the same mile.
If you could scroll over a couple of columns. From your data, can you tell during that event how far the Lexus traveled during
Yes.
that event?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
So we have accelerometer data. We have velocity data or speed data back here. I've corrected for what you see down here is, and I go through this on a later slide, but right here you can see a significant increase in the RPMs, but yet the acceleration is dropping. So what that means is if your RPMs are going up and the speed's going up, that means you should be accelerating more. But what happens because the acceleration is dropping, that means what's actually happened is the wheel's slipping. So what I've done is I've used the accelerometers data to calculate the speed once the vehicle is put into reverse. And once we know the speed, again, feet per second, we know every data point is half a second. So speed times time tells you how far you moved. Feet per second, feet divided by seconds times seconds gives you feet. That's how far you went. So you get how far you went in each interval, then you get the total distance traveled. And so this is relative to the start. So 0 is the start. The vehicle goes forward about 34 feet. Then you can see it basically stops in this area here, then begins to back up and ends up backing a total of 53 back from where it originally started. So if you add 53 to 34, you get 87. So the total motion, 34 forward, 53 back, the Lexus moved 87 feet total.
Dr. Welcher, when you say the Lexus moved 83 feet total, is that according to the data or is that the entirety of the movement of that Lexus?
No, that's just from when the data starts to when the data ends. So if you look at when the data starts, you can see that the vehicle is actually going 13.67 miles an hour. When the data stops, the vehicle is still going 23 miles an hour. And you
From
can
this-
see,
I'm sorry.
you can still see that it's still at 74% throttle. So, this is 3/4 of full throttle in reverse.
So to start with the distance traveled, if you can go to the top, we see that the speed is 13.67. Is that where the data gets picked up?
That's where the first data point is. Again, the trigger is here. This is 5 seconds before the trigger.
Are you able to tell how fast or slow the vehicle is traveling before that data point of 5 seconds before the trigger?
No.
And likewise, on the bottom, the speed. At the end of the 10-second data points at 23.61, can you tell whether or not that speed stayed the same, increased, or decreased?
I mean, considering you're at 74% throttle, it likely increased. How much, I don't know. And you can see that up here, she's on the brake. Down here, she's not on the brake. And so she's not on the brake and at 74% throttle.
And what is the percentage of throttle that has to be initiated to cause a triggering event?
For a shift into rear and a rapid throttle application is 30%.
If you look at the next column over, if you can go to the top heading for the jury to see the engine RPM data, could you explain that?
Sure. Again, that's the engine RPMs. And so, as I mentioned, you have this jump in engine RPMs and a very dramatic jump in the reported speed of the vehicle. But when you look at the acceleration is actually dropping. So again, that's a telltale sign that the tire is spinning because the vehicle is not being accelerated. And so I've used the accelerometer data. Again, if you just, a process called integration, you integrate the accelerometer data, it will give you the velocity. So what I've done is, it's called piecewise integration to get the speed data that takes into account the tire slippage, and from there calculated the speed or the position at each interval going across the top here.
If I could stop you at your column that says JBW speed at each time step.
Yep.
If you go to the bottom, please.
Becky, I don't get that
So does your
either.
data indicate that the speed is changing at the end of this 10-second event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Is the speed changing at the end of this event?
Yes.
How so?
Well, again, you can see it's increased about 2.7 miles per hour. And again, we know from what I already stated that that last time step, you're still at 74% throttle and you have 0 brake application.
Is it possible from the data to tell how far the Lexus went forward before it went in reverse in total as far as feet?
Not in total, no. We just have this 10-second window. I can tell you what it did during this 10-second window.
Is it possible to tell how far it continued after the data?
No.
The shift position changes from 1 to 0 to 2. Can you again explain to us what that means?
Sure. 1 is drive, 0 is neutral, 2 is reverse. And then brake switch status, again, a 1 is you're on the brake pedal, enough to activate the brake lights. 0 is you're off the brake pedal.
Each one of those indicators, 1, 0, 2, how much time is for each of those?
0.5 seconds.
So can you tell how long the Lexus was in neutral for?
So again, it only occurs at one time step. And again, there's a little timing issue. Like we only have data every half second. You don't know exactly where in that time it was.
Wow, but you, what?
Okay, you can continue, Dr. Welcher.
Next slide or continue on this slide?
Unless there's something else you want to point out to the jury on this slide. You can
Nope, I'm
move to
good.
the next.
So similarly, using this information to then try to tie it back to the cell phone data to make sure we have the real-time information. Again, this was written back in January before I got the additional information. So what you can see is, I'll zoom in. Again, we're now talking about trigger 1162.2, we know that that's 18 minutes that the vehicle has been on, 18 minutes, 57 seconds, 19 minutes, 2 seconds. This is the range. Again, the plus or minus 5 seconds. The 19 minutes, 2 seconds is when the trigger occurred. Infotainment system, adding those two together, 12:36.
You just wasted my time.
Plus the 19:7.5 indicates the end of 1162-2 is at 12:31:43.
That 12:31:43, is it based on the Lexus clock from the infotainment system?
It is. It would need to be corrected to the O'Keefe cell phone data.
When you reconcile that variance of 21.29 seconds, what is the time?
You end up with 12:32:04. So if you simply take this and add 21 seconds to it and add 29 seconds to it, so you get between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
When you reconcile the two clocks and you have that range of 12:32:04 to 12:32:14.
12:32:12.
I'm sorry, 12:32:12. Does that simply accommodate the window of data, but not before and after?
Correct. So, again, even on John's O'Keefe's cell phone, even within his cell phone, there's somewhere between 21 to 29 seconds difference on his cell phone. So even that one piece of instrumentation has some variance to it. So we know it's between 21 to 29 seconds at this approximate time. So this is taking into account that variance.
So the only time window that you have is based on the data, and that's reflected in the 12:32:04 to 12:32:12?
Objection. Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there any other window you can accommodate with the data you have other than that 10-second window?
Yes.
What's that?
So I was given information about a final lock event on the phone.
Let's stick with this window if we can.
Okay.
Since you only have 10 seconds of data, is it possible from the Lexus clock data to have a larger window than the 10-second window?
No, the text stream will only give you a 10-second window,
Okay.
but it doesn't tell the whole story because the vehicle's still moving.
Understood. Okay, continue, please.
So I have this other event, a lock event, and the information I was given that at 12:32:09. And so we have the text stream data ending at somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12, which puts this number right in the middle of that, more or less.
Continue.
Is this a good place to take a luncheon break?
Certainly, Your Honor.
Okay, so why don't we do that, George? So we'll take 45 minutes for lunch. And again, Dr. Wilson, you can just call it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
You are muted.
Okay, guys. I can't even begin to start on what's been on Dr. Welcher, partly because I think what he's doing is very confusing. And I'm not of the mind that the man was hit by a car. I'm trying to listen to what he's saying, trying to make sense of it, but it's just not clicking for me. It's not doing it for me. I think it's a waste of time. Mel better tell them to eat like how Mel was eating that chicken and get back in there. Okay, so we have until 1:45. Lots and lots going on in the Diddy case today. If you are on here, guys, and we watch Karen read, but we try to read the transcript from the Diddy trial during lunch. So we're about to read the transcripts because I have been waiting on this particular witness to take the stand. So if you don't want to hear Diddy trial, there is some violence in here. I've heard some things already. If it's going to trigger you, go ahead and get off because we're about to tap into Diddy. We're about to tap into Diddy's trial. The next witness is Capricorn Clark. She was Diddy's assistant for about 8 years. Okay? Okay, here we go. Let's see. And her real name is Capricorn Clark. I thought that was like a nickname or something. You know, her entertainment name, okay? That's her real name, Capricorn Clark. Okay, y'all ready? So the government calls Capricorn Clark. Where did you grow up? Born in San Francisco, moved to LA, worked for Def Jam, then Death Row Records, a late 90s gangster rap label. Did she say that for real? Okay. What was your relation to Suge Knight? He's the father of my friend's child. Then you worked for Sean Combs. Yes. He is over there in a blue sweater. I worked for him from 2004 to 2012. Were you kidnapped? Yes. And I'm going to say it again. Innocently pressed. I think his transcript is a little all over. But yeah. When did you first meet Mr. Combs? When I moved to NYC in 2002, we were super platonic friends. A headhunter said I should work for him as a personal assistant. I did until 2006. Your duties? Shadow him from waking up. Then what? Head of women's for Sean John. How long? A year. Then global brand director for Sean Combs. Name and likeness due diligence to grow the brand. Then I was terminated until 2016 for Cassandra Ventura. Don't know what she means right there, but we'll keep that in mind. It is getting rough because let me just say this, and I can't wait to go on TikTok because there were so many people. Oh, it's hearsay. There's no proof Diddy actually was in Kid Cudi's home. So not only could we use phone records, but if there's a witness who saw him inside that home, okay. Did you work in this building? They show her a picture of Bad Boy Records. Yes, we moved there in 2005. Your first day, where did Mr. Combs take you? Central Park, after dark, along with Uncle Polly. Uncle Polly, your ass got some explaining to do because just like Buns, they keep bringing your name up and it's never in a good way. He looked like a linebacker. Does this photo look like him? No, he doesn't have on the blackout shades he wore all the time. What did Mr. Combs tell you in the park? That since I've worked for Suge Knight, if anything happened, he might have to kill me. I think it's the lead attorney. I forget his name. Ag something, but I think that's him. Uncle Polly was like head of security, Alice. They always mention his name, like kind of cleaning up, getting things done for Diddy. So they objected to that. It was overruled. How did you take it? Seriously. AUSA, how did you react? I said I didn't have anything to do with that stuff. Objection. The judge sustains that. Ms. Steiner, that's AUSA. What was Polly's role? All aspects of Mr. Combs' movements to keep him safe. There was also D-Rock, Roger Buns, and Ruben. Now, if you remember this RICO, right, there's this conspiracy that there's a network of people. There is always a hierarchy, right? And I think with each of these people, they're trying to show that. And that's why you're going to keep hearing about his security and how they help things happen that he wanted to happen, okay? Who's D-Rock? A good friend of Biggie Smalls. Running back type body. Baby, she likes us some football. We had a linebacker. Now we got a running back. D-Rock looked a little tall to me. Most running backs aren't that tall. Well, I guess the newer ones. Did you observe Mr. Combs with the gun? She said, yes, in my home. And did he talk about it? Mr. Combs told Chris Lighty he had a gun. He had a problem with 50 Cent. Oh, God, why did we miss this? Why did we mention his name? Were you ever accused of stealing? She said, yes, jewelry. It had been given to me. It was alone. She said, it went missing? She said, yes. What did you do? She called 1440, told them to lock it down. What did Paulie do? He questioned me for 3 hours. You went home? She said to Queens, yes, with Uncle Paulie. He searched my house. Baby, 50 Cent is 50 Cent's gonna have a field day with that. Where did Uncle Paulie take you? 1710 Broadway. It was dilapidated. It was being fixed up, but I didn't know that. Uncle Paulie took me to the 6th floor. The door was locked behind us. There was a 6-foot folding table and a heavy-set man. Can you describe him? 5 of me, 2 linebackers. He was chain smoking. What? This is why I hate when his stuff just not always. So y'all know we got to work, okay? What did he say would happen if you failed the lie detector test? Now, at this point, guys, if you have been keeping up with this, now there's a lie detector test. This is another employee who has testified to having to take a lie detector test because they were accused of stealing. Remember, it was the previous assistant, I think Mr. Kaplan, who testified to it. Now we've got Capricorn saying she had to take a lie detector test too. They would throw her. Oh, shit. What did he say would happen if you failed the lie detector test? That they would throw me in the East River. Oh, Agnifilo, I believe is what you said. That's who's doing cross. Can we have a sidebar? They have a sidebar. They come back, tell us she can proceed. What was his demeanor? Very serious. I was terrified. Did you want to be taking the test? Capricorn, no, I was afraid. How was the test? Wires on you, and they question you. Did I steal? Did he tell you the results? He said to calm down, that he couldn't get a good reading, and he might have to throw me in the East River. Hold on, y'all. Are you guys hearing this? I don't know where any of y'all ever worked before, but goddamn it, it's starting to sound like a criminal enterprise to me. What? Okay. Doesn't it sound like you work for a mob boss or something? Right now, or they always losing something. Okay. Damn, I might have to throw you in the East River. Anyone else in the building? She said, not to my knowledge. Could you leave? She said, Paulie said no. What did Paul say at the end? That he'd come back the next day to figure this out. We started again. Another lie detector test in the same location. All day. Were you free to leave? No. How long did this go on? 5 days. Can somebody tell me what that sounds like? Can someone just tell me, for those of you that love to argue with me, and it might not be some of y'all, for those of you that like to argue about RICO and, oh my God, this isn't a RICO case. Do you guys know what the state is trying to prove right now? Exactly. Yes. So for people who love to argue about the RICO charge, having her testify to these things is going to kidnapping. And I just want to just spoil it for you guys and say this isn't the first piece of information they will get from her that will count towards kidnapping. What did they ask her? Could you leave? Did you want to leave? Yeah. Could you leave? No. Okay. Did you tell anywhere where you were? No. I was just trying to survive. I was just trying to survive it, and I worked under an NDA. Combs, objection. The judge sustains that. Jury should disregard the last answer, but you know the jury knows that she had an NDA. She couldn't talk about it if she wanted to. Okay? Jury should disregard that. What would have you been doing? What would? I guess he's just asking, what would if she wasn't kidnapped, what would she have been doing? She said shadowing Mr. Combs. What happened after 5 days? They told her I could return to work, that Mr. Combs would see me next week. Did Mr. Combs ever discuss it with you? No. Why did you continue to work for Mr. Combs? If I left, they'd think I stole it. God damn. She got a point. She said she had to prove a point. She's not a thief. God damn. Okay. Did you get paid overtime? No. I spoke to the head of HR. She said I was owed $80,000. How did Mr. Combs respond? Baby, this man is crazy. He ripped the paper up in her face. Will Mr. Combs stay at hotels? Yes. With whom? Kim Porter, once a week. What names did he book his rooms under? Frank Black, Frank White, and the girlfriends, Jackie Starr. Now that's crazy. All of them had to be Jackie Starr. Where did he stay? Intercontinental Buckhead in Atlanta, the Beverly Hills Hotel in LA. What were in his bags? A camera, small bottles of baby oil and lube, cameras every time. What would you be doing? Watching TV, ordering room service, catching up on sleep. Afterwards, I sweep the room for anything left behind. Any damage? Baby oil. Now, if you guys remember that the hotel, remember they came in to kind of read notes that they leave on his accounts? That was one of the notes. Go ahead and charge this person $1,000. They're going to have candle wax all over the room, and there's going to be oil in everything. So she's confirming that. How frequently would Mr. Combs stay in the hotel with Cassandra Ventura in 2008? Like once a week. And she gives the names of the hotels. For several days. The IV drips. Again, confirming what Cassie has said. Did he speak to you about his relationship with Miss Ventura? Now, this was some wild shit. Yes. Miss London was there. Chef Jordan in the other room. He called Cassie over. Asked her to walk there. Hand me that. Go back in the other room. She did it. What did he say? You bitches won't do that. That's why you don't have a man. And what did you say? You motherfucking right. Did you observe Mr. Combs obtain drugs? A girlfriend in New York. In LA from One Stop. Molly, ecstasy, delivered to Puff or to me. Did he ask you to get drugs for him? Yes. Ecstasy. Well, I thought Capricorn was going to hold back a little. Capricorn looked like she emptied the clip. And in the south of France, he asked me to get cocaine. I said, for who? He said, and they said, why? And Capricorn said, I wasn't going to do it, given how my mother died. Thank you, Danielle, for becoming a new member, girl. Thank you. Combs, objection, sidebar. And let me just say this right now. I hope nothing about me gives. I'm going to be fetching cocaine for anybody. Because if you out here doing cocaine on the job, baby, this is not a job I need to be a part of. Now, what you do in your own time is fine. But child, I don't need to be fetching cocaine for anybody. Listen, Kaylin. Okay. Who did Mr. Combs say the drugs were for? He said, not me. Did you get them? Yes, through the Spanish security guard. How do you even do that? Hey, how you doing? I mean, how do you even translate it? You're in France. I'm walking up. Do you speak English? You speak English. That's how you walk up all quiet. You speak English. You speak English. I'm trying to get some cocaine. Coke, powder, booger, sugar. Like you gotta whisper it to the person. How do you even do that? Brianna's talking about they speak money. So do you flash the money and say cocaine? Like you flat, like I just don't get it. I just don't get it. I mean, how do you have this conversation? All they gotta say is coca. Just walk up talking about you got no coca. Like, I just don't have me doing this type of shit. Like, stop. So she gets it. She said he also get prescription drugs in my name. They were in a toiletry bag I'd carry for security. Child. Girl, Gwen talking about say some cocaine amigo. Y'all are foolish in here. I'm just trying to see. I don't know. Like, no, I don't. No. What about bulk cash? Yes, 100,000 euro coming back from Europe. Where did he get it? Club bookings in Europe. He keep it, then give it to security. Then into his bedroom in a personal safe. Violence, fighting. Was Mr. Combs ever violent with you? Listen to this. Yes, at Star Island. He told me you are not to leave this house. Pharrell Williams was brought in by boat. I returned Mr. Walker to Palm Island. He called and said, where the fuck are you? You can't have a life. Girl, she worked for that man for 8 years, okay? 8 years. Big, you know them people was up in there whispering. You know they was up there whispering. One time I asked the chef if there was turkey bacon. She said, no fucking turkey bacon. I said, I hate it here. The chef told Mr. Combs. Now the chef messy as hell, because God, who cares? What is going on? It seems like everybody fighting for this crazy ass man's attention, because why would you snitch on turkey bacon? Why would you snitch on turkey bacon? Mr. Combs, and he pushed me again and again. What did he say? He said, if you hate it here, get the fuck out of here. Over some turkey bacon? Alice. And guess what happened? He ended up doing the same thing to the chef. So, girl, all she wanted was some turkey bacon. I know that's right, Danielle. Thank you, friend. Thank you so much for supporting the channel I appreciate it. Now, did you leave your employment? I did, but you returned. She said, as global brand director. Why? He was impressed by what I did in the job I left for. A couple of albums. He said you wouldn't have to work directly for me. He must knew she was sick of working with him. Okay. What were you doing for Miss Ventura? Managing her image, maximize the optics for her. For Sean Combs, he had the final approval on everything. AUSA, in LA, where did you live? She said a gated community. We had followed Kim Porter there. Don't know what that is about. But again, sometimes inner city press is a little confusing. Where was Miss Ventura? She was in New York on the West End. She would come to LA. She would stay with him, with me, or in a hotel. Who else was Miss Ventura seeing? Scott, Miss Cuddy. How'd you learn that? She brought him to my apartment. Now, let me tell you, Cassie was a little out of pocket for this, but maybe her and Capricorn were like friends outside of work. Because, baby, don't put me in your mess. Do not put me in your mess. You and Mr. Kid Cudi, y'all can keep whatever y'all going on away from me. Because what happened, you'll see. What did she say? She texted me. They were going to this public place in LA. I told her it was a bad idea and to delete the text. Why? If Mr. Combs learned about Mr. Muscati, Mr. Combs paid for my phone and hers. I took Cassie to Best Buy to get a burner phone. Okay. Break. What is Capricorn doing in terms of Cassie's testimony? She's adding credibility to it. She's the one who bought the burner phone. Girl, I almost hit my face on this. She is the one who bought the burner phone, guys. So many people were in my comments, and I actually thought she bought the burner phone too. So I guess I'm talking about me too. I was like, okay, maybe she bought it. She was scared, right? I'm thinking she was trying to hide everything. She's not even the person who bought the burner. Hell, she was so dumb. She was texting the man on her real phone. It was Capricorn that said, baby, you forgot he pays our phone bills together? Delete this and get a burner. Child. I have to say that again. Capricorn is who told her to get the burner. It was not even Cassie's idea. Again, this child's so young and dumb, she didn't even think to get another phone. Girl, Angelica behind y'all, she just popped out to me, you flash the money and wipe your nose. You know what? Y'all are hilarious. Okay. At some point, when did Mr. Combs return to town? Not long after. He took Cassie to a hotel, the Caprini. And then she said December 22nd, 2011, between 5:30 and 6, there was banging at my door. A.M. at that. Do y'all hear that? 5:30 and 6 a.m. Okay? Okay? What did you see through the peephole? A furious puff. Objection. Ask another question, Miss Steiner. What was his movement? Pacing with something in his hand. Ooh, can't y'all just see it? Hold up, I got to stand up. Can't y'all just see it? He beating on that door. He like this. She won't open the door. It's 5:30 in the morning. It's 5:30 in the morning. He's got to take some time. You know, people sleep. People are asleep. You got to take some time to get up. So you look through that peephole. What do y'all think she did? Cassie in the house too. She go, boom, boom, boom. She looked through that peephole. Like, let me tell you, I can just see it because he's foolish as hell. She's whispering to that girl. Go hide that phone. Okay. Ask another question. Okay. Did you open the door? She said, I did. What was he wearing? Baby, listen to what the man had on, y'all. He's so pissed. Hey, Black Sheep. He's so pissed. She said he had on a button-down sweater, torn pants. The man so damn pissed, his clothes ripped. And he was holding a gun. He came into my apartment and said, why didn't you tell me? Who is Scott? I said, I don't know any Scott. What did he say? We're going to kill this N-word. Where was the gun? In his hand? I said, I didn't want to go. He said, I don't give a fuck what you want. Get dressed. Oh, man. What concerns did you have? He never come to my house. Did you try to escape? No, I got dressed. Oh, my God. Who joined in? Ruben in the black Escalade, executive class. Now she got that car down to a T. Driver's seat. I got in the back. They said, where was Ruben? Ruben. Driver's seat. What she say? What is Capricorn telling y'all? Baby, Ruben was the driver. Ruben was the driver. Oh, Ruben was the driver. She has just implicated Ruben in the kidnapping. Driver's seat. I got in the back seat, right hand side. Mr. Cohn was in the left, next to me. Usually, he would have sat in the front. Gun was in his lap. Oh, okay, guys. What is this? What is she testifying to? Do you guys hear what she's saying? Normally, Puff sits in the front. It sits in the front seat. This particular encounter, he sat in the back seat with the gun in his lap. What was he trying to do? He's threatening her. What charge, y'all? What charge is this going to go towards? Kidnapping. You tell me if it's a gun on someone's lap after he done just came at your house at 5:30 in the morning. Intimidation, hostage. Yes, y'all got it. Kayla, tell Tuba to ring that phone. How long does it take to drive from your home at the time to Cuddy's house in the Hollywood Hills? If you push it, 15 to 20 minutes. What did Mr. Combs and Rube do at Cuddy's house? They went in. We're going to act like this church. I need some people to type in the chat. They went in. We're going to act like you're speaking to your neighbor. Tap your neighbor on the shoulder and say, they went in. Okay? Tap your neighbor on the shoulder and say, they went in. Because some of y'all was in my TikTok comments and y'all told me, it's hearsay. It's he said, she said. It ain't no proof Puff went in that house. Come on, I love when the church is on one accord. They went in. Y'all know I can't wait to get on TikTok today because they was all in my comments, baby. And I'm going to talk just like this. Y'all was all in my comments telling me, oh, that's he said, she said, baby. There ain't no proof Puff went in that house. Come on, Sandy. Come on. Listen, they went in. Who is they? Puff. Now we are adding credibility to not only Cassie's story, but now to Cuddy's. Okay. Baby, I'm finna have a ball on. Baby, y'all know who I'm gonna call too. My friend ain't been calling me to argue in a couple days. I'm gonna have to go ahead and let her get some of this too. Okay. So anyway, they went in. Could you see in? Yes. So she's letting you know she listen. It's not any type of confusion on my part. They went in that house and she saw it. What did you do? She said, I called Cassie on her burner. I said, Cassie, where the fuck? I told her Puff was at Cuddy's house. Then I changed her number in my phone to my best friend, Stormy. Now, see, Capricorn says she ain't new to this. She true to it. Capricorn changed that lady's name in her phone. So Puff wouldn't even know she called Cassie. Come on, Capricorn. What did you hear on the phone? Scott was at Cassie's. AUSA, when Mr. Combs came back, he took my phone and called the last number. Then I saw Cuddy driving up. Now, wait a minute, Capricorn. God damn. Why didn't you delete the call? Why did Capricorn delete the call? She was on the road. But Cash, why she was on the road? Why did she delete the call? Maybe he came too fast. I'm going to just think he came too fast because it sounded like it was a lot going on, okay? He took the phone. She said they saw Cuddy driving up. Mr. Combs saw my face and said, there go that N-word right there. Capricorn, we drove off and saw the police driving the other way towards Cuddy's. Puff was pulling himself together. We stopped at the Key Club and he told me to call Cassie. What did he tell you to tell Cassie? That he had me and wouldn't let me go. Oh, Jesus. Hey, I want to tap in. And I'd like to say, why are you people that said Cassie wasn't a victim? The man holding somebody hostage until she comes. What? Where are y'all at? Cause I know some of y'all still watch me too. Like, where are y'all at? Okay. Come on, Shay. They don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear this though. How did Miss Ventura respond? She said, okay, come get me. She was calm. Who drove you home? Reuben. Reuben asked again. Reuben, what did Mr. Combs then tell you? To convince Cuddy not to say that it had been him at his house. I picked up Cassie. Now, let's just take a second, okay? Capricorn is giving her point of view, right? We know for a fact Cuddy he didn't say anything until Cassie filed that lawsuit. He was forced to testify by subpoena, right? He got up there, said what he had to say, but he could only tell you his conversations with Diddy. Cassie could only tell you her conversations with Cuddy and Diddy, right? All of it is adding up. And unfortunately, I can just bet you guys will not be hearing from Diddy. So the jury can only go by what the testimony that they're hearing. Okay. They said, where did you go? Clark, we went to Cuddy's to try to convince him not to file a police report. Who is we? Her and Cassie. Alice, I hope that wasn't Thug. He's got more shit to worry about, i.e. 15 years probation. I hope that wasn't him. What did you tell them? That Puff came to my house with a gun. What did you tell them he said? If you tell on him, he'll hurt us. Cuddy filed a police report. He never said he knew who did this because he was absolutely thinking, if I say something, this man is going to hurt them. This man is a multimillionaire and showed up at this woman's house with a gun. He broke into my house. Someone beat my dog. He didn't say anything. What was Cuddy's reaction? Mind blown. Objection. Sustained. Jury would disregard. What happened at the house? He was kicking Cassie again and again. How was Cassie? In the fetal position. Mr. Combs kicked her all the way to the street. God damn. She was crying silently. Where was he kicking her? Her back, her backside. Where were you? 5 feet away. So was Rube. She said, don't just think I didn't say, but Rube didn't do it either. What did Mr. Combs say to you? He said, if you jump in, I'm going to fuck you up too. What did Rube do? Nothing. Who did you call? D-Rock. I told him, tell your brother to stop. Puff, he is kicking the shit out of her. I called Polly too. I said he'd take care of it. But Rube did nothing. What's next? Mr. Combs told me to get the fuck out too. I left on foot. This man made that lady walk home. He made her walk home. Could you still see her getting kicked? She said, until I went around the bend. So it lasted a while. Then who did you call? Regina Ventura. I told her, he's kicking the shit out of your daughter. I can't call the police, but you can. I know that's right, Capricorn. I can't call the police, but you can. Why didn't you call the police? The mission of the day was to get Cuddy. So no calling the police. What? Okay. The email, they show her email. Who's it from? Cassie. She wrote that he would be releasing sex tapes about me and he would have someone else hurt me and Scott Muscuddy. Do you recall if you responded to this? She said, I don't. Did law enforcement call you? The arson investigators. Cuddy had given them my name. She said, I hung up on them. I just wanted this over. Now, what kind of shit is that, Cuddy? He don't tell on Diddy. I guess he said, well, I'm not going to tell, but I'm going to make y'all tell because he still gave him Capricorn's name. Okay, what did Mr. Combs say to you? He said, I should kill you bitches and I should cut her face. I am so sorry, guys. But I just can't believe this man was out here doing this. Bill, but he told on Capricorn. That's what's confusing to me, right? That's the confusing part. He told on Capricorn. How many times did Mr. Combs threaten you? I'd say 50 times. D-Rock was there, just doubling down on whatever Puff was saying in the moment. So D-Rock, you a sucker. I had a little hope for you. Monkey see, monkey do. Who is Harv Pierre? Now, I did go find, I don't know if it's Harv Pierre. Somebody's Instagram, baby, he done cut the comments up. They was tearing his ass up in them comments. Oh God, I don't know if it's Harv Pierre or he's a record executive right now. Kind of Spanish looking guy. He could be Filipino or something. He definitely looks like he's from New York. Baby, they wearing him out in the comments, but I can't remember who it is. The president of Bad Boy Records. Let me see. Hold up, y'all. Let me just check it real quick. I don't think it's Harv Pierre. It's whoever called Cassie. No, it's not Harv Pierre. It's whoever called Cassie and told her that her record wouldn't come out if she didn't go back to Diddy. They wearing him out. He's the president of Bad Boy Records. Ooh, I told him Puff had kidnapped me. Now she told the head of the label, the man had, what's that song? It's getting sticky. What did Harv Pierre tell you? He said that's crazy, but it's going to be okay. I got a termination notice. I was accused of not properly putting in for the vacation I was on. Had you put it in? Yes, to Harv Pierre. When I tell you, that's how she got that money. That is how she got that. You can't do stuff like this. And Bad Boy is a company, right? So now that it's a company, there are certain rights that employees have. Baby, I know she wore their ass out in court. I know she wore them out in court. The fact that in a typical company, you report something to HR, right? When you go report it to HR, now you've been reprimanded. That is called retaliation. And if you didn't know, it is so easy to prove retaliation after the fact, because one would just automatically assume whatever they're doing to you is a result of whatever you reported. Don't ask me how I know all that. Just know I know. When you go through the EO process, they will even tell you retaliation is much easier to prove than forms of discrimination because it's so black and white. It's almost tied. Baby, that's just crazy. Why would you fire that lady? Oh, I know if she did sue them, that was some good money right there. Did you lose benefits? She said all of them. Health, 401k, her house, her car. Oh my God, they'll have to pay her for all of that. What did Mr. Combs say? That I would never work again. That he would make me kill myself. That's why she on that stand right now. You'll kill yourself before me. Okay? Did you get a job offer? I did, but it fell through. I couldn't get a job. Did you settle with Mr. Combs in October of 2012? Call objection. Can I approach? Oh, they don't want to tell. I told y'all she was going to sue him. I know she sued him and got good money. He would have to pay her for losing her car, losing her house. The fact all those years she went without a job. You can't do this type of stuff. The fact that she could probably prove that her jobs fell through because of who she previously worked for. Okay. All right. So they have a sidebar. This is what they're saying she looks like. That's the picture. Can y'all see that? I don't even know how to make it better. Sorry. I may have the light up too high. Aside from the settlement agreement, do you have any other pending litigation against Mr. Combs? She said no. Did you go back to work for him? She said in 2016, no one else will hire me. Cassie had a new record deal with Epic. What did you have to get approvals from? Who did you have to get approvals from? Sean Combs. Cassie was taking more drugs. Was she still dating Mr. Combs? Yes. In December of 2023, why did you retain an attorney? I was traumatized by Cassie's civil complaint. Her complaint did not reference me. I reached out to Mr. Combs and said, I want my life back. You kidnapped me. Oop! Of course, his defense objects. The judge overrules it. Where was there a discussion of you working for Mr. Combs again? She said, yes, as chief of staff. When did you last speak with Miss Ventura? She said 2018. Kid Cudi, 2012. No further questions. So they took a break. Okay, it's 1:43. Is somebody watching court? Because it's 1:43. They should be coming back soon. You are still under oath. The judge tells her. We met in April 2024. That's her attorney. You had a lawyer. She says yes. You wanted to come back and work with Mr. Combs, right? She said we discussed it. And this, I think, is a problem for her. This is the problem for Capricorn right here, is the fact that I don't know. I don't want to say a problem, but I think some jurors will see this as a problem, that she will consistently go back and work for him. That's an issue. Thank you, Gwen. You saw Mr. I don't know who this is, taking notes. She said yes. You said you didn't think Cassie was good for Mr. Combs. Why? She said, I just thought they were toxic. Tell me about when you were in New York. I was in the Bronx. I hated it. It was 2002. I met Jeanette, then Mr. Combs. In 2001 was the World Trade Center thing. Then I met Mr. Combs. He wasn't doing drugs, right? Capricorn said he did ecstasy in Daddy house, but it got worse. Yes. So I don't know if you guys are seeing that part of Diddy's defense. They're trying to establish that he was an addict, right? And it got worse over time. And what they're blaming, like these beatings, the kidnapping, his erratic behavior, they're trying to blame it on the drugs and withdrawals from drugs as well. So that's what they're doing. You authorized Mr. Freeman to seek a job for you. She said it was all very procedural, lawyer to lawyer. But you were told you couldn't be given a job in the middle of the investigation. She said, I don't remember that. Read this and let me know when you're done. Do you remember saying you had the biggest crush on him? What? Objection 403. Mr. Agnifilo. He said it goes to state of mind. It's been offered for the truth. We had to stipe on this, so they had a sidebar. You called him Chalk for chocolate. She said, I did. You started with Def Jam, Run DMC. She said, I don't go back that far. I'm more Foxy Brown, Redline, Jay-Z. So how did you come to work for Mr. Combs? She said, I put my resume on Monster after the World Trade Center thing. Why does she keep saying World Trade Center thing? That's kind of pissing me off. It was a terrorist attack. He said, you work for me? I was like, maybe. I was acting on Broadway in Raisin in the Sun. I was impressed. Oh, he was acting on Broadway. She said, I was impressed. He had a major part. He was a star. Then I shadowed him on the Vote or Die campaign. My job was to get the t-shirts on the celebrities and onto the photo shoots. Excuse me. I'd call them and say, Puff wanted them to come. And they came? She said they did. How long before the juror missing thing? It was about 4 months. On the 4th of July, he threw a white party at his home in the Hamptons that year with Vote or Die. When did the jewels missing happen? After the 4th. The jewels were still on loan from Jacob the jeweler. Who else got a lie detector? Mike B, his stylist. He too had gone to the street level 1440 for manicures. The lie detector test was the next day. Excuse me. You never told HR. Why would she go to HR if it seems like if Diddy is the head of the company and nobody gives a damn? Okay. I got fired for 3 weeks. How did you get unfired? I went to work on his 35th birthday at a hotel to do the celebrity list. I came back. So 2004 to 2006, she said not at all. A personal assistant, she said then she was just the liaison. I was making $65,000 for Combs, then 90 at Jive. Why did you come back to Combs? I had gotten top records for R. Kelly. Mr. Combs said he was impressed. Asked me to come back for Sean John for women. I think I was a really good employee for him. He told you you were awesome. He did not use that word. You worked hard for him. I did. Others worked hard for him too, right? Not as hard as me. Girl, they still vying for the man's affection and attention. I did learn a lot from Mr. Combs. She was almost crying here. He broke that glass ceiling for us Black people in the business world. Do you need a minute? No, it's just complicated. They took a break, and I can really see this, though. I can really understand that, excuse me, although he did some really shitty things, right? He did do some good things for them, too. So I kind of understand them having this love-hate relationship with him. I do get that. Let's see, guys. So they're trying to bring in some communications between Miss Clark and Cassie, but they don't want to use them for hearsay purposes. Hold on, y'all. I gotta get some water. Hold on just a second. These dogs over here staring like, girl, what are you going through? So hold on just a second because they took a break. I think they're still on break. So they're trying to get in some documents between Capricorn and Cassie. Don't know if they're going to admit them into evidence yet. Hold on. Let me see. They're arguing with these are the attorneys. Child, now she's saying they ran into Nas at the park, y'all. Okay, when you say he had Miss Ventura's spin, who was there? Let me show you what you said. You said Lorianne Gibson was there. Do y'all think Lorianne's going to testify? They said, when did you first meet Cassie? She said, I met her with Ryan Leslie. Why did you not get along with Cassie sometimes? Capricorn said in 2008, she got more bravado being his girlfriend. The longer it lasted, she thought I was being paid to help her. Oh, okay. They say objection. The judge sustains it. What did you see, Capricorn? She went from being a sweet model to being a feisty girlfriend. Okay. Do you think she was talented? Now, that was messy. I have to wonder from that question, hey, Key, from that question, did her and Diddy have conversations about her talent? Because I do feel like defendants will give their attorneys like things that they personally know to ask. I don't know if she really thought Cassie was that talented from that question. She had talent and was very beautiful, but not talented. She definitely told Diddy something about this girl's talent, and he knows it because why is the attorney saying, but not talented? Y'all, Capricorn said she was not. I have good taste. What'd I tell y'all? Her and Diddy have had conversations about Cassie, And she has expressed probably over and over how Cassie was not talented. Okay. All right. Talented to me is Whitney Houston and Mariah Carey. Cassie, she was more of a studio musician. I just said this to someone. She needed things equalized. I knew it. But I'm not mad at her because for me, that further proves she on that stand telling the truth. That is further proving that she's telling the truth. Okay. Did she perform live? A couple of times. Not the greatest. Was she a hard worker? At times. She wasn't talented, Shonda, but this, I think, to me, makes me believe what Capricorn is saying more because she could have very easily lied, especially knowing what the case is about. But Diddy thought he was going to slip her up. She said, no, I'm going to stand on it. She was not talented. She said, wow. Diddy, he supported her? Yes, with stylists, other musicians, all the components to make a star. Did she get more help than others? Yes. Young Jock and the groups from Atlanta. She said she developed French Montana. I ran into Cassie. Something got to be missing. I ran into Cassie. She had a new deal with Epic. I dressed her like David Bowie. I don't know how to say that one. We did a photo shoot at my house. We wrote a mini movie and shot it for the project. What about Official Girl? Super cute video. Okay, y'all, we are caught up now with all of the Diddy because that was just a minute ago. So I'm going to put the fan on. Well, the fan is not even on. See what's going on here. Okay, how are y'all feeling? She is being honest, Claudia, and I think I can't ask for anything more because I really think Diddy was trying to trap her or set her up there, but I'm happy she went and she told the truth and she was honest. Cassie was a model, and I was telling someone this recently. She was a studio artist. She needs everything that you have in the studio for her to sound good. That was proven. Another reason why, y'all, we got to think about those 10 albums. Ash, I've seen someone say that before. Think about those 10 albums. I said Diddy did not look at Cassie and say, I better sign her for 10 albums. No way. No way he looked at her. I see, I got Lauren Crime pulled up too. I prefer Court TV. No way he looked at her and said, no way he looked at her and said, yeah, 10 albums. 10 albums was definitely a setup. Well, P, I'm going to say this. I think a lot of the emails that we see, we do have to understand that she was introduced to drugs very early on with dealing with him. And so I think a lot of that has to do with her drug use. Kiss 3 tops. And she didn't even make it there. She didn't even make it there. She was pretty, you know. I think that was just it. But a star? No. Mm-mm. No. But I'm happy Capricorn stood on business. She was very young when she started to abuse drugs. And I think that plays a part in it. I was talking to my little sister yesterday, and I thought Gret was gonna piss me off. But Gret was saying that she was 19. She was like, man, I can't even imagine 19. My daughter's 19 right now. So I can't think of Mariah coming home with a man that's almost 40. You know, and then the things that she went through behind the scenes. I can't imagine that. My little sister said she's so tired of hearing people saying what they would have done. She said, I've been seeing y'all let men who aren't even thousandaires do the same thing to you. So stop saying you would have stopped it. You wouldn't have done this. Stop. Because it's not true. You let a man play in your face. You let somebody drop you off at work every day and take your car and go back home and play the game. Come on now. Let's stop it. Let's stop it. Yeah, I don't understand it. Kids, I think it's just so sad that, man, so much of her life is on display for all of us to read. And so she not only has to, whatever work she's done in the years since she's been away from him, she may have to redo that work because it's out there. Now it's not just your close friends. Everybody knows your business. And to even think that this woman, like, I've heard people say she got her money, why didn't she leave? As if they don't understand that she was subpoenaed to come to testify. I said, do you think she wants people to know that she has sores in her mouth from, she said, friction from oral sex? Do you think she wants you to know that people, like, she would be doing this with multiple men to appease this man? Stop it. No. I think y'all smarter than that in here. I think so, kids. And she was working on music with Ron Leslie too. The whole Ron Leslie thing, Ron Leslie did Me and You. So that did come about. That was like her number one, that was her hit record. But I don't think Ron Leslie he was 28. That girl was like 17 when she met him. He is not exempt from my whole, what did your old ass want with this little young girl thing? He is not exempt. He was too old to be dating that girl. So he is not exempt from it either. His relationship may not have been as physically abusive as Diddy's, right? Not as mentally abusive, but he's not exempt from it either. Thank you, Gwen. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of my mods. Thank you guys so much for helping the chat flow smoothly today. I appreciate it. Well, Trisha, I hope I'm saying that right. Capricorn just testifying. Come in here. Pick that up. Put that down. Now get out of here. Told you everything you needed to know. What did he say? Y'all won't get up. He wanted someone he could tell what to do who would do what he said. And I think that was a very telling piece of the testimony. Very telling. Hi, girl. That was a very telling piece. Raynette, I remember he was looking for it. He probably did. I don't put anything past the man now. I mean, I don't put anything past him. And I don't care. I think the man's right where he's supposed to be. He is right where he's supposed to be. Is the government going to prove their case and he'll stay there? I don't know. But I think he's right where he's supposed to be. No legs to stand on. His exes were age appropriate and didn't want careers. Who, P? P, are you talking about Diddy's exes or are you talking about Ron Leslie? Sassy, I did too. I did. I liked, and I wish her nothing but the best because she deserves to live a life full of happiness. I know it's going to take a lot of work because, man, now the lady, she has to always battle with this drug abuse, right? She has to always battle with sobriety for her children, for herself. I don't know what that is like, but from reading, I read her affidavit, her lawsuit again. And man, she was saying like she struggled with drugs. The only time she really hasn't struggled is when she's been pregnant with her children. That was just like, damn. You know, that's like, damn. Ash, I think I'm very heartbroken to hear this stuff about Diddy. I don't know the man personally, but I'm kind of like Capricorn. He broke barriers in the industry. He was young when he started. So many artists. I hate it because now his legacy will always be overshadowed by this. I hate that for him.
This court is in session. Please be seated.
Yeah, I'm gonna put my food on. Hold on.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Ron. Dr. Welcher, when we left off, you had given us your opinion on this slide. Could we proceed to slide 35, please?
Slide 35.
I believe the next slide is 35.
Correct.
Okay. Now, when we look at this slide, I'm going to ask you to zoom in, and if we can start from left to right, and we can identify each category as you discuss it and explain to us the importance of the columns.
So we already touched on this from left to right. The first column is the continuous running clock. Second column is where I converted it to minute and seconds. You can see we're on trigger 1162.2. This is the second trigger. The particular boxes that are highlighted are where there's change. For example, in the upper right, when you're transitioning from drive to neutral to reverse. And then I already discussed this a little bit, but where the wheel's slipping, you can see you have high acceleration pedal application, increase in the RPMs. But when you look at the effects on the vehicle, you can see that it's accelerating less. So that's indicative of slippage of the wheels. And then I simply show at the bottom the math I use to derive all that. So again, we touched on most of this. It's the same slide you saw before, just to show how corrected for the speed.
If you could zoom in for a second, I want to ask you a question about the RPM column.
RPM column, go ahead.
If you could zoom in.
Oops.
You see in the last line, the last piece of data captured, the RPMs changed from 3,200 to 3,300.
Correct.
And the accelerators is fair to say, is that depressed? What's the way you characterize that?
Sustained.
How would you characterize 74? What does that mean?
I mean, it's 3/4 of full throttle. It's 74% of full throttle.
If above it's 74.5, it drops to 73.5 and then back to 74. Why is the RPM higher than above?
So there's, again, this data is referred to as being asynchronous. You're reporting it at particular times, but the computer's scanning the network for the data. So it's not all on exactly the same time step. Not only that, but there's frequently, oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
There frequently is a delay from when you step on the accelerator pedal to when that translates to increased RPM at the engine. It takes a little time to build it up or take it down.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So similar to what we did on the first one, basically what we did is we took all the text stream data that we had, which includes the shifting, the forward, the reverse, and the steering. Again, there was a tiny bit of leftward steer, and put that into a simulation program where we're simulating what the Lexus will do. So we've taken into account the mechanical characteristics, the steering response of the Lexus. So this is to show what it represents on the left-hand side. So each one of these little hash marks, a different color, represents 10 feet. The red lines show the extent of motion. Remember what I said, initially pulled forward, then backed up, past its initial spot, and then went backwards further distance. So what this shows is where we simulated this in a program called HVE. So that's the vehicle, the Lexus pulling forward. And then it accelerated in reverse, past its initial starting position, and came to rest right there.
Doctor, when you say it came to rest there, do you
I'm
have
sorry.
data that the defendant's Lexus stopped there?
No, it did not come to rest. That I misspoke. That's where the text stream data ends. As you can see here, it's still going. It's still going approximately 23 miles an hour when that ends. God damn it.
You'll have to zoom in on that so the jury can see what you're referring to. Please.
So again, as I mentioned, the text stream's taking a window of data. It doesn't take anything outside the window. You can see that when we account for the wheel slippage, that the vehicle at the time of the last data point, again, is at 74% throttle, 3,300 revolutions per minute, and is going backwards approximately 23.9 miles per hour. And you can see it's traveled a total distance backwards of 53 feet back from where it initially started. Or if you consider where it pulled forward 34 feet and then backed up 53 feet, add those two together from the point it pulled all the way forward. So this is 10, 20, 35 forward. And then it'll go 10, 20, 30, 40, 53 back for a total of 87 feet.
It never hit
So from
Brian.
the
Oh,
maximum point it pulled forward to where it backed up, again, that was 34 feet forward, then a total of 53 back, total travel distance of 87 feet. So
Ashley, it's
went all the way forward where it stopped, it then backed up 87 feet. And when the text stream data stopped, it's still moving. It's still moving about 23 miles an hour, and you're still at 74% throttle and 3,300 revolutions per minute on the tachometer, RPM gauge.
We could turn the light on for a moment. Dr. Welcher, in your analysis of the data and the information you acquired and the evidence that you relied upon, did you come to some conclusions and opinions regarding the defendant's Lexus that evening?
I did.
As part of that opinion, you mentioned that you considered mileage to map distances as one way of mapping the location of the vehicle. Do you remember that?
I do.
If you could provide us with slide.
Ooh, Ashley, that's a good one.
I believe it's slide 25. And could you widen the left-handed box a little bit? And you mentioned you measured or you ran information about distances between different routes,
Correct.
specifically regarding Fairview to Meadows, the first box. Do you see that?
I do.
There are 3 different mileage numbers.
Yes.
And then there's streets to the left. Can you explain what's set out in that box?
Sure. That's basically 3 different routes you can go. Sherman Street, Pleasant Street, Washington, and Sherman Street.
When you considered the shortest route, 2.3 miles on Sherman Street, did you attempt to determine how long it would take to travel 2.3 miles? how fast the car would have to be moving or how slowly it would have to be moving to travel 2.3 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds?
Yes.
And what did you determine?
So to go 2.3 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds, you would need an average speed of 32.47 miles an hour.
What if you took the longest route, 2.8 miles, and you considered 2.8 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds? Did you make a determination?
I did.
Could you share that with the jury?
It's 39.5 miles per hour.
Is that what the average speed of the Lexus would need to be to travel that distance in that
Correct.
time? Now, turning to your study of these tech stream events, do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, how many triggering events occurred? How many triggering events occurred in that ignition cycle 1162?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
In 1162, the tech stream recorded 2 triggering events.
And do you have an opinion as to the type of triggering event, the type of movement of the defendant's Lexus in those 2 triggering events?
I do.
Regarding the first triggering event, 1162-1, do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, what type of event the first triggering event was?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
The actual trigger was excessive rearward acceleration. The event was during the course of a 3-point turn.
And do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the time between triggering event 1 and triggering event 2 in that cycle 1162?
Yes.
And could you share with the jury your opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the time between those 2 triggering events?
Approximately 8 minutes and 5 seconds.
Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, as to the type and triggering event of the second event, 1162-2?
I do.
And could you share with the jury your opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the type of event to that second triggering event?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
It's, again, the trigger event itself was a transition into reverse and then high throttle application. It's a forward motion followed by a lengthy high-speed rear impact or rear motion.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike that portion of the answer.
Yes, I'm not going to highlight it.
I
So
appreciate that.
get the answer again.
Would you like me to ask the question again, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Lessie, yes, right. I'll strike the previous answer. Go ahead and ask the question again.
Okay. Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, as to the nature of the second triggering event, 1162-2?
Just for the record, Your Honor.
Yep.
Yes.
Could you share your opinion with the jury?
The triggering event was high throttle opening in a transition to reverse. It's a forward motion followed by a higher speed rear motion. And at the end of the trigger event, you're still at 74% throttle.
Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the entire distance captured in that 10-second window during the back maneuver, or 1162-2?
Do I have an opinion about it?
Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, about
Yes.
the entire distance that is captured in that 10-second window of the second triggering event, 1162-2?
So it obviously only captures what's going on during the trigger. It doesn't capture before or after the trigger.
Understood. Do you have an opinion as to just what is captured as far as the distance?
Yes,
And what is your opinion?
that it's 87 feet. So again, the initial forward motion is 34 feet, followed by it backing, crossing the initial point, and then backing up an additional 53 feet.
And finally, regarding
It's confusing to me.
this part of your analysis, do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, as to whether the defendant's Lexus was decelerating, accelerating, or remaining the same at the end of that data captured at the triggering event 1162-2?
It was accelerating at 74% throttle.
In addition to your analysis of the text stream data, one final question. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty the relative time this backing maneuver occurred with the defendant's Lexus that you just spoke about?
Yes.
And could you share with the jury your opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
Sure. It matches the window of the cell phone data for Mr. O'Keefe that puts it in front of 34 Fairview. So the backing event occurred somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
So I now want to turn to a different part of your study of this case.
Okay.
At some point, did you try to determine whether there was an intervening event that could have caused damage to the defendant's right rear taillight separate from a collision at Fairview?
I did.
Objection.
So the form of the question is to Brennan.
Okay.
Oh, please.
At some point, when you looked at the data and analyzed this case, did you consider including or excluding evidence, or did you analyze evidence to reach a conclusion, including or excluding whether there was an intervening event that caused damage to the defendant's Lexus right rear taillight?
Yes, I did.
Tell me.
When you started your analysis, what information or claim or evidence did you become aware of that you want to analyze to include or exclude as the cause of that damage?
Sure. So my approach to this case is three prongs. I'm looking at the downloads, the technical information. I'm looking at this backing incident, and then I'm looking at Mr. O'Keefe's injuries and how they relate to the events, potentially. So the second prong, which is looking at this data. So I had a Ring doorbell video showing Miss Reed backing the Lexus out of Mr. O'Keefe's residence at approximately 5 o'clock in the morning. And so we wanted to look at the backing activity and whether that contacting Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, whether that was sufficient to cause, or what damage it could cause, and particularly was it sufficient to cause damage to the right rear tail light of the Lexus.
When you were asked to engage in the study, were you ever asked to reach a certain conclusion?
Never.
Was there ever any influence other than the data and facts in your analysis?
There's never been any influence. The influence, again, it's whatever the data shows.
When you engaged in whatever studies you undertook that you'll explain to the jury, were you given any direction or limitations on what you could or should do?
No.
Okay, Schmidt, thank you for making me smile because Wilcher is doing nothing but pissing me off. Thank you so much for gifting 5 Millionaire Mail memberships. And again, y'all know the drill. If you get a membership from K. Schmidt, please say thank you in the chat. Thank you.
When you received the information, did you understand, regardless of the result, it would be provided to everybody?
I guess generally, yes. I mean, I go through the data, I give you the results, you do with them whatever you see fit.
You're a liar.
And in this case, when you decided to engage in that study, had you had an opportunity to review the Ring video footage from Mr. O'Keefe's home on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Tell us how you went through your study, how you began, and the steps you took, please.
Sure. Probably best on the slides. So one of the things we first did was to get an exemplar Lexus. What does exemplar mean? It just means I got the same exact year, make, and model vehicle as Miss Reed. So Miss Reed's vehicle is on the left-hand side, taken during my inspection. And then I found this exact same year, make, model, manufactured at the same plant, everything Lexus in Texas. So even though it looks like a European plate, it's a Texas plate. Purchased the vehicle, had it shipped out to California. So I verified that the Lexus is in fact the one I got, the same exact one as Miss Reed's. These are all the standard equipment. Miss Reed's is on the left. My exemplar is on the right. It says Reed Lexus TIS, that's Toyota Information Services, or Toyota Information System. So I ran it through TIS, which is the umbrella program under which TechStream runs. I also ran it through My Lexus, which is the Lexus website, and then started about doing what's referred to as a photogrammetric analysis of the video.
Can you explain to us what a photogrammetric, help me with the word, photogrammetry?
Photogrammetric. We're doing photogrammetry is a photogrammetric analysis.
What does that mean?
It's just a big fancy word to saying you're looking at data in photographs. And what we're trying to do is take two-dimensional images, say you get from video or photographs, and knowing some information about the photographs and some of the dimensions of things in the image, get or convert it to a three-dimensional space. In other words, be able to get exact three-dimensional measurements out of that two-dimensional image. So I had the video, just to show the provided video that I was given. So Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. I don't know if you noticed, but there actually is contact between the vehicles. So one of the first things we wanted to do is determine the frame rate, which is how many video frames are played per second. Your normal kind of video camera has about 30 frames per second. Your standard movie is 25 frames a second. You know, a modern IMAX is like 60 frames a second. The frame rate of the camera, how many images it shows per second, because video and films are just single images played really fast. So it looks like motion. And so determining the time between each frame tells you how much time occurred. So if we know the time between each frame, and then we can figure out how far the vehicle moved, distance divided by time is speed. So we put it through a couple different programs. This is called AMP5. We got 19 frames a second. This is a specific forensic program called Axon Investigate, 19.8 frames a second. This is a publicly available program called FFMS. Same thing, 19.8 frames a second. Another program, Media Info, 19.8 frames a second. Anyways, 5 different sources, we're getting 19.8 frames a second. So then what we've done is add information now. So now that we know how many seconds each frame represents, we now put a clock back in to tie that into time. So it's the same exact video, except we have a frame counter now, and we have a time. So we have some information now on the time between each frame. So here's frame 0. This is frame 265. We're 13 seconds into it. Here's frame 305. Notice you see brake lights on the back wall here. Notice how they're not super red because you still have reverse lights on. Now they all go off. So the Lexus brake lights have been turned off at frame 353. 356. I say brake lights begin to come on. 357, they're back on. Lexus comes to a complete stop at frame 369. 384, The reverse lights turn off. So now look how red this is because we no longer have the white reverse lights in it. And you can see the Lexus starts to drive forward. So frame 825, this is after the Lexus has left the scene. But notice the tracks in the snow. So we have very definitive locations for the wheels of the Lexus. We lay over a grid on the various frames. So we then took the images and did what's called clarification, which is where you overlay images from multiple versions or multiple views of the same vehicle, and it helps sharpen the image, but it slightly dulls the color. So you get a little cleaner, crisper image. So here's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle before clarification, after clarification.
Excuse me, Your Honor, pardon my interruption. Can you get numbers of the slides as we're toggling back and forth?
Sure.
Absolutely. Okay, I'll make an effort. So slide 76. You're welcome. Going to slide 77. We're going to focus in on this area here. So what we will actually show is where the snow was displaced in these two spots. Spots right across from here and right across from here. If you could focus your attention on those. Slide 77. So slide 78. To bring us all together, we went out to Mr. O'Keefe's residence and took a scan, a laser scan. So you see the laser scanner over here. Laser scanner is right here. Fence hasn't changed position. The camera's changed slight position. We can account for that. So here's the subject video. We have the correct resolution. There's a new camera. It's going slightly faster frame rate. That just means we have different times between frames on the new camera, but we're simply using it for calibration to the old camera. It's the same container for the MP4, and it's using the same video codec. A video codec is how the computer encodes the video.
Next slide number, please.
Oh, yes, thank you, Your Honor. Slide 79. Slide 79, part 2. So really, we care most about is the resolution. So slide 80, you can see these are what are called control points. So from the laser scan, we locate these various points. So the 3D scanner knows the exact position of all these points on slide 80 in the image. And so what we can do is use this information in conjunction with the video to create a scaled version of the video. So when we have three-dimensional images or three-dimensional measurements, we can then use that to give us some three-dimensional information from our 2D video. So there's the points on slide 81. Slide 82, excuse me, slide 81, second part, we're basically just fading in. So what you see now, if I go back to the beginning of slide 81, this is the picture from the video camera. And then what you see here is, which is barely any difference, and that's because what we've done is we've now overlaid the points from the laser scan. So now each one of these little speckly points, we know the exact 3D coordinates of those. So we can now know the exact position of all these fence posts, all the positions on the driveway, and we can use that to calibrate. Going to slide 82. So using that information, it's called solving for the camera. We verify that we have appropriate residuals, meaning we don't have too much error. Slide 83. Okay, subject video. Then this is the subject video with the control points overlaid on it. That's a subject video where we're phasing in the laser scans of the scene, 84. So this is both on slide 84. I'm just toggling between the point cloud and the video. And what I'm trying to illustrate is how well we were able to overlay the point cloud onto the video data. So for example, if you say watch one of these fence post points up here while I toggle between the video there's a laser scan, there's the video. So we've done a good job. Again, the residuals show that we've done an adequate job of matching the data. Slide 85. So what I'm doing here is toggling between, this is the video of the car. Remember I told you I went out and I inspected Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and did a laser scan of it? So we're now taking that laser scan of the video, or excuse me, of the vehicle, and overlaying it onto the car in the video. So this is the video image. That's the laser scan laid on top of it. So we know all the dimensions in the laser scan. We know all the dimensions in the scene of this. We have the tire tracks. We can create and take data points along the tire tracks. Create a map of those. So green is the right rear. Again, the vehicle's backing out, coming, slide 87, coming out this direction, backing here, stopping, pulling. Pulling forward towards the bottom of the screen. Backing out here, pulling forward like here. Slide 88. So this is the Lexus lined up. This is when the Lexus has come to a complete stop. So this would be maximum engagement. Again, this is just toggling frame 88, showing that we have the time and the frame number. 369 on the same slide. We've now overlaid the Lexus laser scans on top of the image of the Lexus. So there's the video image, a still image that we took from the video. And here's where we overlay the laser scan of the Lexus. So we've overlaid the laser scan of the Lexus onto the Lexus. We've overlaid the laser scan of the Chevrolet onto the Chevrolet. And we've overlaid the laser scan of the scene onto the scene. So now what that allows us to do, we now know the position of everything in there. And we've also tracked the position of the tire tracks. So that's what it looks like if you overlay the computer model of Ms. Reed's vehicle onto the tire tracks.
Slide over, please.
Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. Slide 89, and then I'm just toggling slide 89 where I turn the vehicle off so you can see how the tire positions match up. Another toggle of slide 89, the tire positions line up with where the end of the snow was. From all that information, again, we lined it up in the video, we lined it up in the scene, we have the two vehicles. We can get the exact position of the vehicles when that Lexus stopped. So when that Lexus stopped, that's going to be the maximum engagement. So from that information, we can get the angle of the vehicle. We can get the degree of overlap, the impact configuration. And it's hard to see because of the angles and because these vehicles are not at right angles to each other. The exact contact. Now I mentioned, and we're on slide 94 now, that contact on the rear of the Chevy Traverse. So you can see we actually, maybe you can't see. So we took a whole bunch of data points within those two areas where the snow got dislodged. And we're looking at where that is. So if you look at that on the vehicle, so this is where it is on the rear of Mr. O'Keefe's Chevrolet. You can see it's about 25 and a half inches above ground, 32 and a half inches above ground. Here's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. So these marks are kind of, this is the Chevy Traverse words, are approximately right here. Again, I had the opportunity to inspect Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. There's no damage where these marks are. So sure, it knocked the snow off, but it wasn't sufficient to cause damage to his vehicle. We then mapped that data onto Miss Reed's vehicle to look at where that height is. So you can see the only contact marks are down at the bumper level. I mentioned how that bumper sticks out. This is exactly where you'd expect it. So the only evidence of contact is nowhere near the upper taillight. I emphasize the word upper taillight because it is right in line with the lower taillight, but yet the lower taillight also was not broken. So again, 25 and a half, that's 24 right here, 25 and a half. That's 24 right here, 25, 25 and a half. That's right where that scuff mark was. It's also right at, again, the level at the top of that light. This light is not broken. I've looked at the front of it. I've looked at the back of it. I've looked all around it. It's not broken, and it sticks out further than the light above it. So using those positions, matching the overlay of the vehicles, we can get the speeds from that. We know where the Lexus is. We know how much time it is between each frame. So we know how far it moved. And so what we know is that when it first came to a stop, right before that, it was going about 0.7 miles per hour. So realistically, somewhere between a half to 1 mile an hour, just to account for some variations, but definitely going 1 mile an hour or less at impact.
Slide number, please.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. Slide 99. That's the dimensions. Slide 102. Similar to what I said, no damage to that light, no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's Traverse in that area. And then if I could, I would like to go back because I realized I skipped over something. So this is slide 85. So this is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle before contact. Huh. I don't know what happened this time. The slide shows that there was snow here, now there's no snow there.
Dr. Welcher, did you look on the driveway after the touching between the two cars to see if you could see anything on the snow at the back of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
So referring to this slide, this is after the Lexus has pulled away. Looking in the snow, I see nothing in the snow.
Were you looking for anything in particular?
Of course I was. I was looking for taillight fragments.
In any of the videos that you have that show Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle after the defendant's Lexus touches it, do you ever see any remnants or shards or fragments of taillight on the ground?
I do not.
When you did your analysis and study, trying to include or exclude this touching as the source of damage to the defendant's Lexus rear right taillight, did you consider speed as part of that analysis?
I did. I considered speed, and then again, knowing we have the positions of the vehicle, we looked at the degree of overlap, and there's only about 2 to 3 millimeters of overlap between the vehicles, which is insufficient to cause the tail light that's recessed in from the edge on the right rear of the Lexus to contact the rear of the Chevrolet.
Considering all the data analysis that you did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the right rear taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus was broken or damaged during the contact with Mr. O'Keefe's car at around 5:07 a.m. on January 29, 2022?
That impact did not break or crack that taillight.
Is that your opinion?
That's my opinion.
Is that to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
That's to a high degree of engineering certainty.
You mentioned there were 3 areas of study, and we've been through 2.
Correct.
Could you tell us what you focused on your 3rd area of study regarding this case?
So the 3rd area of study, I'm now focusing in on the injuries, the at-scene physical evidence.
Here we go, guys.
Taillight fragments, broken glass, things of that nature.
Okay, and when you conducted your studies and reached conclusions, did you, in your PowerPoint, provide slides to help explain your process and inevitably your conclusions?
Yes, sir.
If you can take us through the 3rd section of your efforts regarding this case, specifically your efforts to identify the different pieces of evidence and your conclusions about a collision in this case.
Absolutely. Slide 104.
Please.
So this is a...
Is this 105, Dr. Welcher?
I'm sorry? 105. Yes, sorry. Slide 105. This is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, forearm, hand, and wrist. In anatomy, your arm is defined from your shoulder to your elbow, and then from your elbow to your wrist is your forearm, and then this is your hand. So technically, when you say arm, it really means from your elbow to your shoulder. Most people call this whole thing arm. It's actually the upper extremity. Arm is from shoulder to elbow, elbow to wrist is forearm and hand. So you can see I wrote arm and forearm. So arm, elbow to shoulder, elbow to wrist is forearm. So looking at the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, forearm, as well as his hand. So this is me. I'm actually 6 feet, half an inch tall. What you see in the upper right is the coroner's examination report for Mr. O'Keefe. He's 73 inches tall. That's 6 feet, 1 inch tall. At this time, I was 220 pounds. Mr. O'Keefe, at the time of this incident, was 216 pounds. So I took measurements of myself. I'm actually wearing the same make and size shoes as Mr. O'Keefe, the same brand of jeans as Mr. O'Keefe, the same brand and size shirt of Mr. O'Keefe. You see the Lexus in the background. We have matched the height to the Lexus. What I'm showing here is both my height, and then keep in mind where the height of this wing is relative to my right eye.
Yeah, what is about to go on?
So now I'm wearing, in addition, the same shirt and shoes, same type of sweatshirt, and actually the same kind of baseball hat. We tried to determine the exact glass from the waterfall grill. Found out they were getting different ones at different times, but I ordered my glass from the same distributor that Waterfall Grill ordered their glasses
For
from.
what?
So you can see in my right hand,
I'm sorry, but unless this man is finna let somebody back up that SUV at 24 miles an hour in front of 34 Fairview, I don't know what we're doing here. Maybe he's doing this for the simulation. Maybe that's it.
here I have a glass. Here's a glass. It looks similar. It's from the same location.
What does he
And then in the lower right photograph, what I've done is I've rolled up my sleeve, taken the sweatshirt off, and I'm going to look at how this contact pattern lines up. So the first set of slides, I'm simply standing next to the Lexus. We know we have a broken taillight. We know how scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. I'm seeing how those may or may not relate
DNA
to the height and position of the taillight.
Dr. Welcher, if you could back up one slide, I have a question for you. In the middle photograph, at the top of the Lexus, there's like a rim. What do you call that?
I call it a wind wing. I mean, it could be a wing.
Okay, thank you.
Air dam would be another. Okay, so
Nay on the tail.
I then set about to do a little bit of testing with the Lexus. The first test you're going to see is me just walking backwards or actually sideways into the Lexus. What I've done is I've painted the Lexus right rear tail light with what's called grease paint. Kind of sort of like paint, but it doesn't dry. And then I have backed up sideways, side shuffled into the Lexus with my arm out to see what the damage pattern looks like, or basically where someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height's arm would contact the rear tail light.
There's no DNA.
So then what you see is I've shown the photographs again. I show the paint transfer onto my arm. The yellow grease paint on my hand was to show where my hand would hit the taillight. And so just kind of me walking slowly sideways into it, the approximate location of the taillight, and I'll line it up with the broken taillight in a second, lines up with the approximate location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
I could have done this.
Dr. Welcher, let me ask you a question. When you're engaging in these demonstrations, are you attempting to try to show exactly how Mr. O'Keefe was struck?
No. So we don't know exactly how he was struck. And pedestrian impacts are extremely sensitive to exact angles. And so where exactly your foot is, whether your foot's off the ground, can have an effect on where you end up after that. We just don't have enough information in this case to determine all that information.
Yeah, this,
We know the taillight was broken. We know the glass was broken.
you don't know.
We know we have damage to the rear of the Lexus. We know we have lacerations in Mr. O'Keefe's arm. So I'm trying to see if there's any correlation between all those.
Well, can body posture on a clip or a side swipe collision change the trajectory or the injury?
Of course.
Can the way somebody moves or reacts before impact change it?
Sustain.
What are other things that can change the trajectory of the person and the injuries?
So for example, if you get hit and knocked off balance or clipped and knocked off balance, you can take additional steps. That'll affect how far your body travels. If you have one foot on the ground versus the other foot on the ground, affects how the body rotates. If your arm is at 90 degrees or 85 degrees, will affect the kinematics. We attempted to model different possibilities, and we're getting results that were all over the map. Small changes in the pedestrian position give you huge change in the output. And so from the tech stream data, we don't know exactly when in the tech stream data he was hit. So we don't even know the exact impact speed. In most pedestrian reconstructions, you typically have a point where the impact occurred, like where the person was, like in the crosswalk, for example, and they get hit and their tire leaves a rubber scruff. That's called the area of impact or point of impact. You then can look at how far they were thrown and using some laws of physics, calculate how fast the car had to be going. Well, we don't have that in this case. We don't know exactly where Mr. O'Keefe was on the roadway when this happened. Sorry, I'm about to go to the next slide.
Without having an exact point of impact or an exact speed or an exact body position, are you able to specifically replicate the actual collision in the way Mr. O'Keefe's body would move?
Exactly replicate? No. And again, in terms of how he would move, again, we don't know where exactly on the roadway he started. So in terms of how he moved, that's a function of where he started. We don't know if when he was clipped, he took an additional step before falling backwards. So that will change how far you are off the roadway. So the impact, which you'll see in a second, even at 2 miles an hour, will induce rotation of the body. So depending on the speed, the higher the speed, the more rotation. So if I may.
He keeps trying to go to that PowerPoint and it's
So
not helping.
slide 111, this is simply showing where I walk sideways, how this lines up with the location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. Here's the post-contact scuffing on the taillight. Here's a picture of Miss Reed's vehicle on the right-hand side. So now I said, okay, that was me walking into the car. Let's have the car drive into me. I did this at very low speeds.
Oh, shut up.
And you'll see, and we'll throw this from 2 different angles. That's me showing I'm doing test 2.
There should be DNA, blood, something on that car.
This is from a camera that we have pointing down at it. This is the speed. You'll see it's only about a 2 mile an hour impact. But even a 2 mile an hour impact redirects me back and causes me to rotate and take a step.
I'm not buying it, baby. What he is showing me is that something should have been on that car. He's here. Listen, Forrest. I think what he is showing me, John O'Keefe should have left something on that car, and the fact that there was nothing cancels all of this. He just looked dumb just running into that car. This is a waste of time. This was a waste of time. I mean, I think for me, guys, and for all of the people who believe Karen hit John O'Keefe, I've seen people say, well, his injuries don't matter. I've seen pedestrian accidents look different. Boom. Okay. Can you explain to me why? He is on the stand telling us that John's arm would have hit that vehicle. And there is not a lick of DNA evidence, blood, something. Because if you look at they were on his arm and his forearm. Nothing. Something should have been on that car. Something should have been in his arm. I just want the Commonwealth to really get someone to come in and look at this case with fresh eyes, because they're incapable of doing it. They are incapable of doing it. There is no way in hell that car scratched his arm up and there is no DNA on any of the taillight pieces. Nothing stuck in his arm, Niara. We should have had taillight pieces all up and down that man's arm. First of all, if it hit like he said, it hit here. What about the bottom of his arm? He's just up here saying shit. Amanda, I'm sick of the FBI, and quite honestly, I'm really tired. This is not towards you, Amanda. I'm really goddamn sick of people saying the FBI is going to come in. I was one of those people. I'm of the mind if they had something, they'd come in and this shit show would stop. They won't come in. They're not going to come in. I just wish they would, though, Amanda. But I think we can just count our losses. Hopefully she gets a not guilty and she can go on about her life, because clearly they're not seeing what we're seeing. Now, if I was them, I would have stepped in the moment Jennifer McCabe sat on that stand and said she did such a great job, they closed their investigation. That was their point right there, Amanda. They're not TL Goldie. This was a scare tactic. They may have been investigating some things, right? I think they found what they were looking for, but I do believe it was never about John. People have said it was more about the police corruption, and maybe something will come of that, but forget the feds. I don't mean it's in a bad way, feds, okay? I'm just saying forget y'all in this case, just in case y'all see this. Just forget y'all in the case. Amy, I think I'd love to believe this. The FBI catch people off guard. How much more on guard do they need? Off guard do they need? How much more off guard do they need? Jennifer McCabe, she done went and got highlights. She doesn't seem like she worried, baby. You can't keep highlights up in jail. That lady does not think she's going to jail. She doesn't think them people looking at her. Baby, Look at Paris. Paris, not you getting your criminal minds on. She said, you guys do know the BAU had to be invited by the local police. Same thing here. Go on, Paris. She done pulled out the BAU card on us. Tasha, does that seem like a woman who thinks she's going to jail? That lady, Paris, it's one of my shows too, but I can't watch it late at night. For the last couple of nights, I go back and forth. I watch like Living Single, Fresh Prince, Golden Girls. I watch something like that. I can't go to sleep with them hunting anybody down. Can't do that. Miss Davis, because he didn't get hit by that car. He did not get hit by that car. I don't want to be on anybody's indictment, Erica. Okay? Not at all. Niara, here's the thing I would ask the jury. Why was he had no broken bones or fractures from the neck down. Okay? No blood, no DNA on that truck. That's a problem for me. Regardless, they can't even, I just wrote it down. He said that they can't even tell you when the point of impact was. They're just assuming, it may have happened. They can't explain anything. Where's the rest of the taillight pieces? Where's the rest of the glass? How did he get vomit on his clothes if he was laying down? Why was it falling down on him? How did he get the injuries to his face if that hit to the back of the head put him out? Where did the injuries to his face come from? And if he got the injuries to his face first, then how do you explain the injury to the back of his head? How do we explain the death notification from the hospital? This is the day of, within hours. Amount of snow, party, altercation. What was the last one, y'all? Party, altercation. Something else they said about, he walked in the house. How do you explain that? The wing causes the face injuries. The wing on the truck merch. Because remember, that man was standing up and he did a turnaround. At no point did he bend down. I just can't, I wouldn't be able to convict her with all of those questions. And some folks ain't reasonable. P, you right about that. Forrest said, to quote Trooper Paul, it just did. Y'all, I kind of miss Trooper Paul. Trooper Paul was on that stand like this. He was up there so much. I said, I miss Trooper Paul. But baby, he was stressed on that stand. The blow to the face knocked him out, which caused him to hit his head. TL Goldie, okay, but it looks like it's 2 blows. Remember, he got a cut on his nose and his eyebrow. Well, Princess, we don't even trust. Okay, sorry, y'all. Princess got, not Princess. Barchi got the other dog in line with her shenanigans. They both ran to the door. Princess, I don't even trust his testimony. The rebuttal's not going to do anything for me. P said, wing of a car? Was she driving a Buick Electra from 1971? He brought up the wing and he was talking about how it was lined up with this face. We're gonna see, Merch. You might be right, but I can't trust it. Now, Aaron, this is something no one has been able to explain. If he got out of the car, why would John just sit there while she was backing up? Makes no sense. Makes no sense. Well, Leslie has a book.
And what slide is this? I think I just can't see it. What slide is this?
114.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
One moment, Dr. Welcher. When you were showing us this video, you walked to the side of the passenger side of the car, didn't you?
I did.
And why did you do that?
I was discussing with them what to do.
You were discussing with who what to do.
The driver.
In no way were you trying to imitate or give a demonstration of what you believed Mr. O'Keefe's movements to be.
Oh, no. This speed's just 2 miles an hour. I was having a discussion with the driver about what we needed to do to conduct the test.
So when you walked up to the passenger side, it wasn't to replicate a study or a movement or given a
No, that walking had nothing to do with this case except for me instructing the driver what to do.
Thank you for that clarification.
Sorry about that.
No apology necessary. Could you go back to the beginning when you were explaining this so we can go through it?
So this is the dynamic test 2. So again, this is the view from behind. Just to avoid the confusion, I will start it here.
What speed is the car traveling?
You can see it. About 2 miles an hour.
Excuse me, Your Honor, that is the objection that we spoke about.
Oh, okay. All right, so that's noted, Mr. Leslie.
So similar to the other test, this is the post-contact image of the transfers onto my arm. Actually, the yellow paint. You can see from my hand is here. This is from the arm and forearm. Here's the paint transfer pattern.
And that slide number,
I'm
Dr.
sorry,
Welcher?
I'm terrible with that.
That's
Slide
okay.
116 now. That was 115.
Thank you.
Slide 116. What I've done is I've taken these yellow lines to show the extension of the components on the rear of the exemplar Lexus. Then I've done this extension of those same components on the rear of Miss Reed's Lexus and shown how the approximate location of the fractures in the taillight match up with the approximate location of the contact of the arm onto the taillight.
Dr. Welcher, do you have any indication of how Mr. O'Keefe's arm was bent, what angle it was bent at?
Not exactly, but for these to be taillight shard fragments, they would need to be in the area of the taillight, but it could be further up. We know from the police photographs that there was a damage to the rear body panel in the area I'm searching here. So it's possible his arm was a little higher up and the glass hit the rear of the Lexus and caused that damage.
In the bottom right,
Excuse me, Your Honor, objection.
I will strike that last part about the glass.
Thank you.
the purpose of the circle is for what, Dr. Welcher?
To show, in this case, primarily the location of the lacerations up on the arm, the upper part of the arm, and that they match up with the locations of at least the one remaining shard in the rear taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus.
Looking at the picture of the Lexus bottom right middle, Are there any marks on the Lexus itself that you took note of?
Yes, it's on the next slide.
Thank you.
Actually, it's 2 slides. So there, again, this is the evidence marker. There was a horizontal scuff. We know Mr. O'Keefe had blue jean type pants on. There's a scuff in the area that would approximately correspond to hip level for Mr. O'Keefe.
Next slide, please.
Yes, ma'am, 118.
Thank you.
Did you describe what you saw on the bottom right-hand corner photo as well?
This is just.
I believe, yes, I did. That's the scuff that lines up with the approximate height of Mr. O'Keefe's right hip. So then I included previous image that you've seen, slide 119, with the reconstructed photograph of the rear taillight, showing where some of the fragments are. You can see where those fragments are relative to the curvature of the taillight. They'd be in the area somewhat centered within the region of the 2 yellow lines on slide 119.
Is there anything about the photograph in the top right-hand corner that's important? If so, could you zoom in and show us?
So again, it's showing that this is when it's, I believe, in the Sally Port at the police station, showing that scuff on the right rear body panel.
Did you see any similar scuffs in the middle back of the car?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you see anything notable as far as damage to the middle back of this Lexus?
The middle,
Yes,
like back where the doors are,
with the middle of the back of the car, did you see any similar damage to the middle? or
there
the
were
left?
scuff marks that ran along the bumper.
Okay, continue, please.
So this is just showing his jacket he was wearing, that the puncture marks coincide to the marks on his arm. This is from the autopsy report. A couple things it notes: a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on his right lateral knee. He's got a laceration
I'm not
on his
anymore.
right eyelid. That corresponds to the height of that rear rear
What?
wind wing on the back of the Lexus.
Merch.
Sustained.
Thank you.
Merch called this.
How tall was Mr. O'Keefe?
Merch, you called it.
73 inches tall, 6'1".
And how high was that wing from the ground on the back of the Lexus?
It was about,
You called it. You called it merch.
it's about 5 feet 11 inches, maybe 5 feet 10 and a half.
How did all of that happen?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is he serious? Maris, Merch said they were going to say that the wing, because he brought up the wing on the back of her car, is what caused the scratches on the front of his face. My question is, if he got hit, spinned around, how did the stuff scratch his face too? It makes no sense.
Did you notice anything about Mr. O'Keefe's right knee?
I noticed there was a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the right lateral knee.
Did you note how high from his foot that bruise was on his knee?
We don't know the exact length of his knee. The abrasion appears to be right here at knee level. If you go back and look at where my knee is, that would be at the approximate level of the bumper.
Could you focus in on the bumper to show it relative to the height of your knee?
Sure. Oops.
It's ignorant, Merch. Pretty.
So my knee is approximately right here. This is where the bumper is. So the side of Mr. O'Keefe's knee It'll be in this general area.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
This is sick. This is
Sir, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm and forearm regarding its orientation relative to the broken taillight on the defendant's Lexus?
Yes, Your Honor, may I read my report, my opinion?
Okay.
The location and orientation of the laceration on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right taillight of the Reed 2021 Lexus LX 570.
After considering these three different subjects that we discussed, the tech stream data, analyzing the touching between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's car, and then your demonstrations regarding the injury to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, did you consider further evidence in reaching any conclusions as an accident reconstructionist and a biomechanical engineer?
Yes, I did.
Could you turn us to slide 124, please?
I want I am because this doesn't make sense what he's saying.
So this is some of the location of the physical evidence.
Kaylin, I wish I could go to sleep.
Red plastic, clear plastic. There, his point of rest was indicated to be 7 feet off the roadway. There was a sneaker that was found near the curb. There were various fragments of taillight found in the snow on the morning of the incident, as to the afternoon of the incident.
Could you zoom in on those photos so that we can see the dates?
The date?
Yes.
Oh, sure. So January 29th at 5:46 p.m. This one's at 5:52.
Princess, I don't need to know what this point is.
One's at 5:50, 5:59.
Get Ark on the line.
This one down here is at 5:46. So there were various fragments of the taillight that were ultimately pieced back together and determined to be from Miss Reed's right rear taillight. Additional evidence was found. This is taken on the afternoon of the accident, again, around 5:50 p.m.
Could you zoom in, please, for us?
Sure. So what you see here is was later identified as Mr. O'Keefe's right shoe.
And this slide number, Dr. Welcher?
Yes, ma'am, 127.
Could you show us the time and date, please?
January 29th at 5:50 p.m.
Sleepy, I don't know what these are pictures.
So a series of photographs. Again, you can see on the right-hand photograph that this is the roadway. This is the curb. The grass will be up towards the top of the right image on slide 127. The shoe is found, up against, in the roadway, up against the edge of the curb.
I think everybody's confused right now.
Baseball hat.
What's going on?
Again, acquired a same baseball hat. Baseball hat was also found in the snow. You can see.
I want you, before you move ahead, the baseball hat, could you give us a close-up view and also the date and time?
So that's where it's buried in the snow.
This is sick.
These were taken on February 3rd. I'm not sure what time it was. There was also red liquid identified, I believe they indicated to be blood in the snow as well.
And could you give us,
Right, he doesn't get to say that.
I'm going to sustain that objection and strike
He does not get to say
the
that.
last part.
I
So we
understand.
don't need to come to sidebar, right?
Just describe the color of what you saw rather than what it was.
There was red coloration in the snow.
And could you give us that date if it's different than February 3rd?
I thought that was February 3rd as well.
Is there a date on the photograph to the left?
I don't see one.
Hang
Okay.
that up. I think they're going to even start cross tomorrow.
Do you know if those photos were taken by the Canton Police Department?
System.
Do you know when exactly those photos were taken?
I don't, except I have them dated as February 3rd. But I think that may just be the baseball hat photos.
Okay, can you continue?
Then we have photos of a broken glass. Surrounded by red marks in the snow.
Continue, please.
This, by the way, is the flagpole.
And that slide number, please, Dr.
Yes, ma'am, 129.
Thank you.
Slide 130.
Can you enlarge that and explain to us what that is?
Sure. So at the bottom, it indicates where it's from. So this was from a presentation I gave looking at pedestrian injury biomechanics back in 2005. And what it's showing is where what are the most common injuries in pedestrian impacts. So what it shows is head injuries are the most common injury in pedestrian impacts. So on the right-hand side, it's all injuries. You can see of all the individual study, the highest prevalence or highest or most common injury was head injuries. In those that sustained severe life-threatening injuries, again, the highest was also head injuries. So head injuries are very commonly associated with pedestrian impacts. This is anatomical drawings just to help you understand the anatomy. The middle section here is from Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy report. The lower right diagram, the green line represents the fracture lines, predominantly here, at least in the base of the skull. So in the biomechanical and forensics just means the legal related scientific industry, there's something called hat brim line or hat line analysis. And what it is it's looking at where the hat line you can imagine is where the brim of a hat would be. And what it is, it's literature that's looking at where head injuries from falls commonly occur.
I'll strike, I'm going to strike. Strike. Yes, yes.
Maybe, Lissy sounds like he is.
No, that was 132. I moved it because you said to take it out.
One more request is to agree to not take that into consideration.
So jurors, when I strike something, that means don't pay any attention.
I know that's right, Lissy.
Continue, Dr. Welcher.
So, Your Honor, I need to go past that slide.
Okay, go ahead.
This is the next slide.
Okay, if you can continue.
Sure. So I provided peer-reviewed scientific literature that looked at a metric where they were publishing research trying to delineate falls versus blows or assaults. And so this metric is in that scientific literature. They looked at a total of 400 different events, 235 falls, 165 assaults. And so you can see where it says mandible. So mandible is your lower jaw.
Can you enlarge that a little bit, please?
Your Honor, pardon the interruption. I'm moving to strike.
Yeah, let's take that slide down and I'm going to see you at sidebar.
Lissy is not. He's getting frustrated, baby. Alessi is tired of you too. Alessi is tired of you too. Did y'all see him? He said, baby, Alessi is tired of you as well. He is tired of you as well. And look at old pig. Look at old Peg. Y'all see that friend back there? Do y'all remember him? That's John O'Keefe's friend who does believe Karen did it. Oh, he is frustrated and pissed. He knows for certain he is going to be there tomorrow. Let's see, he was on the stand for at least 4.5 hours today. Tomorrow he's going to have to testify. It's going to end up being about 8 hours that he's been on the stand. It's going to probably be about 8 hours of testimony from him. Kay, I was thinking it. I said, Lord and Ken, nobody has hair. Shannon, Peg is blinded by hurt, grief. Like, you really, grief is so strange. You really think you like, oh, I'm okay. And then you're not. Child, I find myself crying at family dinners. I mean, it'd be the weirdest stuff. I was watching Raising Kanan. You know, the mom passed in Raising Kanan. I'm boohoo crying like it was my mom. You just never know. I try to give Peggy a pass. Peggy pisses me off, but I also understand that she is grieving. Excuse me. Peggy is grieving. Like, I lost my mom, right? But children are supposed to bury their mothers. I cannot imagine losing one of my children. And then, you don't know what happened to them. You just stuck in this area of, like, every day you're questioning what happened. Why did you go over there? Why did you do it? So I can't imagine what she's going through. I just wish she was more open-minded about the information that she's hearing. Because if you're being honest, you don't know what happened. You don't know if Karen hit him. You don't know if something happened in the house. You've got to see what the evidence points more towards, and she just won't do that. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep talking about these damn shows. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I spent all of Saturday. I spent all of Sunday watching Raising Kanan. I watched the entire season in one day. I watched the entire season. So sorry. Yeah. Peg is not open. No, Forrest. I can't be like that, Forrest. Forrest said no sympathy for Peg. None. Thank you for the super chat. I can't be like that because I understand. I understand a little bit of what she's going through. She lost not one but two children.
Mr. Lessie, Mr. Brennan is going to do this in open court. Just talk to Dr. Welcher for a minute. Okay.
Yeah.
Is there any objection?
I have no objection. Are we on the transcript or not?
Yes. Right.
What the hell?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
What the hell is going on?
Dr. Welcher, on the headings evidence, Lexus and John O'Keefe.
Yes.
Follow the next number slide.
Absolutely.
And they're going to be removed.
No talking, court still in session.
And we're going to remove the heading on each one of those slides. I don't want to repeat what it says, but on each one of them.
Thank you. Anything else?
That's all I said. And I'm going to now use the 10 minutes to see if there's any else in the report to be made.
So it starts on page 124. Is that right, Mr. Brennan and Mr. Lessie?
I don't have the whole one in front of me.
Dr. Welcher, is that where it starts?
That appears to be, Your Honor. Yes. 124.
Mm-hmm.
Start now 123. I have to start.
I actually have 122 already redacted, but I have it at 123 as well.
All right. I don't have it on 123.
123 was a blank slide.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have 123 as a blank slide.
Okay.
Today
So
is
124.
I told y'all.
We do not have that.
Thank you.
Not bad, sick of that shit too.
124 through 138, is that accurate, counsel?
Checking out what it is.
Chrissy, do you need a break? Do you need 5 minutes?
Oh, it's Chrissy.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So if you could do that for us,
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Dr. Welcher.
I'm doing it right now.
We can bring the jurors back.
Your Honor, if we could just, now I just want to look at the rest.
Okay.
2 minutes, and then
Sure.
Your Honor asks us to do that.
Sure.
And she just goes, you know, she's about to go on ahead and break for the day. She's going to tell them her same little spiel. So maybe something was going on with the PowerPoint.
Yeah, concur with Mr. Brennan on one.
I hope, listen, Catherine, I hope not.
Not on the record, Chris.
What? It's the headings on the PowerPoint. You won't get that past Alessi, baby. Alessi's not going to play games.
Your Honor, give me permission to
Hey,
confirm.
Miss Marilyn, thank you for the super chat.
Sure, and it won't be on the record, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sick of.
Do we need it on the record?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Welcher,
Yes, sir.
please turn to slide 137.
Baby, let me tell you something about Alessi that I can appreciate about him. I can appreciate, thank you for the super chat, Miss Marilyn. I appreciate
That opportunity.
so thorough. Oh, he is so thorough.
Jan, you struck one slide. I'm sorry.
I didn't strike we struck it subject to going back once the heading's gone, right?
Correct. There may be, depending upon what's in the video, there may be more. That's why.
Right, but the ones, all right, so.
So I can go back and show them.
Yes.
I don't want to offend the court.
Okay.
And this is what happens when Bev allows them to change things with trial. This is what happens.
So are we starting on slide 132?
132, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Emily, that court is small. Oh, are those the juror chairs? Okay, we never really get to see that. They are like right there. I knew they were right there, but they are. I thought maybe they're a little further back. I wish I was Sue. I wish I was Sue. Yeah, I want to go in there and look in the jurors' faces, okay? I want to go stare them down. And when I hear something foolish, I want to be like, see what they thinking. I need to go look at them. I hope whoever has this camera, baby, I hope he remembers. Dang, I wish I could go stare them. They won't be staying, Alice. Emily, nothing much. We're talking about the
It looks like
the
it's up.
wounds now.
Is it ready, Dr. Welcher?
You got me scared when you asked me that. I need to double check.
We don't need all of that.
Yes, I believe I redacted everything and we are on slide 132.
Shannon,
Thank you. And by the way,
It
the
appears that way to me, Mr. Lester.
this problem
the battery died on this.
Okay, thank you.
Whoever in charge.
I'm gonna say we'll just.
I mean, I brought my own, fortunately, but
Okay, thank you.
actually, no, I can't find my.
Oh, Ms. Gilman has one.
Not y'all in here talking about what you scared for. Y'all know she's
Oh,
about
back
to,
up.
you know what? Let's just end court today.
Equally bad. These laser pointers do not work on those monitors.
Yeah, we've had that.
Okay. Yeah, at this point, she should just go ahead and end testimony. Unless she knows that Hank is going to be done today and she's trying to go ahead and get through the direct testimony. But at this point, child, just let them people go home. Okay, y'all. Is he gonna remember to? Oh, he did. Remember to move it. I was like, oh, remember? I'm trying to see if somebody on the jury has her like dead. Because if they do, that kind of makes me feel like they lean away. Mm-mm. I said zoom in. Alice, I thought they were gonna forget.
Please be seated, court is in session.
Dr. Welcher, if you could return to slide 132. Actually, 133, Dr. Welcher.
Is that me or? $132 or $133?
133, please. The next one after that.
So we did skip over 132.
So we skipped over that one as well. Going. Here we go. If you could enlarge that just a little bit for us.
Sure.
Now, you mentioned that there was studies that talked about guiding the difference between potential injuries.
Correct.
Can you explain that?
Sure. So I gave 3 papers and someone's dissertation on this issue. They are creating a analysis methodology to differentiate whether the nature and pattern of injuries are more consistent with a fall or more consistent with an assault, or they're calling it blows.
Where does the car come in?
Okay, could you walk us through what this chart means?
Sure. So this is their flow chart in terms of their assessment. So it starts at the very top. You can see they analyze a total of 400 events, 235 falls, 165 blows or assaults. So what you do is you ask yourself on the first set of arrows, you look at the mandible, the jaw. An MRS, as you can see at the bottom down here, refers to a simple fracture or multiple fractures. A is no fracture. Mr. O'Keefe has no mandible fracture. So that means we go down this row. It then looks at all facial fractures. So these are the bones that constitute the face. So if you have a facial fracture, you go to your left. If you have no facial fracture, you go to the right. So if you have some event, no mandible fracture, no facial fracture, what they've indicated that is predominantly associated with falls and not assaults.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
In addition, did you do any further study on the force of a person falling back and landing on their head?
Oops, I did.
Could you
So what I did was I did what are called drop tests. I took an anthropomorphic test device, ATD, which is just a fancy name for a crash test dummy, and dropped it backwards onto a hard surface to look at what happens if you were to say fall backwards and hit your head on. It creates kind of an arc path that will drag and slide objects up the head. So if you have something such as a baseball hat, it'll cause it to drag across the scalp, dragging it up to a similar location to where these abrasions are. So here's the testing. Again, this is like the crash test dummies you see on television. This is myself. Me giving me similar instructions, telling them what we're going to do. I said, and watch. Shoulders come in, then the head contacts the ground. What you see is if you fall backwards and land on a very hard surface or hard surface, you'll get extremely high loads on the head. If you compare that to data in the science.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Please explain what the chart is before you explain.
Oh, sure. This chart up here?
Nope, the next page.
Right.
You can enlarge it, tell us what it is before you get into the
It
details.
glitched for me,
Absolutely.
y'all. But it was 14.
So this is actually kind of a famous study that was published, one of the first studies looking at head fracture or skull fracture tolerances. So what you see, the portion at the back of your skull is called the occiput bone. So that bone, if you put your hand on the back of your head, is your occiput. So we're looking at occiput impacts. And what you can see is that when they took cadaver skulls and dropped them from as low as 40 inches onto a hard surface, they were getting linear fractures. And you can see even at 40 inches, there is called a stellate fracture. Stellate means star-like. You get a fracture that goes out like a star. So even at a 40-inch drop height, you have sufficient force when landing on a hard surface to cause skull fracture and a level 3 type skull fracture. So Mr. O'Keefe, again, is 73 inches tall. His occiput is about 4.6 inches down from the top of his skull. That means it would fall a total of about 73 minus 5 would be 68. So just under 6 feet. So 72, 4 inches under, so 5 foot, 8 inches is the fall height. What is data showing that even at a fall height as low as 40 inches onto a hard surface, you can get fairly severe skull fractures.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, regarding your third part of your analysis, did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering uncertainty whether or not the defendant's Lexus collided with Mr. John O'Keefe on the evening of January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Yes.
Before you give me your opinion, I'd like you to share with the jury what that opinion is based on.
Yeah, this is it.
Sure. So it's based on the 130 slides you've seen, based on my personal inspection of the Lexus, the correlation of the text stream data with the infotainment data, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data. It's looking at, I guess, where the taillight wasn't broken. It's looking at the physical evidence at the scene in terms of taillight fragments, glass fragments, red color in the snow. We have the cell phone data, the location and position of the arm lacerations, the air temperature at the time indicative of sufficient to freeze, the location of the fracture on the back of his head relative to the scientific literature, my testing of forces available falling onto a hard surface, published science on the fracture forces associated with falls. And, I'm sorry, I'm reading from my report. I'm reading from my report.
Maybe, so since when Alessia and the witness get to just talk to you?
Probably it's more complete if I read my report.
The objection, Mr. Leslie?
I do on this question, Your Honor, reading from a report for this question. So I'm hearing questions include that.
So,
Okay, doke.
Okay, Dr. Welcher, let me ask you again. Based on your analysis, data available, reviews, study, based on the fact that you are an accident reconstructionist and a biomedical engineer, have you reached an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Yes.
And could you share the bases of your opinion before I ask you your ultimate opinion?
Sure. So again, you've seen my slide presentation. I've inspected the Lexus. I've looked at where it wasn't damaged. I've inspected the taillight. I got an exemplar Lexus. I ran lower speed contacts to verify that the injury pattern and location on the arm is consistent with the height and orientation of the taillight. I have looked at fracture tolerance data for falling backwards onto hard surfaces. I've looked at the metrics of where his injuries were and what injuries he didn't sustain. I've looked at the cell phone data, and then I've looked at Miss Reed's interviews as well.
Her interviews.
Based on all the evidence you considered, could you share with the jury what your opinion is to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Objection, Your Honor.
I can answer. Yes, based on the totality of the evidence, DNA, everything I've talked about, that is consistent with that happening with a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. That is what happened.
Objection, move to strike, Your Honor.
What DNA?
I want to see conflicts out of just.
Now I'm pissed now. Oh, you look so cute in your glasses. Now I'm pissed. Did y'all hear him? That man said DNA. Baby, Alessi, please tear him to shreds. Sorry, y'all. Birch is really being sad right now. Please tear him to shreds. DNA. First of all, what DNA? And again, guys, we said this. If he really struck him, there should be DNA on the taillight. There is what DNA? And this is my problem with Dr. Welcher. You get up there just saying whatever. There is no DNA evidence. And the piece of hair that we can't even trust it. The piece of hair is like a shapeshifter. It's a shapeshifter. At first it's straight, then it's curved. Please get him. Please get him. Please get him. Oh my God, y'all. That man said DNA. What DNA, y'all? Dr. Welcher's not crazy. And this is my issue. Dr. Welcher knows there was no DNA found on any piece of the taillight. There were no taillight pieces found on John. How do we, y'all, why would he do that? I know Alessi's mad as hell. He's wrong for that because now as an expert, here's the thing, guys. As an expert, he knows better. Y'all, I know my YSL people remember when, what was his name, y'all? The Dennis. Remember Dennis' testimony was struck? And she said he couldn't come back because this man knows better. He's testified. There is no DNA. Oh, they must be about to end court. They're taking their press passes. There was no DNA. There was no DNA. Why would he say that? Come on, Bev. Bev can't just strike this because at this point, he's doing this on purpose. Now, I will say, if Bev tries to say that Paige would do this, well, he was talking about the DNA, the hair, which we did know. It could have also been his nephew, but Bev would try to do something like that. She'll try to save it. Well, there was some DNA. We might not know if it's John's, but there is a little DNA. That was that piece of hair. Bev's gonna try to save it. He's gonna try to save them. Emily Page allowed a lot of stuff she shouldn't have, friend. So I don't want to start saying what Paige wouldn't allow to happen, child. Because it was times I questioned Paige myself. There were plenty times Paige should have done a mistrial and called it a day. She just refused to do it because just like this case is so big, she can't do it. I'll take a mistrial with prejudice, baby. I will take that. The impact clip and now DNA. Shannon. Baby, they still up there. I hope Alessi telling her Page, we're going to have to strike his whole testimony. He needs to leave and not come back. He knew better. Oh, let me see. We should be. I don't want to go too far, Jasmine. I'm just going to hit live. We are Jasmine. Thank you, friend. We caught up. Thank you, Jasmine. Y'all, I am still stuck. He said DNA. What DNA have they told this man about? I just don't know. I'm bothered by that. What DNA have they told? Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to see if they talk what they saying on Twitter. I'm ready for the lawyer today. I appreciate that he's been going live almost every day after court is over. I can appreciate that. Okay. I don't really see. The lawyer says, this is what happened. What a schmuck. I'm sorry, but you can't just do stuff like that. Oh, the lawyer, must be fired up over there too. I think this man has upset a lot of freaking people today. He's upset a lot of people today. Mel, was he allowed to watch her interviews since he's a witness? Tasha, he said he did. I think he can't watch trial, which he tried to. I know he's lying. He's been told some stuff about trial, but you see, he tried to say, oh, no, I didn't look at it because, it's a court's order. I couldn't do that. That's because we know Shannon was doing it. Bia, he's live every day on YouTube and on X. It's the lawyer, Thank you, Alice. Thank you, friend. Gwen, what you mean more your witch name? What? Wait a minute, I must miss something. I must miss the first part. My government name is still Paige. So you feel like Gwen is like your nickname? I love Peter. Now he's a handsome young man too. He is a handsome young man. He's live every day. Every day after court has been over. I'll kind of catch him live, or I'll watch it later in the night. Forrest said, I wouldn't want to work for Aperture after this shit. We coming hard for them. All content creators coming hard. Now, I know that's right, Forrest, because I would never hire them. They can be bought, and that's a problem for me. Y'all, they still up there. Wait a minute. Is that Turtle Boy's lawyer? No, that's not his lawyer. That's not Turtle Boy's lawyer, is it? It's Paige. I'm a witch, but I'm not evil. I worship nature, not Satan. Well, Gwen, I don't know nothing about that friend. But, okay. I get it. Okay. I'm glad you're not evil. I'm glad you're not evil. God, I listen. More power to you. I think court is going to be done for today. Were you guys saying that was his? Is that his? Y'all were saying that's not his lawyer. It looks like him from over here. It looks like him. It looks like his lawyer from over here. Oh, you're saying yes, it is the lawyer. Thank you, girl. It's a whole lot going on in the chat right now. Threw me off. That is his lawyer. Some people saying it is him. Some people saying it's not him. So it looks like him. Let me just say that. It looks like him.
Dr. Welcher, you have to come back tomorrow anyway. Jurors, I don't want to steal your time anymore. Okay, so those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know, and please be very careful with
Deb looks stressed. I think they.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're starting an hour late tomorrow. Is that what this is?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna have to make my.
We'll start at 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Okay, I'm gonna make my post.
See you at 10 o'clock. The court officers will tell you about your specific directions.
I don't think they're done, guys. So she said they started at 10 tomorrow. So when I do my stuff, I'll make sure I make it for 10. 9:45, I mean.
Do I need to pack all this up? It's okay. I mean, I can come in early. I came in early this morning and set up.
Baby, hopefully you won't be here at all tomorrow. Hopefully you won't be here at all tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll be back.
No, it's not over, Gwen.
All right.
Did Dr. Welcher leave?
Dr. Welcher can step down. I know he has to come back and have his
So
equipment.
just leave everything here.
And then you'll come back in 5 minutes.
Roger.
All right. Yes, please.
Look at Bev.
All right. So, Mr. Alessi, I will hear you as to your objection.
What should have pop off? Or is Bev? This may be Bev's last day. Give me a mistrial. Give me a request for mistrial.
Would you like me to go to the podium or stand?
Right there is fine, and let's try and wrap this all up by 4 because I've already heard you at sidebar.
We'll do something, all right?
That means both of you I'll hear from within the next 5 minutes. Go ahead, Mr. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor. The point number 1 is the question of whether, based on a reasonable degree of scientific or engineering certainty, he has an opinion whether a collision occurred. I'm going to give a dramatic and accurate example that happens in courts all the time equivalent. So by analogy, if the issue is whether or not a defendant has stabbed an individual and caused a certain death, that is the ultimate question for the jury. That question is never permissible in a trial. By analogy, this is the exact analogous situation. The question of whether there was a collision is the ultimate question for the jury. That is why we are having this trial.
Yep.
The defense strongly asserts there was no collision, and there is substantial evidence to that. We are going to cross-examine Dr. Welcher. We are going to put in our own strong case to demonstrate no collision occurred. That's no surprise. It was in our opening statement. This witness cannot, by precedent for years, opine on the ultimate question that is going to the jury. I I accept, subject to evidentiary issues, the two questions that a biomechanist always answers in these situations. Is the damage to the vehicle consistent with a pedestrian hitting the vehicle? And are the injuries to the individual consistent with being hit by a motor vehicle? Those are the questions that are permissible, not the collision question. It is resoundingly improper in this trial, in any trial where that is the ultimate conclusion for the jury. Yes, an expert can offer opinions, but every expert is bounded by the extent of their opinion, and that opinion on whether there was a collision would invade the province of the jury and the whole purpose why we are here, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
So what Mr. Lisi is arguing is that in their opening statement, they repeatedly invaded the province of the jury because they must have asserted vehemently over and over again there was no collision, over and over and over again. And he just told you that when his expert takes the stand, they'll have abundant evidence that there was no collision. This case is about the collision, but that is not the ultimate issue. The ultimate issue is manslaughter or mens rea for second-degree murder, not collision. They don't get to define the prosecution's case. They do not get to define or limit the prosecution's opinions. They have no case law. They have no study. They have no jurisdiction or jurisprudence to say what we are limited to. He's entitled to an opinion. His opinion is not limited to whether or not the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe. That evidence is obvious. It's not whether or not there's damage to the car or Lexus. That evidence is obvious. He also is an enormous part of a biomedical engineer and an accident reconstructionist. He studied the tech stream data. They didn't, he did. And he's entitled to give an opinion. The tech stream data, based on fact and science and data, tells us when, if you put it together with other evidence, and where, when you contribute it with other evidence, this collision actually occurred. We don't have to play peekaboo and close our eyes to the reality of the fact that the evidence supports the conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty that the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe with her Lexus in front of Fairview Road. I am not interjecting the defendant. I always refer to her car, so it is sanitized.
She drove it.
I've been careful about that. I don't have to, but I'm very careful about it. He is relying on the tech stream data, the physical evidence, his independent studies. He is allowed to offer an opinion about whether the injuries are consistent with the damage to the car, or whether the damage to the car is consistent with the injury to Mr. O'Keefe. And he's also allowed to answer, in his opinion, the issue of a collision, putting aside the fact that that was emphasized and repeated in the opening statement, and it's going to happen again when other people testify. It's not our fault that ARCA didn't testify or look into the tech stream data, or they don't have an expert for it. It doesn't belittle or limit that evidence. We expect to ask Dr. Welcher, does he have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the defendant's Lexus collided with Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.? That is one of the opinions we're going to ask him, nothing to do with the ultimate opinion of guilt or innocence, or whether it's manslaughter or there's mens rea for second-degree murder.
And what was your second? You said that's one of the opinions you're going to ask him. What else are you
I
looking
will
at?
also ask him about the consistent with, whether the injuries are consistent with.
With what?
I'm going to ask him after this part about the difference between a clip or a side swipe as opposed to a full-on injury, pedestrian collision from a front or back of a bumper. And there are further slides to emphasize that point. And so there'll be an opinion regarding that as well.
And you,
Consistency with a side swipe.
Y'all see how he didn't want to say it?
okay, so this is not the end of Dr. Welcher's testimony. He's just moving on to another area.
It's close, but it's not the end.
Okay. Go ahead. Yeah.
Your Honor, here's a case. Attorney Brennan said, don't have case law, here it is. Commonwealth v. Coleman, 366 Mass 705. And it stands for the proposition exactly that I articulated. I won't repeat it. Secondly, Your Honor, we practice what we preach. I have the ARCA report right in front of me. and I have the report.
Is that a new one or is that a,
This is the
Trying to say new.
okay.
It's also, the old one is the same. So either one is the same. They do not, Mr. Brennan incorrectly said what our experts are going to do. I don't know why he did that because he has these in writing. Neither Dr. Wolf or Dr. Rentschler talk about a collision or conclusion. It's consistency. It's those two questions I said at sidebar. And for reference, Your Honor, for the most recent, it's page 15. There is no.
I don't have that report, so I'd like a copy of that report.
Your Honor, a copy, and I also, Your Honor, refer Your Honor to ARPA's existing report, which I'm going to do from memory. I think it's February of 2024 that was done for the U.S. Department of Justice and FBI, where they basically said and gave opinions on those two items I spoke to you at sidebar. So Attorney Brennan is incorrect when he says what our experts are going to say or not. We've already committed in writing to what they're going to say. We're consistent. We practice what we preach.
All right, so we will discuss this tomorrow before we start. I'll tell you my ruling tomorrow before we start. I need to go back and see what exactly came in to evidence today. All right, so I'll see you in the morning.
All right, so please.
Yeah, this is too much for me to take today. When I say it's just way too much has happened in this trial today, and I actually want to I want you guys to catch the lawyer, as well, because I really need to kind of see this part. What are the consequences of what Alessi is alleging Hank to be doing through this witness? What is going to happen? So yes, I know y'all said, Mel, get off right at 4. Baby, I got to get off today because I need to catch the beginning of his live. And you guys can follow me over there. I'm going to the lawyer, I'm also going to be on my TikTok. Everything. It's just, what happened? Oh, it's just a lot, okay? It's too much that has gone on in this case today. Thank you so much to my mods. I'm getting off because I've got to go figure out what's happening, okay? Thank you guys for all of the super chats, for all of my mods for being here, for the likes, everything. I'm going to go to the Lawyer Knows live. It should be starting soon. And once that live starts, hopefully he can better explain the end of court for me. That's really what I'm trying to see. And I'm gonna go catch up on Diddy and everything to prepare. But yes, thank you so much, Gwen, the lawyer on YouTube. Yes, he should be starting soon. So I'm gonna see y'all. They said to come on at 4:30. Go get something to eat and then catch me over there, okay? Thank y'all so much. I'll see y'all in the morning. Remember, court is starting late. So instead of 8:45, we'll be here at 9:45 in the morning. The lawyer should be live. They said at 4:30. I'm going over there so I can go see what's going on in that chat. Okay. See y'all later. Again, thank y'all so much. But I'm going to see y'all later because I need to go make some sense of what just happened in court. Okay. Bye, everybody.